Do Not Obey You by Tyla Walker.
Submitting to authority, not in this story.
Sounds like someone's breaking all the rules.
When defiance meets desire, sparks are bound to fly.
How rebellious are we talking here?
Let's just say it pushes boundaries YouTube wouldn't dare to cross.
Now that's the kind of heat I can get behind. Too bad YouTube won't let us.
Don't worry, baby. You can get the unabridged version of this audiobook and more at tylawalker.com. Claim your 40% discount with code SAVE40.
Like and subscribe for more free romance audiobooks. Let us know what you think in the comments below.
You're listening to Tyla Walker's I Do Not Obey You. Chapter 1. Emily. And now you may kiss the bride. The groom swoops the bride off her feet and kisses her passionately as the little chapel erupts into boisterous applause. My ears ring from the intensity of the screams and well wishes flying around. I'm sure if someone had a pistol, it would have been shot 3 times into the ceiling by now. So many weddings, so many happily ever afters, for everyone except me. After a while, it gets tiring. I don't want to be a damn bridesmaid anymore. I want to be the bride for once. At the reception, I sit outside the hall on the staircase leading up to the main building. My small cup of red wine sits next to me, not looking as appealing as it did 15 minutes ago. With my chin in my palm, I stare out at the orange and purple sky that overlooks this tiny town. "Hey, honey." Petunia plops down next to me, patting me on the shoulder while she downs her champagne. "Why aren't you inside with the rest of us? The party's just getting started." "I'm not feeling it tonight," I replied gently, keeping my eyes on the ground. "Weddings just aren't charming me anymore." "Ah!" Petunia nods slowly, resting the rim of her cup on her bottom lip. "I get you. Let's see. Esther, Rosemary, Julia, Felicity." I hold back a sigh as she lists off all the women who've gotten married recently. One hand isn't enough to keep track of them all. "And now it's Kayla. Looks like all the gals from high school are getting hitched. What about you, huh?" she asks playfully, nudging my arm. "When are you going to find the man who's going to change your life?" "I don't know if he lives in this town." I'm one of the unfortunate souls that has not traveled around yet. In my 26 years of life, I've only gone as far away as Georgia. Being stuck in this tiny town in the middle of nowhere, North Carolina isn't the type of life I wanted for myself. No, I've imagined myself living better than this. I want lights in my eyes, the loud noise of traffic blaring around me in every direction. I want to stare up at skyscrapers and flashy billboards that show off all types of pretty people. What do I get here? Grazing cows and chickens that yell their heads off at the crack of dawn. We have Main Street, with the post office and the market, and a lot of other businesses that have been here since the town's creation. None of that inspires me, though. I want adventure. Here, I get monotonous days that bleed into each other. The weddings remind me of a life I'll never have. These girls are about to head off on luxurious trips to London, Paris, Vienna, all those amazing cities that you daydream about. By their sides, they have their gorgeous men who would do anything to keep them happy. "Damn it," Petunia whispers, burping into a fist. "I've lost you. You've got that star-struck look in your eyes." "Sorry. I've got a lot on my mind." I brush out the wrinkles in my baby blue dress. Inside, happy screams can be heard as another champagne bottle is popped open. "Have you ever wondered what it would be like to get out of this town?" "All the time, honey," she admits, leaning her elbows on the steps behind us. "I'm not sure I'm fit for the big city life, though. It takes a certain type of person to love that fast-paced lifestyle." "When you think about the city, what's the first one that pops into your mind?" "New York City," she drawls before taking another sip from her cup. "Los Angeles is a close second. But come on, New York City is freaking New York City. It's the city everyone's trying to go to." A flutter of excitement suddenly emerges within my chest. I've got a cousin who's living in New York City right now. I don't know how she's done it, but last I heard from her, she was in a beautiful condo in the heart of the city, living rent-free. Rent-free. Reaching for my wine, I gulp down the alcohol and feel the lovely sting course down my throat. The drink sends a buzz through my body, followed by an exhilarating thrill. My antsy fingers reach for my phone, scrolling through my contact list until I find her name, Jamie. Petunia, do you mind if I call someone real quick? It'll only take a second or two. Go ahead, sugar. I need some more champagne. But hey, cheer up, will you? Petunia lifts up my chin with her fingers. I don't like seeing you upset. Don't worry, I think I've just found the answer to all my problems. Once Petunia heads inside, I click the bright green button on my phone and press the device against my ear. Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. I mean, Jamie might not even answer the phone. She might not even be interested in helping me at all. What then? What will I do? How will I get out of this damn town if... Hello? I blink. Oh, hi. Hey, cousin. It's been a while since I've last heard from you, so I just wanted to check in. The sun sets in the distance and a calm breeze wafts by, delicately kissing my skin and ruffling my curly hair. Feels like the start of a new beginning. How are you, Jamie? I'm doing all right. It's good to hear from you, Emily. How's Aunt Bailey and Uncle Pete? Fine. I glance over my shoulder, hoping that no one comes and interrupts this conversation. Listen, I wanted to ask you about something. It's been on my mind for a while, but I wanted to run things by you first. Sure. Go ahead. You live in the big city, and I'm sure it's a wonderful time out there. I've been thinking about chasing some new horizons and heading out there myself. The only problem is that I don't know where to go. I've got some savings to use for rent, but I need a place to crash. Do you get where I'm coming from? Absolutely, she says. She carries a smile with her words. I can hear it clearly. How about you come to stay with me until you can get back on your feet? Don't worry about rent and stuff like that. It's covered. You'll need all the savings you can to survive in a city like this. So I want to help you out as much as I can. You're serious about this, Jamie? You want to help me? I stand up, feeling my heart race pick up. What the hell? Is my far-fetched idea actually working? I owe you for the rest of my life, cousin. When I see you, I'm giving you a big kiss on the cheek, I promise. Jamie laughs. When can you get here? The very next day, I'm packing my clothes and essentials into my dingy little car. It's old and rusty, but it'll survive the journey up to New York City. Lord knows I can't afford the plane ticket right now, so this is as good as I can manage. On a full tank of gas, I commence the journey upwards. I sip on my ice-cold water. I belt out songs to my heart's content, and I dream of the new life I'm building for myself once I step foot in the big city. The best part? I won't be alone. Jamie will be by my side, guiding me throughout this rocky journey. When I'm rich and famous and have way too much money to toss around, I'll make sure she gets a good chunk of it. She's the reason why I've leaped onto this first stepping stone toward my destiny. I arrive at her address after a good 8 hours of driving. I triple-check it to make sure this is the right place. Skyside. The name sends a shiver down my spine. Excuse me, ma'am? A white man dressed in black comes up to me, jolting me out of my daze. I'm in a trance staring up at this big skyscraper. Would you like the valet to come park your car for you? The what? I blurt out. Then I gather my senses and nod eagerly. Oh yeah, sure. Let me just grab my things and I'll be out of your hair. Hoisting 2 suitcases out of the car, I shake the man's hand and hand him the key to my car. He stares at me in a strange way and quietly takes my car away. Huh, I whisper, dragging my suitcases inside. I make my way toward the elevator. Mom told me something about city people being mean sometimes. I hope she's wrong. God, this place is fancy. Breathing in this air makes me feel as if my net worth just shot up a couple of $1,000s. The elevator dings open. I freeze, completely stricken by the sight inside. In front of me is the most handsome white man I have ever seen. He's tall with sandy brown hair and pretty green eyes that steal the breath from my lungs. "Are you going up?" It takes me a moment to register that he's talking to me. He's looking straight at me, and I fumble over my words, trying to think of the right things to say. Yeah, I am. I laugh awkwardly, tugging my suitcases into the elevator as he holds the doors open for me. "Thank you." "Are you moving in?" he asks. His gaze flutters from the suitcases to my attire. Compared to him, I'm severely underdressed. "Do you need any help?" I scratch my neck, smiling wide at his kind tone. "I just came into town. I'm moving in with my cousin." At that, he smiles. My heart nearly stops. "What's your name?" "Emily." "Good to meet you, Emily. I'm Alfred. It'll be a pleasure seeing you around here more often." Oh man, I've just made the best decision of my life.
Chapter 2. Alfred. My eyes skim over the comment multiple times, trying to make sense of what I'm reading. The comments on my recent blog post are normal for the most part, but there are a few that make my throat dry up. "Great article as always. I'm starting to think I've seen you around since we visit the same places. Is it possible that you're the guy who always eats alone at these establishments? The one who is always dressed well and friends with the restaurant staff no matter where you go?" "Damn it," I whisper, running my hand through my hair. How would they know? I don't bring attention to myself. One glance at the gold watch on my wrist, and that assertion goes out the window. I remove the accessory and sigh loudly, rubbing both of my eyes until I see colors. Staring at a screen all day isn't the best thing for my vision, but there's one message in particular that really concerns me. Interesting career choice for someone like you. Maybe one you should rethink, if you know what's good for you. Is it really about to come out, the man behind the blog? Or am I just reading too much into a few abstract comments? I stare and stare at those 3 simple lines, but I can't make up my mind. If it's a threat, it's vague. But just vague enough that I'm not certain it isn't. Grabbing my jacket, I take the elevator downstairs and visit a trendy coffee shop a few blocks down from Skyside. There's a long line and a soft thrum of noise. While I'm waiting, I cross my arms over my chest and find myself subconsciously observing every person who passes me by. What if this person knows my true identity? Or this one? This girl has been smiling at me for a while. What if she knows? "Will that be all, sir?" the barista asks, marking down my latte and a croissant on her tablet. "Would you like to try some of our new cake pops?" "No, thank you." "Are you sure? They've been featured in a recent food blog article. They've been selling out ever since." The mention of a food blog makes me nervous. Is this blonde teenager onto me? Does she know the truth about me and my blog? About my true identity? Nope. That'll be all, thanks. I can't even enjoy myself anymore. The croissant is all right, and the latte isn't the best. Instead of sulking, I return home with the hopes of watching a good cooking show and enjoying it with a good glass of wine. I have a few reds I haven't opened yet. Maybe it'll take my mind off the mess that's ensuing right now. Is it possible that they've figured me out? I mean, there's no way. I've never been sloppy. I need to change the way I present myself when I go to these restaurants. They've noticed I'm always alone. Should I start showing up with someone? It might sound silly that I'm so worried about keeping my anonymity as a food critic, but as the heir to a fast food empire, it would be a disaster if the word really did get out. Or maybe a giant cosmic joke. Neither idea thrills me. In the elevator, I push the button for my floor and watch in the distance as a young woman with 2 suitcases stumbles into the lobby. Her eyes are wide, enraptured by the sight of the lobby. Is she new around here? I've never seen her before. The doors close, but for some reason I don't want the elevator to ascend just yet. Fortunately, the woman I just saw presses the button and the doors open straight away for her. She's an incredibly attractive black woman with dark hair, a dark complexion, and pretty brown eyes. At the same time, she's completely endearing. I'm used to women who wear tight dresses and glamorous jewelry. It comes with the lifestyle that accompanies my name. This woman, however, wears a jean jacket, a cute gray V-neck, and sweatpants topped off with some brown hiking boots. A headband wraps around her hairline and a curly-haired bun rests on top of her head. "Are you going up?" I ask, but then I realize how dumb that sounds. Of course, she is. She wouldn't be pressing the elevator button otherwise. She stammers over her words, but eventually composes herself. "Yeah, I am. She laughs, bringing in her luggage while I stick my hand out for the doors to stay open. "Thank you. Are you moving in?" The luggage makes that obvious. Why am I asking the worst questions in front of such a pretty woman? It's as if my brain turns to worms in front of beauty. "Do you need any help?" I just came into town. I'm moving in with my cousin. She's got a bit of an accent, which makes me smile. How cute. What's your name? Emily. Good to meet you, Emily. I'm Alfred. It'll be a pleasure seeing you around here more often. Leaning against the wall, I tilt my head curiously at her. You never answered my question, by the way. Did you need any help with these suitcases? Oh, that would be really nice of you, Alfred. Thank you. She wipes at her forehead with the back of her hand. Is it true what they say about people from the city? I raise a brow. What do they say about people from the city? That they're mean and rude, that they don't give you the time of day. Emily huffs out a breath, staring up as the floor number starts climbing slowly, one by one. My mom said so. People are rude wherever you go, but I wouldn't call myself rude. No, not at all. You're really nice. Emily smiles wide. I like the way her eyes crinkle up when she does. How long have you been living here? For quite some time. Are you from somewhere down south? You've got a cute way of speaking. Cute? She repeats playfully. I'm from North Carolina. No one's ever described me as cute before. Well, I'm hoping to change that. Sticking my hands in my pocket, I watch as the elevator doors open and she scrambles for her suitcases. I grab the handle of one. Don't worry, I've got it. Thank you. Emily tugs the suitcase out of the elevator and sets it to the ground with a huff. I owe you one, Alfred. Can I cash in on the favor? She glances at me with her mouth slightly ajar. What do you mean by that? Well, when life presents you with a golden opportunity, you take it, at all costs. Considering you just came into town, why don't I show you around a little bit? Show me around? Where would we go? What's there to do? She's not running away in fear, nor does she have any sort of suspicion in her tone. That's a good sign. What if I took you to dinner tonight? I'd pay for everything, don't worry. And the restaurant isn't too far from here, so we could walk there and walk back once we're done. Emily nods slowly, the light in her eyes never going out. Okay. Sounds fun. I agree. We'd have a good time. Clenching my jaw, I realize I have to be somewhat honest with the girl. As pretty as she is, I can't lead her on with the possibility of an actual relationship. You would just pretend to be my girlfriend for the night. At that, Emily lets out a little noise. She taps her finger on the handle of her suitcase as a pensive look overtakes her expression. Then she smiles. You're giving me quite the adventure for my first day in the big city, Alfred. But are you okay with it? I ask. You wouldn't have to do much. We would just have to act like any lovesick couple would on a dinner date. Low-key and non-threatening. Of course I am. Just tell me the time and I'll be ready for you. Huh. That was easier than I thought. I don't think I've ever met a woman spontaneous enough to accept a random dinner date with a total stranger. Is she that starved for adventure? In any case, I'll be able to scope out the restaurant tonight while hopefully disguising myself. I won't be the single man tonight, and whoever it is that thinks they recognize me might think twice about that. Here, I'll give you my number and I'll send you the details. Go ahead, she says gently, passing off her phone. For some reason, I'm oddly excited about the whole thing. We choose 6 p.m. as a good time to walk to the restaurant. The reservation is in the system and I'm dressed up in a blazer, loose white shirt, and dark dress pants. When I meet Emily in the lobby, she's dressed in a baby blue sundress with simple light shoes to match. She's cute. I can't lie. Ready to go? I ask, offering her my arm to link hers with. Absolutely. What kind of food will we be eating tonight? You'll see. It'll be a nice surprise and a good welcome to New York City. I'm sure you'll love it. If you say so, Alfred, then I will. The banter flows easily between us once we're seated in the restaurant. The waiter offers us a fine selection of wines. I learn Emily is a fan of white wines overall. She also orders a salmon dish, which is a good choice from this location. To my surprise, time flies while I'm speaking with her. She stares at me with such warmth in her eyes, and she's quite amazed to hear how well-versed I am when it comes to food. When I tell her that I've traveled across the globe just to try different cultural dishes, she gasps quietly. And what do you do for work? Do you get enough paid time off to let you travel? I say, sipping from my glass. I have quite a flexible schedule. She smiles, nods, and accepts that answer. For the first time in a long time, I feel at ease around someone else. No need to keep my walls up. I sit back, relax, and enjoy the food. As we walk home, I realize that going out to dinner with someone else is kind of fun. Sitting in silence and eating food by myself probably makes me look like the most miserable person in the world. I guess it's no wonder I stand out. It's a great thing we met earlier today, huh? I ask her. She leans into my touch, grazing her fingers against my arm. I feel like the luckiest girl around. Would it be weird if I asked her on another one of these fake dates? She doesn't seem to mind, and neither do I. We had a great time, and I'm starting to like her company. It's not a ruse either. It's about time I let myself have a bit of fun.
Chapter 3. Emily. Is this real life? Have I truly lucked out during my first week here in New York City? Careful with the milk, Jamie calls out, stirring at her coffee while she watches me pour some cereal. You nearly wasted half a gallon last time. Sorry about that, I say gently, mindful of my movements to make sure I don't make a mess. That happens sometimes when my mind is in a daze. My limbs go on autopilot. I've been thinking about a lot of stuff. I can tell, she remarks, straightening out in her seat. Jamie gestures to the chair across from her. Come here and spill. Not literally. She points an accusatory finger at me. I don't feel like climbing up a milk puddle right now. Yeah, whatever. I set my bowl in front of hers and sit down. I haven't been able to stop thinking about that guy who took me out on a fake date. My fingers make air quotes around the words. Jamie sends me a pointed look. Emily, if I'm being completely honest with you, the guy sounds like he's looking for something with no strings attached. He wants all the benefits of a relationship without actually committing to one. I get where you're coming from, but I shrug, dunking my spoon into the cereal and making sure the milk evenly disperses throughout. I don't know. Alfred and I had such a great connection. It was undeniable. Has he texted you since? Not really, no, I say, averting my gaze. And I've never been the type to initiate contact with a guy. You know that. I'd rather them chase me down for another date. You're not even dating this guy, though. Have you even wondered why he's looking for a fake girlfriend to go out on fake dates with? What if he's sketchy? You've got some preconceived judgments about the guy, and you haven't even met him yet. Jamie scoffs, rolling her eyes. Trust me, Emily. When you've lived in a place like this for a while, you get used to seeing some weird people. I'm not saying your guy is weird, but I'm heavily implying it. He's a very sweet man, tall, white, handsome. I wiggle my eyebrows at her. He knows a lot about food and wine, too. Every question I had about the different meals, he was able to answer. He used a lot of big, fancy words that I couldn't really understand, but I went along with it because he's cute. You had fun, at least. Jamie gazes at me. Right? Of course. He made me feel so... I rub a hand against my forearm, remembering the way our skin touched while we walked home together. Welcomed. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to fit in well with the city, but he changed my perspective on things quickly. I don't want you to get hurt, Emily. Jamie leans in close, and her words carry a more serious edge. I'm glad that you're having a good time with this guy, but please, don't take things too seriously if he's not willing to put in the work. Why do you think I want a relationship with him so bad? I furrow my eyebrows together and cross my arms over my chest. What if I'm just trying to have some fun too? Uh-huh, Jamie says, clearly unconvinced. Coming from the girl who posts romantic quotes on her timeline, I'm having trouble believing that to be true. I click my tongue. When I use social media, I think I'm talking to the void. I don't actually expect people to pay attention to what I'm saying. Oh, whatever. You act as if some people can't change their minds. I want the best for you. That's all. You shouldn't have to change your standards and desires just to appease this guy, she explains. There are so many guys in this city. Like too many to count. If things don't work with this one, you'll easily find another guy willing to treat you right. But what if I don't have the same connection with them as I do with Alfred? I bite my bottom lip, considering Jamie's words. She has a practical approach to the whole situation. Maybe I'm a bit in over my head. The thrill of being in a new environment might be messing with me. I hear you, cousin, I whisper, finally sticking a spoonful of cereal into my mouth. I cover my lips with a fist as I chew. I'm not trying to get hurt either. I didn't come all this way to get my heart broken by some random man. It happens to the best of us, she replies, shrugging indifferently. It's a sad reality, but I think most women bump into a few frogs before running into their princes. My friends had some luck in that department. Yeah? I perk up. They're married now, aren't they? They are. It wasn't easy for them, but they've made it far with their partners. I'm happy for them. Don't you ever want to be in their shoes, though? I ask, gazing out the nearest window. The New York City skyline never fails to take my breath away. To have someone by your side to call your own? Jamie shrugs, picking up her dishes and empty coffee mug. When the right person comes along, sure, I'd love that. Right now I'm fine with my TV nights and pasta dinners at home with my cousin. Oh yeah, I smack my palm against the table. That reminds me, what kind of pasta sauce should I buy next time at the store? I was thinking pesto, but there's this fettuccine Alfredo recipe I saw online that I want to try. Make it yourself. Don't buy store-bought. It's not as good. As Jamie works on the dishes, a knock comes at the front door. I hurry to open it, not expecting to see the object of my desire standing there. Alfred grins. Hi, Emily. Are you busy? No, not at all. Of course, I was in the middle of breakfast, but he doesn't need to know that. What's going on? I wanted to ask if you'd be willing to do a repeat of what we did last weekend, he says. Another fake date at a nice restaurant in the city. All you have to do is dress nicely, and I'll take care of the rest. My eyes narrow slightly. You know, Jamie might be right. Why does he need a fake girlfriend so bad? Why can't he find a real one? Why doesn't he ask me to be his real one? I'd love to. Guess Jamie was right when she suggested I couldn't be trusted to make good choices too. Great. Same deal as last time, okay? I'll text you the details. I nod, gripping tightly on the door. He says goodbye and makes his way toward the elevator. I watch him leave before gently closing the front door and sighing against it. He just needs someone to keep up appearances. He doesn't actually want to spend time with you, Emily. Get a grip. I frown. But what if he really wants to go out with me, though? I mean, what appearance does he have to keep up? And for who? Who was that? Jamie calls out from the kitchen. The faucet is still running. It was Alfred. What did he want? Another date. Making my way to my bedroom, I swear I hear Jamie groan and mumble things under her breath. It doesn't matter, though. I need to plan another outfit for the night. No time to waste. There's a cute yellow dress I haven't worn in forever, so I pick it out of my closet and start looking for the right accessories. A bracelet might work with it. What about some earrings? Should I add a bit more makeup this time? Brows? Lashes? God, why am I so freaked out about this? I whisper, laying out my outfit on the bed and daydreaming about my date with Alfred. Fake date. I nearly forgot. Does he feel the same sparks as I do? We meshed so well during that first time out together that it was hard to keep track of time. He makes me burst out into laughter, and he enthralls me with his stories of traveling around the world. I wonder what the rest of his daily routine looks like. Does he go to the gym? Does he go out for brunch at some fancy little restaurants nearby? Does he have any pets? Does he like them? He's a rich man if he lives here, so I imagine he's got a fancy convertible that he revs loudly while he drives through the city. Or maybe he's a subway kind of guy. The mystery of Alfred makes me want to learn more, but I need to know my place. After all, I'm only his fake girlfriend, a placeholder for the real thing one day. Ah, damn it. Don't think like that. You'll just make yourself cry. Later at dinner, I slosh my white wine around as I enjoy some nice chicken plates. As an appetizer, Alfred ordered us some caviar and blinis, teaching me the proper way to eat them. How are you enjoying the food so far? Alfred asks. I snort. What? Are you the waiter? It's an honest question. I want to make sure you're having a good time with some wonderful food. Well, I've never had caviar before. I liked it, but it's a bit on the expensive side. I don't think I'll be buying some for myself anytime soon. Alfred hums. You don't know that. You sound like a driven and ambitious woman. I can see you living the high life one day. Do you? Absolutely, he says, setting down his utensils. It's what you deserve. Swallowing hard, I reach for my wine and take a big gulp. The alcohol burns my throat and makes me sway a little bit in my seat. On the plus side, it loosens my tongue some more. We talk into the night, laughing, joking, and speaking candidly about our lives. In the back of my mind, I remind myself to keep it professional. I tell myself I only agreed for a few laughs and a free meal at a fancy restaurant I could never afford on my own. I'm only supposed to act in love with him, not actually fall in love. That might be a little too late, though.
Chapter 4. Alfred. I ring the bell and wait. Hold on, she calls through the door. I smooth my hair and give my jacket a tug. When she opens the door, my heart sinks. She's stunning in a simple but clingy dress. I thought she was attractive when we first met, but now I'm blown away, and I've probably already talked myself into the friend zone. Why didn't I just ask her out on a real date? Do you want to come in? She says. I probably shouldn't, I say, checking my watch. I made it all the way to the elevator before I realized I had my favorite Rolex on. I went back and switched it out. Oh, okay, she says. I need my purse. Wait a sec. I stand there in the doorway, awkwardly holding the door open. Luckily, her purse is in the living room. She grabs it and Wright comes back. I offer her my arm. So, where are we going? She asks me in the elevator. This is a Georgian restaurant. The country, not the state, I tell her. They have a location in Brooklyn, but they just opened this one. Have you been there before? Only to the Brooklyn one. We get outside and she looks around. Do you want to walk a bit? I say. Sometimes I do that. Builds up a bit of an appetite. We have time. The reservation is not until 8. Sure, she says. If you're tired, just let me know. I'll hail a cab. As we walk, she asks how often I eat out. I confess 3 or 4 times a week. It's more like 6 or 7. I don't like cooking dinner as it is, not to mention my job as a critic requires plenty of meals out. But I can make a mean breakfast spread. I'm really excited, she says. New York has so many fabulous restaurants, but I have to say, everything is so expensive here. It's one of the reasons I love my job, I say, smiling down at her. All expenses and expensive meals paid. I explain to her that I do podcasts for the new restaurants, but I at least do a blog post on every meal I eat out. What is your podcast called? She asks me. Incognito, I admit sheepishly. I gotta say, I thought it was really clever, back when I got started. Now it's very... I think it's still clever, she says, smiling at me. I thought she was beautiful before, but now she's absolutely radiant. Well, I was young. How young? Been doing it for about 8 years. She looks impressed, I think. What do I know? Maybe time for a cab, I say. Are you hungry enough? Starving. Okay, well, let's ixnay the incognito talk if you don't mind. No one is supposed to be able to link me with the podcast after all, and talking in public about my closely guarded secret is probably not the best way to keep anything quiet. My lips are sealed, she says, drawing her hand across her mouth and miming throwing away the key. The restaurant is packed. Like most places in Manhattan, it is also tiny. We are led to a tiny table tucked in a corner which I think is just perfect. This is so... Emily seems lost for words. The vibe is modern and sleek. Nothing like this where you are from? I ask. Oh no, she says, but we do have an IHOP and 2 Waffle Houses. You're kidding? I say. No other restaurants? There's a diner, she says. Mom and pop place. But you walk in there and you think you've been through a time machine. 80s? I guess. Oh Lord, no. 60s probably. They're like the 3rd generation or something. The food is very good. The waiter comes over and asks if we'd like drinks. We haven't even looked at the menu yet. I usually like wine with dinner, I tell Emily. But you go ahead and order whatever you want. Wine. Sounds good, she says. She seems a little intimidated. What do you recommend? I ask the waiter. Oh, we have wine made in the Georgian style, he says. He points to the menu. Does that sound okay? I ask Emily and she nods. The waiter explains the different choices. It's a short list, and I pick one. When he comes back, he pours her a taste. She looks at me. Please taste it, I say. Tell me what you think. She picks it up. Even in the dim lighting, we can see the distinctive orange color. She tastes it and approves. The waiter fills both our glasses and explains the specials. This is so good, she says, leaning into me. I know. Delicious, right? I say. The orange color is because it is white grapes fermented with the skins on. They used to age it in clay pots buried in the ground instead of oak barrels like the French did. How do you know that? She asks. Now I'm sure she's impressed. I feel the need to confess, though. I'm not a sommelier. I'm a bit of a geek, I admit. Google. I research when I try something new and I want to know more about it. More like all about it, absolutely everything. But I don't tell her that. What do you think we should order? She asks. What do you want? One of everything, she says. It all looks so good and different. I mean, what is this? Grilled grits? It's a cracker thing. That chicken dish is kind of like a curry, I say. But it's different. Believe me, you'll want the grits to sop up all the sauce. We have to start with one of the breads. The cheese is baked right in. It's delicious. Do you need to take notes? She says, lowering her voice. I shake my head and lean around the table. She leans in toward me, and I put my hand on her shoulder. I usually use the bill for reference, I say softly in her ear. But I usually write up my podcast as soon as I get home. I'll film it tomorrow. I slide my hand down her arm and grab her hand. She squeezes it. Out of the corner of my eye, I see the waiter approach us. It must be time to order more food. But he must think we're having a couple's moment because he suddenly remembers he forgot something in the kitchen. I think our plan is working, I whisper. The waiter thinks we are on a date. She turns her head and stares right into my eyes lovingly. "How's that?" she says. "It's very good," I say. My stomach is flipping at the proximity and just how real it all feels. I need to slow down. I pull away, ending the moment. We order a salad and a soup, promising to share everything. "Tell me more about where you grew up," I say. "Were you a cheerleader?" "Of course," she says. "It's practically the law there." I laugh and ask what else. "I never could figure out what I wanted to do," she said. "I mean, I never could pick one thing. I'd get excited about marine biology, for example. We had a really nice marine bio teacher, but then I'd think about all the other things I could do and I don't know." She frowns, wrinkling up her nose. "What about you?" she asks directly. "What was your childhood like?" I freeze in a total deer-in-headlights move. "Oh, you know," I say, spreading my hands out. "I'm a Smith. Pretty common. I was like a background actor in high school. It's not the first time I'm glad my last name is Smith. It's very easy to disassociate from the family legacy that could easily overshadow my whole life if I let it. Nowadays, I save most of my monthly trust fund distribution. When I was younger, I was more about flashing my money around. I thought it would get me laid, and boy, was I right. But I never met anyone who cared about me as much as they cared about my family's money. Don't think about that, I tell myself. I've had enough of those games. I want to find someone who actually loves me, for me." "I'm sure you weren't in the background," she says. "Let me guess. Chess club?" "Oh, not that bad," I say, grinning. "But I was on the debate team." "Oh no," she says, feigning horror. The soup and salad are wonderful, and I don't usually like cold soup. Emily orders the dish with the grilled grits, and I get a lamb dish. She asks the waiter about the sour plum that appears in several dishes. "Why is food your thing?" she asks me when he leaves us alone again. I don't want to explain that either, but luckily I have more than enough other things I love about food that I can talk about. "I think food connects people," I say. "I'm going to remember this night for a long time. I think food stimulates something in your brain. It, like, cements the memory, the taste, the smell." "You're right," she says. "I can't smell my grandfather's aftershave without remembering the bathroom in their house." "I feel like there is always something to learn about food," I continue. "I have to watch it, or I'm going to go full food nerd on her. There's always new spices to discover from all over the world, and new ways to use them." She smiles at me. "What?" I say. I can see your passion, that's all." "Well, it's just food," I say, looking down at the table. "Alfred," she says, reaching across the table and putting her dark hand on mine. Her skin is so soft. "I think it's wonderful you found your passion. And the fact that you can make a living at it. That's the dream, right?" "I'm very lucky," I admit, even though I'm pretty much lying. The rest of the dinner is equally fabulous, but we have to beg off desserts. We're stuffed. I tell Emily sometimes I just stop by places late and get a dessert if the restaurant allows it. They usually do. "Oh, I love dessert," she says. "I'd love to help you out with that." On the way home, we talk about how we fooled everyone and agree that together we make a very good disguise. I drop her off at her cousin's condo and go upstairs to my own. I stand in the living room and suddenly feel very alone. "Time to get to work," I mumble and march off to my office.
Chapter 5. Emily. "I have a proposition for you," Alfred says. "Sounds naughty," I say. I'm flirting, and I don't care. I understand by now that he only needs me to keep his secret identity secret. But he's so sweet, and we've been having so much fun. In the past 2 weeks, he's taken me to another new restaurant and some of his favorites. He says since menus change seasonally, he needs to go back often and update his viewers, and that being a regular at some spots helps him blend in. All I know is that I'm having the time of my life. The only thing weighing me down right now is the fact that I haven't found a job yet. He says, turning red. Crap, I think. I've scared him off. I need to remember he doesn't like me like that. Can I help it if sometimes I just want to pretend he does? I'm sorry, I say. I fold my arms across my chest and tilt my head at him. Back in business mode, I promise. What is it? Should we get some more port? Not if you want me to stay in business mode. We are at this fabulous little wine bar, and we just shared a fantastic flourless chocolate torte. Seriously, if I had to write a critique on it, I would call it a chocolate pinnacle in my mouth. Whoops. Business mode? I think sternly. I'm getting back into traveling for the business, he says. And I have a 2-week trip to Tuscany coming up. I thought maybe you could come with me? Are you serious? Deadly. His tone is serious, but he's smiling. He's just so darn cute. He's staring right at me and his eyes are so green, so intense. I want to brush his hair back. I want to do a lot of things. I definitely don't need any more port. I can't afford that, I say sadly. You don't have to. It's covered. Why am I turning this down? I ask myself. Isn't this what I left home for? Adventure? I think back to all the weddings I've been to in the past 5 years. All my friends and sisters and cousins. Isn't it my turn to really experience life? So, I don't have a husband. I have a great guy willing to take me to Italy for reasons. Why not just go for it for once? Do I have to be intimidated Emily forever? I'm in, I say firmly. New York will be here when I get back. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Great, he says. When I tell Jamie, she's less excited. It seems kind of fast, she says. I know, I say. But I promise I'll look for a job when I get back. The day we leave, she's already left for work by the time I get up. She texted me, though. Don't sleep with him, I read. I giggle and text back. Okay, Mom. I am not going to sleep with him. He even said he booked 2 suites so it won't be a problem. Still, if the opportunity arises. We sleep on the overnight flight and wake up refreshed enough to start the day exploring Florence while our bags are sent to the hotel. We have cappuccinos and pastries at a little cafe. Alfred runs off a list of things we have to do that day. I'm sorry if it sounds a little too scheduled, he says. But I assumed you hadn't been here before. I haven't, I say. Please show me everything. The first stop is the David. The David. I'm trying to think of Alfred as just a friend I'm helping out. Meanwhile, he shows me this giant hunk of a naked man. And, I'm not exaggerating, I swear I see a bit of a resemblance between the two of them. We explore some more of the Galleria and then head to Boboli Gardens. How do you feel about just a light snack for lunch? He says. I've got a big meal planned for tonight. I agree. We get some fresh fruit cups and more pastries, because when in Rome, Florence, we get a riccia and frolla sfogliatella and happily debate the merits of the different crusts on the way back to the hotel. I don't know about you, Alfred says when we get to our suite, but I think I need a power nap. He points to the bedroom. You go ahead and take the bed, he says. I'll sack out here. I go into the bedroom but risk a look back at him. He's sitting on the couch untying his shoes. I doze off thinking about a David statue that comes to life. I do wake up feeling very refreshed, if a bit frustrated. It's Friday night, and the streets are bustling. He takes my hand and leads me confidently through the crowd. He stops in front of a huge building. You just have to see this, he says. Most of the merchants are packing up for the day, but we see an amazing variety of meats, olives, cheese, and produce. An elderly woman at a cheese stall says something to us and Alfred stops. She yammers on in Italian while she slices off some samples and holds them out to us. I taste it. It's creamy and nutty and maybe one of the best things I've ever tasted. Grazie, I say. She puts her hand on my head and starts talking excitedly. I look at Alfred, but he just shrugs. Then she turns back to her cheese. What did she say? I ask when we get outside the market. The restaurant is right there, he says. No, what did she say? He doesn't answer me. Alfred. Don't make me tell you. Well, now you have to tell me. I stop in the middle of the sidewalk and cross my arms in front of my chest. He continues without me a few steps before realizing it. Tell me. Now. I feel a momentary panic seize me, thinking the worst possible thoughts. She seemed so nice, but did she say something horrible? As a Black woman, that fear of judgment, even from a total stranger, never goes that far from your mind. He turns beet red. Listen, she's just an old lady. Now. She was just putting a blessing on you for many babies. What? I say. Alfred has now gone from red to crimson. How many babies? He looks down at the sidewalk. 12, he confesses. I start laughing and can't stop. He looks up at me, and the relief on his face is obvious. You're not mad? He asks, and I shake my head. How can I be mad? I'm in this amazing city. The architecture is like a feast for the eyes. I got to see the David, and now I've been blessed by a random sweet little old Italian lady. What a day. I'm hungry, I say, and Alfred holds out his hand. I have to tell you, though, having 12 kids is out of the question. No kidding, he says. I've always wanted 10, and I am not going above that. Now it's his turn to stop. I start laughing again. Oh, you're trouble, he says. Why did I bring her again? He mutters, pretending to talk to himself. I swat his shoulder and he grabs my hand. For a second, we are staring into each other's eyes. A second ago, I was starving, but now I'm craving something else. And the feeling is coming from a place lower than my stomach. Come on, I say, trying to ignore what I'm feeling. I'm getting hungrier by the second. We get a cozy little candlelit table. I have to ask you something, Alfred says, and my heart jumps. Yes, I think. Whatever, however you want it. It almost seems like a crime against Florence not to make love in this wonderful place. What? I ask. I don't want you to even look at the menu. I want to pick it all. The wine, the food. Do you trust me? I trust you, I say solemnly. I'm putting my meal in your hands. I hold out my hands, and he grabs them and kisses each of them quickly. He orders, and I sit back and wait. It's all amazing. The steak is the most amazing of them all. It practically melts on my tongue like butter. What do you think? He asks me. I choose my words carefully. I think, I say. That is the best piece of meat I've ever had in my mouth. He smiles broadly, but I realize instantly that he doesn't get what I am hinting at. I'm kind of on a mission now, though. I want the full Florence experience, and that includes mind-blowing sex. He, however, really just thinks I'm talking about the food. I see another chance when we get back to the hotel. I'm really glad you came with me on this trip, he says. It's more fun with someone. We walk into the suite, and he leads me over to the door to the bedroom. It's going to happen. Well, good night, he says. I'm really not tired, I say. Had that power nap. I add a yawn at the end so he knows I'm lying. I am tired, but I'm willing to stay up. He looks like he's thinking about it. I, really should make some notes, he says, and we should get going early tomorrow. So I go to bed alone. Not quite the romantic ending I was hoping for. I simply have to stop thinking about sex. He obviously doesn't like me like that. Who knows why? Chemistry is a tricky thing. It doesn't mean anything. I refuse to take it personally. When I wake up, I decide I am not going to let the rejection spoil the rest of my trip. I came to see Italy. I'm sure I can find someone willing to sleep with me when we get home. We get into our tiny Italian rental car, which is totes adorbs, and head out into the countryside. Alfred talks happily about all he has planned for us, and I can't help but catch his enthusiasm. We are cruising along, and then we come around a curve and have to stop. There are sheep, like hundreds of them. Alfred stops the car and gets out. I'll help. Viva Italia, I think as I hop out of the car and follow him.
Chapter 6. Alfred. For you, Signore. The bottle of Chianti is pressed into my hands, and I accept it gracefully. Our last stop on our 2-week whirlwind was a wine tasting at a vineyard. Afterward, the owners invited us to dinner. Apparently, they were supposed to have company that night who had to cancel at the last minute. Since I had already drunk quite a bit, I didn't have any wine at dinner, saying I had to drive. Emily abstained as well, which was sweet of her. So I am completely sober as we drive to the inn where we are going to spend our last night. It's where I always stay on my last night in Tuscany. They have the best muffins, and the owner also owns a bakery in town. So for everyone's safety, it's good that I'm sober. For my sanity, not so much. Emily sticks her head out the window of the little car, relishing the fresh air. She's a breath of fresh air herself. I've never had as much fun as I've had the last 2 weeks. There's just this one little thing. You've stayed here before? Emily asks as I pull up to the inn. We both just packed a change of clothes for the flight home in our carry-ons, so we don't have to bring in the big suitcases. It's reliable, I say. Then I kind of regret the word. Sounds boring. We have a long flight home tomorrow, I explain. And now I sound like my mother. Great. The front desk is quiet. There's an envelope on it with my name on it. I open it. Signor Smith, your room is 5 and the passcode is 8724. Buonanotte and welcome. What is it? Emily says, sidling up to me and looking over my shoulder. Well, she's much shorter than me. Look, we have a problem, I say. What if she thinks I did this on purpose? I mean, she was sending me very clear signals on purpose in Florence. At least I think so. But we had a lot of wine and we were jet-lagged and I didn't bring her to Italy to take advantage of her. They only gave me 1 room, I say. I said 2, but... I lead her to the room and open the door. It's charming, which in this tiny inn means small. The villa we stayed in last night had rooms bigger than my whole apartment. Oh, and this one has 1 bed. 1 tiny bed. I'll get the owner, I say, shaking my head. I turn to go, but Emily grabs my arm. Oh, don't do that, she says. I look down into her big brown eyes. I want to stroke her cheek and kiss her lips. I've been dreaming about her lips every night. But the rest of the trip she was, well, not cold, but decidedly less enthusiastic. God, I don't even know. We're adults, Alfred, she says. We can make it work. Don't wake anybody up. Okay, I say helplessly. I'll have to sleep on the floor. There's no way for us to sleep on that bed and have a demilitarized zone. She heads into the bathroom. Can we have the wine? I'm really not tired. Unlike in Florence, there is no innuendo, at least none that I can tell. Oh no, she says. No glasses? Do you think we should break into the kitchen? She seems positively thrilled by the idea. I point wordlessly to the sideboard where there is a selection of different wine glasses lined up in pairs. I love Italy, she says and closes the door on me. I get busy opening the wine. I decide that she was drunk that first night and regretted it the next morning. So thank God we didn't do anything. That could have ruined the rest of the trip. But man, she's sexy. The woman makes herding sheep across a road sexy. And when she wasn't brimming with sexiness, she was happy and optimistic. We got a flat tire because when in the Italian countryside it's kind of inevitable, and she even made that fun. But something changed after that first night. She was definitely sending me signals. Or maybe she wasn't. and I'm just a complete ass. Whatever the reason, when she gets out of the bathroom, I'm sitting on the edge of the bed because there is nowhere else to sit. She plops down beside me and I hand her the wine. "To you, Alfred," she says, holding up her glass. "To me." I don't raise my glass to toast myself, and she rolls her eyes and clinks with me anyway. "Yes, to you, you big goof. This trip has been amazing. I think I want to be a food critic. I had no idea it was this lucrative." She takes a sip of wine, tasting it carefully. "Drink, silly," she says. "It's really good." I taste it. She scoots up to the head of the bed and puts her glass on the nightstand. "Come on, Alfred, get comfortable. It's been a long day." Again, no innuendo. I get up with a small amount of difficulty, sitting beside her, smelling her. Well, I get hard immediately, but I stretch out next to her. How the hell am I going to get through tonight? We talk, staring at the ceiling. I ask her what her favorite part of the trip was. We rehash the past 2 weeks, remembering, laughing. An hour later, the wine is gone. "What was your least favorite part of the trip?" I ask. I figure she'll say the flat tire. "That first night in Florence, I guess." That surprises me. I prop myself up on my elbow and look down at her. "You didn't like it? The steak?" I thought she loved it. Heck, I dreamed about the noises she made tasting it. She sits up on her own elbow and looks right into my eyes. "Italy is such a romantic country, Alfred. And Florence is such a beautiful city. I was kind of hoping—" "What?" I say. She doesn't answer. She kisses me. It's like a dam breaking and I can't hold back. All the pent-up frustration, all the passion I've been wanting to ravish her with, day after day, night after night. I pull her close and the feeling of her body up against mine, her mouth warm and welcoming. I pull back. We've had to put a pause on this scene because it's a bit too spicy for YouTube. Want to hear the full, unfiltered story? Head over to tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 to save on the complete, pulse-pounding experience. Let's get back to the story. You won't know what hit you, baby. I'm going to take you, break you, and make you mine. And when I'm done, you're...
Now hold on just a minute.
What?
I got something to say.
What's the meaning of this?
Now you may be some fine-looking white boy,
Got that right, baby. It takes hard work.
and you might got the money,
Fat stacks, baby, to spoil you with.
but that doesn't mean I'm going to give it up to you without a fight.
A fight?
You want some limp wilting flowers? Go to historical romance, baby. But you want sassy and spicy strong black queens that tame their alpha male bad boys?
I think our listeners do.
Then you go on and look at Miss Tyla's Bougie Brides and Billionaires audio bundle.
50 hours of me whispering the most romantic things in your ears. Fake marriages, alpha male billionaires, strong black women, steamy scenes that will make your eyes roll back. And everything wrapped up in a happily ever after that will put you in an afterglow.
Use code SAVE40 to get 40% off this bundle and any other digital product in Miss Tyla's store.
Unabridged and uncut.
Just like you,
You're gonna have to find out.
Tyla Walker Romances. Escape your life with sassy romance. Chapter 7. Emily. I wake up and stretch out. Then I realize Alfred is gone. I sit up. Where? The door to the bathroom opens and he comes out, fully dressed. Actually fully dressed and showered. His hair is wet and you can see the comb marks in it. "Hi," I say. He looks at me and quickly averts his eyes. The covers fall to my waist. He's fully dressed and I'm naked, and for some reason that feels weird. I yank up the sheet to cover my boobs. "Sorry," he says. "I didn't want to wake you up, so I jumped in the shower." "It's okay," I say, hugging the sheet around me. "I'll go downstairs. I've been dreaming about Gianna's famous muffins," he says. He pauses. We kind of don't have a lot of time. Sorry. It's okay, I say. I'll shower and get dressed. There might be a lot of traffic at the airport, and we have to return the car. Okay, I say. Geez, I get it. But I am not getting out of bed and strutting across the room naked in front of him. He seems all business now, right down to his sports coat. Right, he says, and leaves. I take a quick shower. The inn is quaint, and quaint is not exactly synonymous with luxurious. It's charming in its own way. The mirror in the bathroom isn't big, but I know I see some regret in my eyes. This is what you wanted, I tell my reflection sternly. It was the perfect end to the perfect vacation. I get dressed, noting that having one pre-planned outfit saves a ton of time. Then I plaster a smile on my face and head downstairs. Alfred took his bag with him, so I do the same. I do not want to miss that flight. Suddenly I want to get out of Italy very badly. Cafe? The question comes from a smiling middle-aged woman at the front desk. Ah, the famous muffin lady, I think. Grazie, I say. Then more tentatively, I test my Italian. Signora Gianna? She frowns and shakes her head, but then she's smiling again. She comes out from behind the desk and grabs my elbow. I follow her to the room across the hall. It's crammed with little tables. Gianna, she says, pointing. You say dogger? She tries. I pause for a moment, processing. Oh, daughter, I say and smile back. I nod, letting her know I understand. Gianna is her daughter. I turn to look, and my heart, which has been flip-flopping since I woke up, crashes to the floor. Gianna is no muffin lady. She looks like she belongs on the cover of an Italian fashion magazine. And standing next to her is Alfred, chatting away in Italian. I slink over to the buffet and get my coffee and some fruit and one of the muffins. Alfred has no idea I entered the room. Gianna gives me a quick glance and obviously decides I'm not worth her attention. I focus on my breakfast. I eat all my fruit and drink my coffee. Reluctantly, I turn to the muffin. Holy crap, that's delicious. I've never believed the way to a man's heart was through his stomach. I always figured the fastest way was decidedly lower, but it looks like Gianna has both routes covered. No, I think, I don't need this. It's like cake for breakfast. Some things are just wrong. I dump the rest in the small wastebasket and march over to Alfred. Should we get going? I ask. Oh, hi, he says and checks his watch. Oh, you're right. We have to go, he says to Gianna. I stand there awkwardly while they hug and kiss on both cheeks. He grabs his carry-on bag. I'll call you as soon as I get back to New York, he says. I know him well enough to know he isn't just saying that. That's a promise. She smiles, flashing a row of perfect teeth. He smiles back. For you, Gianna says, picking up a bakery box and pressing it into my hands. Travel better with muffins. Thanks, I mutter. I follow Alfred out to the car, obediently carrying the box. Great, I'm a muffin mule now, I think furiously. I stare out the window on the way to the airport. Euro for your thoughts? He says. You're very quiet. I always am at the end of a vacation, I lie. We get to the airport. Security is a nightmare, and we only have about a half hour to spare before we have to board. I'll meet you at the gate, I say in front of the women's room. I hand him his box of muffins and walk in, but when I come out, he's waiting for me. Do you mind? He says, handing me back the box. Guess the muffins were way too important to take into the bathroom. I walk down to the gate and slump down in my seat. Maybe I could accidentally drop them. They would spill all over the floor and... I finger the bow she tied on the top. There's no way that's coming undone without help. Maybe if I ask the flight attendant for some scissors... Right. Ask for scissors in an airport. I'm trying to get out of Italy, not get thrown in jail. Stop, I tell myself. It's just muffins. He was with you last night. Oh my God, I whisper. a realization hitting me like a punch in the gut. He tried to get 2 rooms. I was the one who convinced him not to. I threw myself at him in Florence, but he wasn't interested. Then I bed blocked him last night, making him stay in a room with me instead of his own private space. He was probably all ready for her, but I kind of insisted. I think, and slumped down in my chair a little lower. I can't help but wonder if I'm being crazy, but a small part of me thinks it makes sense. He doesn't want a real girlfriend, just a fake one. Because Gianna is the person I'm standing in place of, and who can blame him? She's gorgeous, and she's also all the way in Italy. No wonder he asked me to play his girlfriend in New York. No wonder he doesn't want a real date, just a fake one. He shows up with 2 coffees. It's the least I could do, he says. Thanks, I say and sip it. I could really use something a lot stronger, but it's still pretty early. I sip the coffee and sulk. After we board, I can't wait for the pilot to get the damn plane off the ground. As soon as I can, I recline my seat and close my eyes. I can't sleep as I just had a giant amount of caffeine. I turn my head to the window and pretend. After I don't know how long, I have to take care of the other effects coffee has on me, namely, peeing. I open my eyes and turn around. Alfred is frantically typing away on his laptop. I clear my throat, but he doesn't notice. I notice he has his earbuds in. I give one a not-so-gentle tug. Hey, hi, he says, smiling. Sleeping Beauty is awake. You feeling refreshed? I guess so. I just couldn't wait to get started. I've got several blog posts done already, and the outline for the podcast, I'm almost done with. He's excited, but that just makes me sadder. He's totally adorable when he's geeking out about this stuff. Hey, can you get up? I say. I need to. Oh, yeah, sure, he says. I'd like to lock myself in the bathroom for the rest of the flight, but that's not practical. And I don't think I really need to punish myself either. I mean, the bathroom on an airplane is pretty gross. No, what I need is another seat. My friend is working, I tell the flight attendant. Is there another seat? I mean, he needs my tray table to spread out his notes. She casts a look over her shoulder. First class is full. The only seat empty is mine. I'll go to Coach, I say desperately. I mean, he's got a deadline. Coach is full. The flight is sold out. Oh, I say. Now I have to go back and sit with him for another 4 hours. Why is the Atlantic so damn huge? The flight attendant pats me on the arm. I'm sure whatever he did wasn't that bad, she says. People get so stressed when they travel. Wait here. She comes back with 2 packs of Biscoff cookies and hands them to me. I thank her and slink back to my seat. I got some Biscoff, I tell Alfred. What? Oh, no thanks, he says and pats his stomach. I need to undo the vacation damage. Hey, you want to work out tomorrow? Have you been to the gym at Skyside? It's fantastic. Maybe, I say. It would be fun. We can be gym buddies and food buddies. Dear God, he's serious. At least he didn't say bed buddies. I can't believe how low I feel. Last night was amazing. When I woke up, I felt like I was positively floating. And now, I desperately turn to the movies. The first genre is romantic comedy. Hell no. What are you going to watch? Alfred says. You can keep working. I'm just curious. We never went to the movies together. Dinner and a movie? You're going to be a... I automatically lower my voice. Movie critic now too? It doesn't have to be all about work, he says and pats my knee. He leaves his hand there and I glare at it. He pulls it away. I feel a little bad, but I am not doing the friends with benefits thing. No way. I want a movie that a lot of people die in, I say. He looks visibly startled at that, but taps my screen. That would be this one, he says. Enjoy. It's just what I need. I can feel my heart hardening in my chest, crowding out the sadness and regrets. When we touch down at JFK, I feel loads better. I had an amazing vacation. I'll be telling my grandkids about it. Hell, I may even insist on a Tuscan honeymoon once I meet the right guy. Or maybe I'll meet another good enough guy first. I want a hell of a lot more adventure in my life before I settle down. I'm chatty in the cab, paying more attention to the cabbie than Alfred. But the cabbie is interested. She always wanted to go to Italy. It sounds amazing, she says when she pulls up in front of our building. It was, I say. I just don't want it to be over. I want it to be forever. But I got exactly what Alfred promised me and a little extra. I need to accept that.
Chapter 8. Alfred. 31 years ago, I was born into a family dynasty that others could only dream of. Since childhood, I was used to the attention, fanfare, and intrigue that came with being in a wealthy family. At the same time, I realized soon enough that people would only try to be my friend in order to get something out of me. Whether it was money or attention, they would latch on like leeches and suck everything they could. People will try to use you for anything and everything, my father once said to me as we got ready for another annual gala my family were frequent guests of. Don't give them the chance. In fact, it's best if you remain distant from the rest of the world. You don't know those people and they don't know you. The only people you can trust are your family members. For a while, I stuck with his advice. I tried to remain detached from others, observing them from the shadows and imagining a life where I didn't have to worry about someone else using me for my money. But then, 8 years ago, when I was fresh out of college and exploring the world as a post-graduation gift, I had an epiphany. My life's true calling. If my memory serves me right, it happened in France. At first, it was a little hobby of mine. I would attend a restaurant, order some dishes, and jot down my thoughts on the meal soon afterward. This dish was amazing. The delicate flavors intermixed with the masterful assortment of spices leave the tongue aching for more. "How's the wine, sir?" a waiter asked me in a heavy French accent as I scribbled my thoughts down on a napkin. "It's wonderful." "Thank you," I replied, offering a smile and watching him retreat quickly into the kitchen. Once he was gone, I returned to the napkin. "I've had better glasses of wine in Italy, truth be told." Then I started to wonder what would happen if I started broadcasting these thoughts to the world, in an online blog, in a podcast. At first, the idea made me apprehensive. I never liked bringing attention to myself, and I wasn't used to large audiences either. If people found out that a person like me, whose family founded Big Belly Burgers, was making a life for himself in the food critic industry, the press would eat me alive. The sheer comic juxtaposition of it all is almost too great to be believed, even by me. Still, I took the leap of faith, and I loved it. God, it gave me such a thrill. For so long, I allowed the opinions and influence of others to dictate my actions. Now, I was taking back control by using my anonymity to create a career for myself. No one needs to know who I am or what I look like. We are all united by our love for food and our desire to find the best meals wherever we go. And just because I'm the heir to Big Belly Burgers doesn't mean I don't know quality food when I taste it. And to be frank, my grandfather's greasy brainchild is fast and profitable, but it is not quality. I'm glad to play a role in moving outside the shadow of my grandfather's business into something that fits me better. But now I'm starting to regret everything. You have such a kind, nice voice to listen to when I'm trying to go to bed. I love listening to your podcast at night. Why don't you ever show yourself on camera? I live near the restaurants you review. You live in New York City, don't you? So I work in a high-end restaurant in NYC, and I've seen a guy sitting alone and using his phone a lot while he eats. Is it possible that I've seen you before? Seeing those comments flood in brought a chill down my spine. This wasn't what I wanted. I didn't want fame or attention. I just wanted to do my job in peace. Unfortunately, humans are curious creatures, so it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. Still, I needed to put a stop to it. I couldn't let them find out the truth about me and what I do. If they ever do reveal me, I'll be facing a field day in the press. A fast food heir thinking he can be a respectable food critic? They'd laugh me out of the business. Everything I've worked for, everything I've built from the ground up, would be gone in an instant. There's no damn way I was going to let that happen. And it turns out life had a funny way of lending me a hand. 2 weeks ago, a beautiful black woman stumbled into the lobby of Skyside with her suitcases and her eyes wide with wonder. She was taking everything in after having driven into the city from her small town. She was a humble girl looking for a new life and a fresh adventure, which is something I could gladly give her. From the moment I saw her, I knew she was perfect. She was not the type of girl to leech off of me for my money. She just wanted a good time. "How much do you know about food, Alfred?" Emily asked me on one of our fake dates, staring at me with those lovely brown eyes. Her eyelashes fluttered at me. "You seem so well educated about this stuff." "Well, it's an art that I have a lot of respect for." "An art?" Emily smiled. "I always thought food was something you needed to survive. I never thought of it that way. I guess I have a more privileged perspective than most. There's a lot of science and intelligence that comes into creating meals. You can go for a more classic approach with tried and true methods, or you can be innovative and create something new. I've always been a ramen in the microwave kind of girl. If I'm feeling up to it, I'll add a dumpling or two to my soup. I could never be a fancy cook or a fancy food eater." That made me smile. Emily's a cute girl, I can't lie. During those first few meals, her eyes twinkled with fascination, but her movements were marked with hesitation. She watched what I did before choosing what utensils to use and how to fold her napkin over her lap. Sometimes you can pick up on what some of the best chefs do to their dishes to distinguish them from others. Do you see those little orange flakes on the fish? I used the steak knife to point it out. Emily peeked over at my plate and nodded. She used orange zest. It adds a bit more flavor. Ah, I see. So it's the little things, right? Yep. Attention to detail is critical in an industry like this. And what's even more impressive is how the chefs run their kitchens. They're harsh, they're critical, but they do so because they want to be the best in the business. Right now, we're sitting in a restaurant run by a chef that has 2 Michelin stars to her name. Michelin? Huh? Emily tilted her head. Isn't Michelin that big marshmallow-looking mascot? I snorted, wiping my mouth with a napkin. Yeah, a Michelin star is referring to something else. Noted. When I suggested that Emily and I team up, I didn't think much of it. She's a beautiful woman, so she'd be attractive eye candy wherever we went. Plus, it's a good thing she has a great sense of humor. She greatly improves my experience whenever we're waiting for our appetizers, main courses, and desserts. With her by my side, I could throw people off. They wouldn't think I'm the anonymous food critic anymore, because they're looking for a single man who sits alone. I have a woman with me now, my fake wife, and they turn away with their suspicions pointed elsewhere. Not to mention she gets a pretty good deal out of this whole thing too. A nice, expensive dinner that she doesn't have to pay for. She gets to visit some of the finest restaurants in New York City, something that not many people can boast about. No big deal. Yet it's turning into a big deal. Now my heart thrums loudly at the sight of her in her cute dresses and adorable accessories. I make more of an effort to look handsome for her, making sure I'm using my most expensive cologne bottle and ironing out my clothes before our fake dates. This isn't real. We're just playing pretend. Why am I putting in such an effort for this? The answer is clear. I'm starting to like Emily, and it's no longer for our ruse. Our little game was more of a lark than anything else, me trying to keep my privacy and her trying to see the world. But somewhere along the way, the stakes got high, and they did so out of nowhere. Somewhere along the way, I got attached. Seeing her laugh and smile and cling to my arm while we walked together sparks a warmth in my heart that cannot be ignored. Our trip to Tuscany only inflamed my feelings for her. The tension between us intensified until neither one of us could take it anymore. And now here I am, back home, trying to figure out what the hell I do next. My heart doesn't want to act as if this is fake anymore when the feelings in my body are so real. But every time she warms up to me, She turns cold almost as quickly. I'm not sure what she wants, or what the best way is to convince her that making this real is a good idea. That it's not a joke anymore and I'm not laughing. She's electrifying, she's magnetic, and I want her to be mine. A ping comes on my phone. I'm not the type to drop everything and answer a text message promptly on most occasions, but since it's Emily who's sending me the message, I make an exception. I think I'm getting the hang of your language. She sends a happy face emoji. I saw a lemonade recipe online that said to use lemon zest, and I actually knew what they were talking about. Once again, I find myself confused. Our last conversation was a few days ago when we returned from our Italy trip. I checked up on her, and her response was just to curtly tell me all was well. Now, today, you'd think we were best friends again. Of course, I don't want to be friends, I want more than that. I heart her message and leave it at that. If she knew how badly I want her to come over so we could recreate our time in Tuscany together, she might stop talking to me altogether. That's not something I'm ready to risk right now.
Chapter 9. Emily. There's a newspaper sitting in front of me with a few job positions circled in black marker. Waitress, hostess, supermarket worker. The bakery a few blocks down needs a new baker, and even though I don't have much experience, I'm willing to take the chance. Fake it till you make it, right? I sigh, leaning my head on my fist as I think about my time in Tuscany with Alfred. The more I think about it, the more goosebumps form on my arm. His touch, his kisses, and his hands send my skin alight with passion. I relive the moments in my mind, wishing that I could go back in time and place myself in Italy again with Alfred by my side. There's drool coming out of your mouth. Huh? I jump up, wiping at my bottom lip but finding nothing. What I find instead is Jamie smirking at me while she chops up an onion for a recipe. That's not funny. Of course it is, she replies swiftly, swiping her diced onion pieces into a bowl. You're thinking about him. It's obvious. No, I was thinking about how I'm going to commute to my new job once I get one. I cross my arms over my chest, raising my chin a little higher. The job hunt has been fun. Thank you for asking. I'm sure you're not thinking about that dashing man you've been going out with every now and then. The same one who took you on a quick trip to Italy for fun. Jamie raises a brow, sending me a look. You don't fool me. I don't blame you if you're thinking about him, you know. Who wouldn't? Yeah, whatever. I pick at the corner of the newspaper, creasing it slightly. The image of Alfred comes to my mind. Every time I close my eyes, he pops up. It's maddening, but at the same time, it only makes me want to see him more. I don't know what I'm going to do about him. You don't have to do anything, Jamie says, scrolling her phone while she holds her chef's knife. Just keep seeing him and enjoy your time with him. Who knows how long it's going to last? Things have been a little awkward between us since we came back to New York, I reveal, dropping my eyes. I keep skimming over the job offers. I don't want to push my luck with him, but I'm wondering where I stand, you know? Does he still text you? Here and there. Then you've got nothing to worry about. You didn't get ghosted, she reassures, picking out some more vegetables from the fridge and returning them to her cutting board. He's probably a busy guy. I want us to have a real relationship, though. I don't know how much longer I can do this. Whenever we're out together, he treats me so nicely, and I never want the night to end. But then we get home and we go our own way. I'm getting sick of it. Look, I know I was the one who warned you away from him at the start, but I've changed my mind. Think about it. He's the one who contacts you and asks you out on these dates. Fake dates? Oh, who cares? Jamie takes a particularly hard swing at the carrot under her fingers. The carrot slice rolls off the cutting board. He wants to see you, and that's what matters. Maybe he's just a little slow to commit and put a formal name on it. He spends enough time with you, obviously. Yeah, but it's all for show. I'm pretty sure our trip to Italy was all for show, too. I shake my head, picking up the newspaper with newfound conviction. Whatever. I've got to focus on starting up my life. I can't leech off of you forever. If you want to, go ahead. I won't stop you. Jamie glances at me while she pours some olive oil into a skillet. Just try to bring me back some of the food from the restaurants you visit, will you? It'll be my tax. She winks at me. I sigh, taking a quick glance at my notepad. It's filled with a to-do list of all the things I need to accomplish now that I'm settling in the city. I got a Metro card, and I even downloaded an app that helps me keep track of the buses and subways that are perpetually running in this city. I never had to worry about all that in my small town, but I like it. I need to register my car, and I need to update my address with all of the government agencies that care about that stuff. I'm even thinking about going back to school while I have the chance to save money on rent. My parents would be over the moon about that. What do you think, cousin? I ask aloud, tapping my marker on the newspaper. Baker or florist? Being a baker sounds fun, she says, sautéing her vegetables. Would you have to go far for the job? Not really. It's a short walk from here. That sounds perfect. You'll get to see more of the neighborhood. How do you like it, by the way? Is the city treating you well? I pause, staring out the window and marveling at the tall buildings that encapsulate us in every direction. Sometimes the sight makes me woozy. It's everything I ever wanted. It can be fast-paced, but it's fun. Living with my parents was such a bore. I bet it's even more fun now that you've got yourself a rich fake boyfriend that takes you to fancy restaurants and free trips to Italy. Jamie wiggles her eyebrows at me, to which I roll my eyes. Don't be sassy about it. Just relish in it while it lasts. I don't want it to end. That's the problem. One day, Alfred is going to get tired of this and completely cut me out of his life. Then he's going to pick some other woman to be his wife. Probably Gianna. Where will that leave me? Swallowing hard, I nearly miss the moment my phone lights up with a text message. It's Alfred. I unlock the phone to see what he wants. I've got half a mind to keep him waiting just so I don't look super desperate. But those are petty little games that need to be left in the past. Would you be willing to go out with me to another restaurant? If you've got other plans, cancel them. I raise a brow, wondering where he managed to get so much audacity. I guess it's expected from a guy like him. He's got so much money it makes my head spin sometimes. Wow, that's super bossy of you. What if I had to go save the world tonight? He doesn't take long to respond. It makes me excited to see that little text bubble of his typing out a response across from mine. Well, the world will have to cave in. Come with me. My breath hitches in my throat. A small part of me is a bit afraid to see him again. I don't know what to expect. The dynamic between us has shifted. At least, that's how I feel. I had sex with him, for God's sake. That had nothing to do with a silly fake relationship, right? He's texting you, isn't he? Jamie asks, snapping me out of my daze. Don't mind me. Mind your business, cousin. Never, she quips, raising her spatula at me. You'll never escape me. It takes me a minute to figure out what to say. I don't want to seem overly excited about the whole thing, even though my heart starts hammering crazily against my ribcage at the thought of being around him again. Immediately, I start wondering about what I'm going to wear. Maybe I'll wear one of those lacy dresses I've been saving for an occasion like this. Or is that too bold? What if he likes it? What if it leads to another passionate night like the one we had in Italy? Heat rushes between my legs at the mere thought. God, why the hell do I care about what he likes or doesn't like? He's not my man. He's nothing to me. I don't even know what's going on between us. After gnawing on my fingernails, I type up my response. All right, I'll come with. Great. I'll see you later today. Just like that, our conversation ends. I wish I could understand him and pick at his brain a little bit. I mean, what's his deal? What does he want from me when everything is said and done? More sex? I shouldn't complain about the opportunity to sleep with a guy like him. I'm living every woman's dream right now. Still, it's a slight blow to the ego. I want him to want me for who I am, not for what I can do to him. I can't even tell why I continue to spend time with him honestly. Do I think that if I hang around long enough, I might someday be able to compete with Gianna? I mean, she's beautiful, but I'm closer. It's not exactly the most romantic way to catch his attention, though. I don't exactly want him to pick me just because I'm available. Maybe if I spend more time with him, I'll get over him eventually. What if he picks his nose at the table and wipes his hands on his pants? That'll kill my attraction for the dude. What if he tells me that he doesn't wash his hands after using the bathroom? All of these scenarios swirl in my mind as I fold up the newspaper and tuck it under my arm. Jamie brings her steaming bowl of vegetables to the table, just as I'm about to leave. "Where are you going?" she asks. "Of course, you're trying to leave me the moment I sit down." "I have to plan my outfit for tonight," I tell her. "You can help me once you're done eating." Her face brightens at the suggestion. Then she starts shoveling those vegetables into her mouth. I make my way to my bedroom, a heaviness weighing down my heart and making it difficult to breathe. I like Alfred. I want more from him, but he only needs me for a short period of time. I'm just a fling to him. It would be best if I stopped getting my hopes up. Disappointment will be quick to strike me down if I cling to fantasy over my reality.
Chapter 10. Alfred. When I go to sleep at night, my brain likes to torment me with images of the past, of Emily and I in Italy. The dreams feel so real. My hands trail her body again. My lips pepper her skin with kisses. Then when I wake up, I'm left with a hard groin and an empty bed. It's not fair. I'm getting sick of the cold showers I have to take each morning to get rid of the morning wood. "Screw it," I whisper, toweling myself off and wiping away the fogginess from my bathroom mirror. I want her to know that I'm serious about this whole thing. I'm the one who can make her happy. There's still so much I have yet to learn about Emily. What's her nightly routine? How does she like her eggs in the morning? Does she like using oil or butter when she cooks? What kind of shampoo does she use? These questions make it clear to me that this isn't some fake relationship that I'm invested in anymore. No, this is the real deal. I'm falling for her. She's on my mind constantly. There are nights when I want to go to her floor, knock on her door, and force my way into her place just to be with her again. It's crazy, it's insane, and it's not how a man should act. Still, I feel like I'm losing my mind without her warm body next to mine. I miss her. I don't want her to feel as if I'm only keeping her around for my own gain. I want all of her. That night, I go the extra mile. I buy a fresh bouquet of red and white roses, arranged beautifully by the neighborhood florist Imelda, who I graciously tipped $200 for her help. I even go as far as buying a box of chocolates. It took me a while to decide between the dark, milk, and white varieties. My outfit is casual by my standards, a blazer with some dress pants and loafers. I leave my white shirt unbuttoned until it reaches my sternum, showing off a bit of skin. I ruffle my hair endlessly in the mirror, trying to tame a wild tuft that isn't working with me right now. She'll like this. I know she will, I reassure myself as I head down to her floor. I'm fidgeting in the elevator, thankful that no one else is joining me in this tiny metal box. Crap. Does she even like museums? I'm not taking her out to a fine restaurant tonight. Instead, I nabbed some tickets to a museum in the hopes that she'll like this sort of thing. I really hope I didn't just mess up my chances with her by doing something she hates. The last thing I want right now is to lose her. She's made my life so much more fun. I'm not ready to give that up. Cracking my knuckles, I balance the flowers and chocolates in one hand while the other knocks on her door. There's a voice coming from inside, but the woman who opens up isn't the one I'm waiting for. Ah, her eyes trail me up and down while her eyebrows shoot upwards. "You're looking for Emily, aren't you?" "Yes, I am. You must be the cousin." I bow my head. My name's Alfred. Jamie, she replies swiftly, a grin lingering on her lips. She's a very petite black woman, thin and shorter than Emily, who isn't all that tall herself. I see a lot of similarities in their faces, however, especially in Jamie's smile and nose. She disappears behind the door. Emily, come here. Alfred's here to pick you up. What? There's a crash of some sort. I have the urge to peek in to see what's going on, but Jamie sticks her head out. She laughs, brushing a curly strand of hair out of her eyes. Don't worry. She'll be out soon. Do you want some water or anything? No, I'm all right. Jamie! Emily's voice resounds through the air, and my breath stills for a moment. Jamie, what do you mean? What are you... She shoulders her way past her cousin and stands underneath the doorway. Her eyes trail my body as mine do the same to hers. Alfred, hi, she whispers. I wasn't expecting you to. I know. I should have given you the heads up beforehand. I wanted to surprise you with a little something special. The flowers and chocolates emerge from behind my back. I hand them over and her mouth falls open slightly. These are for you. Why did you... Her question trails off as she gently takes the gifts from my hands. Then she gives them to Jamie and her cousin takes them inside with a smile before closing the door. Thank you, Alfred. That was very kind of you. Of course. I offer her my arm as we make our way to the elevator. I hope you don't mind the fact that we're not going to a restaurant tonight. We're not? Nope. I planned something else for us. I hope you like museums. Seriously? Emily smiles. I used to love going to the museums and art galleries back at home. Of course, they weren't all huge and fancy and filled with world-class works, but they were nice. I loved seeing the creativity of others. Oh, thank God. On the ride to the museum, I watch her in my peripheral vision as she stares at the passing scenery. The buildings dazzle her, and there's a small smile on her face as she watches the city come alive under the twinkle of the bright lights. Why are you taking me to a museum? She asks, glancing at me. I thought you only wanted to take me out to restaurants. I wanted to try something new. I shrug, trying to keep my cool. We've been spending a lot of time together recently, so I wanted to surprise you with something a little more interesting. If we kept up our pace, the city was going to run out of restaurants for us to try. She scoffs, waving me off. Oh, stop. You're being silly. I'm serious. I love the way she laughs, covering her mouth as she does so. I want to take her hand and bring it to my lips, then trail up her skin until I reach her mouth again. The thought sends a thrill through my body and an influx of blood to shoot down between my legs. Keep your cool. You're in public. You can't walk around with a damn bulge. Thankfully, I manage to calm myself down as we make our way through the gallery. She clings onto my arm, staring with wide eyes at every piece we pass. What's your favorite type of work? I ask, genuinely curious. Which ones are the paintings you love to see? I really like the ones that show off human emotions. That's pretty hard to pull off, I think. But I don't know for sure. I could be talking nonsense for all I know, she says in a small voice. We're mindful of the fact that people are here to gaze pensively at paintings and take photos with their phones. I'm not going to pretend like I know the names of paintings or the names of different artists. That's fine, I reply, placing my hand on her arm and giving it a gentle squeeze. You're not pretentious. That's a good thing. She hums softly as she continues to stare at the paintings. There are a few marble busts we pass, and she takes some time to read the plaques that describe each one. Before long, I realize that I'm not paying much attention to the art that encapsulates us. Not at all. I'm looking at her, studying her reactions, and desperately hoping that she feels the same as I do. Every now and then, she sends me a smile that catapults my heart into a flurry of excitement. Those moments are fleeting, however. They leave me longing for more. What if she doesn't think that I'm being genuine? What if she thinks this is all part of the act? What do you think of this one? Emily asks, positioning herself beside a huge landscape painting that depicts a vast countryside. A red barn sits on the horizon, and a cow grazes on the grass. Do you like it? Beautiful, I reply, but I'm staring straight at her. We round the museum completely, and Emily rambles about her favorite pieces. The stars are in her eyes as she expands on why she loves the artwork she does. The colors, she explains, have so much meaning to them. The way people are positioned next to each other depicts an artist's hidden message. She's passionate. She's amazing. She's everything I could have ever hoped for. Still, she treats me warmly but keeps things appropriate. She doesn't reciprocate those hand squeezes, and she doesn't initiate contact with me, even though I'm dying for her to do so. Maybe I should have known this was going to happen. I should have guarded my emotions a little bit. I was the one who said this had to be fake. It's all my fault in a way. Does that mean I'm going to give up? Hell no. That means I'm going to try harder to make her fall in love with me. You've been a little quiet tonight, she says, keeping her hands in her lap and twiddling her thumbs as I drive her back home. Is everything all right? Absolutely. I had an amazing time with you tonight. It wasn't our usual thing, I know, but I still had a lot of fun. Me too. We should do that more often. Yeah, we should. This is a task I've never encountered before. I have to figure out the way to Emily's heart. It'll take me a while, I'm sure, but I'm ready to chip at her defenses until all of her walls fall down. I really hope she doesn't get sick of me before I accomplish that.
Chapter 11. Emily. From the far side of the condo, I hear the buzzer that lets me know someone is here. I stick my head out of my room, dressed in just a towel, and see Jamie on the phone. "You got a package," she calls. They are sending the delivery guy up. "Okay," I say. "Can you grab it? I need to figure out what to wear." "Where are you going tonight?" Jamie asks, walking back down the hall to me. He said the Met dining room. They have a guest chef from France. I don't know what to wear. It's not the Met Gala, but it's still the Met. I don't know why I brought my 7/7 bridesmaids' dresses with me to New York. I guess I thought someday I might have a formal occasion to go to, but looking at them now, laid out on my bed, they are not New York fancy. Jamie comes into the room with a big box. "Which one says Met instead of just looking small town?" I ask her. She looks them over. "Oh boy," she says. "Maybe if you had this one altered." She picks up the hem of one. "I don't have time for that. He's picking me up at 7. And I need to get out of here, but open the box first. Come on, I want to see." I open the card first. Hope it fits. Alfred. I unfold the tissue paper and lift a dress out by its very delicate straps. The straps are beaded, and there is a hint of sparkle in the dress. It's red. I hold it up. "Well, I guess your problem is solved," Jamie says. "I have to go. Have fun." She gives me an exaggerated wink, and I don't know if I want to laugh or smack her. I do my hair and makeup. I have the perfect shoes. While I'm digging in my closet, I toss the bridesmaid dresses back in. Maybe I should donate them. Maybe some kids would be thrilled to wear them to their prom. I'm in my heels and underwear when the doorbell rings. I race to the door. "Give me a minute," I yell through it. I catch a glimpse of myself in the mirror. Heels, a push-up bra, and a G-string are a good look for me. What if I answered the door like this? What would he do? I run back to my room and slide the dress on. I absolutely love it. I go and let Alfred in. "Thank you," I say, kissing him on the cheek. It's just a friendly kiss for my friend, who bought me a nice present. I twirl for him. God, I love the way he looks at me. He must like me if he bought me this, right? "It's perfect," he says. "There's going to be dancing too." Right, I think. He just wanted me to look the part. Then he brings his hand out from behind his back and hands me a dozen roses. "Oh, they are beautiful," I say, burying my nose in the peach-colored petals and inhaling deeply. They have a distinctive fruity smell. "You didn't have to," I say. Well, it's a special day, he says. It's our 1-month anniversary. Oh my God, it is. We head to the elevator reminiscing about our first date. Alfred says we should go back to that restaurant again sometime, and I agree. But tonight's different, he says as we get into the car he ordered. This is a tasting menu, just 1 or 2 bites, but each one is paired with the perfect wine. I look forward to this every year. Oh, it sounds divine, I say. He takes my hand. I'm really glad you agreed to go, he says. It's way more fun with you. I feel my cheeks getting hot. I don't know what to say. Would it really be so bad to pretend this is a real date? Is it a real date? He brought me roses. That has to mean something. The Met is closed, but a few select galleries are open for us to peruse before dinner. I knew the Met was big, but wow. We stroll through room after room of paintings. Wow, I say, stopping in front of one. It's so lifelike, but when you look at it from the right angle, you can see the brush strokes. I wish I could do something like that. Out of the corner of my eye, I catch Alfred staring at me. Look at the art, I say, tugging on his arm. It's amazing. I can look at that anytime I want, he says. I'm a member. The dining room is set for cocktails and appetizers. We mingle, and Alfred introduces me to a few of the people he knows. Alfred, I didn't know you were seeing anyone. Alfred introduces us. Marion looks like everyone's favorite grandmother. Apparently, she is a major museum benefactor. Our first date was a month ago, he announces proudly. Oh, that reminds me. I can't believe I almost forgot. He reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out a blue velvet box. He snaps it open. The pendant has 3 diamonds. For our past, present, and future, he explains. I'm too stunned to say anything. This is way too much to just be for show. He's a keeper, dear, Marion says, and glides away. May I? He asks. He takes the necklace out and puts it around my neck. He is so close, he smells so good. Memories of our last night in Italy come flooding back. The tiny bed, the intensity of it all. It's beautiful, I say, but I'm not looking at the necklace. I'm looking into his eyes. They are so green. Salmon goat cheese canapé with Sauvignon Blanc. The waiter is holding out a tray. The canapés look like art themselves. The salmon is shaped like a rose and with some sort of green sticking out from underneath. There are teeny little wine glasses. Alfred takes one of each and then takes a small sip of wine. Then he pops the canapé in his mouth. I copy him, except I only take half a bite. Oh, I say. You get it? He says, smiling. The smokiness of the fish brings out the flavor in the wine and then the cheese. It's like the dessert for it, just not as sweet. You do get it, he says, beaming. This may be the most fun meal I've ever had. In between courses, the band plays louder. Alfred leads me out onto the dance floor. With just the slightest amount of pressure on my hand or my back, he tells me which way to go. I've never felt more glamorous. The courses keep coming. I lose count of the food. There is beef and some cod and potato thing and a gooey cheese pancake thing that is absolutely amazing. Even though the wine glasses are small, they start to add up. Between the mini courses, we dance. We are dancing slowly, my head resting on Alfred's chest when dessert is announced. This time, it is a strawberry tart and champagne. I announce I'm stuffed and can't possibly eat another bite. The waiter shrugs. Alfred takes a bite of the tart. You have to try this, he says. Just one bite. He holds it out. I lean in, parting my lips slowly. I take a bite of the tart. The fresh berry flavor practically explodes in my mouth. Have it, he says, handing it to me. I take another little nibble and then hold it out to him. He takes his own bite, his lips grazing my fingertips. We say goodnight to Marion and some other people he introduced me to. When we walk out of the museum, The moon is full. It hangs low over the park. "Do you want to walk through the park a bit?" he says. "It's so nice out." It is. My shoes are not suited for walking, not even on the paved pathways of Central Park. But I think I'd try to scale Mount Everest in them right now if that was where Alfred was going. I don't want this night to end. We sit by a pond. Alfred spreads his jacket out on the ground for me to sit on. "You shouldn't. It'll get dirty," I say. "Jackets can be cleaned." My dress can be cleaned too, but I don't want to argue. We sit and look at the moonlight reflecting off the water. "Look," he says, putting one arm around me and pointing with his other hand. "Do you see them? The shadows? Turtles? I guess." There is a line of silhouettes against the moonlit water, their little heads sticking up. My heart is pounding in my chest. He's so close. I turn to face him. Alfred. He kisses me. It's soft at first, then grows more intense. His hands wander up my sides, and I wait for him to slide them around to my chest, but he doesn't. Not here. I don't blame him. If he starts anything, I won't be able to stop. "Take me home," I say, and he nods. He hails a cab as soon as we get out of the park. We hold hands in the cab without talking. I can't even bear to look at him. I think if I do, I'll be overcome with emotion. We'll start and won't be able to stop. In the elevator, I push the button for my floor automatically. A look crosses his face. I think it's disappointment. "I'll walk you to your door," he says and pushes the button for his own floor. I kiss him. He touches my skin with one hand and grabs my butt with the other. We pull apart as the elevator slows down and then stops. I wonder if Jamie is home, but my apartment is right there. I pull him down the hall and open the door. Then I am dashing through the apartment, dragging him along behind me. I lock the door behind us and kick off my shoes. Thank God I got those stupid bridesmaids' dresses off my bed. I sashay across the room and twirl around for him. Then I hold out my hand. He comes towards me and takes me in his arms. "Happy 1-month anniversary," I whisper. He kisses me, and it's everything I've ever wanted, not just for tonight, forever.
Chapter 12. Alfred. When she beckons to me from across the room, I practically run to her. Tonight has been torture. Sweet, exquisite torture. The dress fits her perfectly, and she looks amazing in red. I didn't think it was that low cut, but all evening her chest has been bursting out the top and tempting me. Every time she sighed with delight over some taste of food, it made me think of sex. I wanted to make her sigh. I wanted to make her scream. I wanted to tease her and torture her and pleasure her. It was all I could do not to drag her off to some gallery on the other side of the building and take her in a dark corner. Now, alone in her bedroom, I run my hand up her shoulder to her neck and grab her hair. Gently, I pull on it, tipping her head back. When she gasps, I shove my tongue deep in her mouth. She sags against me, and I pull her close, pressing my hard length against her. These two are getting steamy, huh? Looks like we've hit a scene that's just too fiery for YouTube. For the uncut, unabridged version, visit TylaWalker.com and enter code SAVE40 for a scorching deal. Let's dive back into the story. You think you can catch me? You think you can tame me?
Oh, I know I can. And you know it too, baby.
I gotta tell you, you're not the first to try.
But don't worry, baby. I'll be the last.
With sass like that, maybe I'll be the one that needs to tame you.
Let's cut to the chase, big boy. What you selling me?
Your appetite is big AF. I have just the thing that'll satisfy you.
Oh, really? And what's that?
Over 120 hours of romance audiobooks. Brought to you by Tyla Walker Romances in the Big AF audio bundle.
120 hours? That sounds amazing.
Your knees won't work afterwards if I do my job right.
Don't make promises you can't keep.
Well, I can keep this promise. Because these audiobooks are unabridged with all the spicy scenes that will make you put your earbuds on. You know, Tyla can get freaky because she marked the bundle down by 69% for a limited time.
I can't wait to take this bundle for a ride.
Visit TylaWalker.com and get this audio bundle. Just don't start listening if you're going to be cooking dinner, because you might just forget to feed your family.
TylaWalker.com. Escape your life with Tyla.
Chapter 13. Emily. I wake up happy. I keep my eyes closed, not wanting to break the spell. What a magical night. I reach up and finger the necklace he gave me. Our past, present, and future, I murmur. It's a New York fairy tale. I'm living it. And it's not even about the glamour. Alfred is just so good. He's a gentleman, except when he's not. He was positively primal last night, in the best possible way. And I loved being his prey. I roll over, and he's not there. I smile and look over at the door to the bathroom. I'm not going to hesitate. In Italy, we had to catch a plane and didn't have time for more fooling around. We don't have that pressure here. I'm going to hop right in the shower with him. Al? He's not in there after all. I make full use of the facilities. Might as well get rid of my morning breath before I see him. Make that attack him. Again. I throw on a decidedly unsexy nightshirt in case Jamie is around and leave my room, still searching for him. Jamie is there, sitting at the counter with her hands wrapped around a giant mug of coffee. I made a whole pot, she says. That must mean Alfred is still here. But where? The kitchen opens into the living room, and that's all there is except the bedrooms. Jamie slumps her head down on the counter. I am never drinking tequila again, she says, pounding her fist down for emphasis. That explains the pot of coffee. I'll be right back, I say. Jamie's still got her head down. I run into my bedroom and grab my phone. He texted, "Thank God. Sorry I snuck out. I promised Gianna we would Zoom today." No, I choke out. No, 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 no. How could I have been so wrong? I look up in the mirror over my dresser, the dresser he did me on last night. My face is contorted with despair. No, I say again. How could he? He said I was amazing. It was amazing. He had to mean it. He did mean it, I think sadly. You were a great time. In bed, that's all. I guess I'm the type of girl you do. Gianna's the type you fall in love with. Marry. I catch a glimpse of the necklace sparkling back at me, and I can't take it off fast enough. I throw it in a drawer, then I spin wildly in a circle. I have to get out of my room. I wonder if Jamie would be willing to switch rooms with me. I march back out to the kitchen. Your night must have been good, Jamie says. She's got her elbow on the counter, and she's propping her head up. She looks like she had as much fun as I did last night, although in a different way. And now she looks as miserable as I feel. What do you mean? I ask. Did she hear us? She just points to the roses. Oh, I say. They are fully open now. They are even more beautiful. I can smell them. They make me want to cry. Why did he bring them? Yellow roses mean sorry, I recall. What do peach roses mean? I ask suddenly. Huh? Google it. Jamie picks up her phone. What do peach roses mean? She asks her phone. Peach roses mean gratitude. The origin of... Shut up, Jamie says and shuts the Google voice off. She drops her head back down. How was your night? Lots of rich people at the fundraiser? It wasn't a fundraiser. Of course it was. Anything at the Met is a fundraiser. Welcome to New York, she says, and throws her arms out wide. Listen, I love you, and I want to hear all about it. In about 8 hours, okay? I'm going back to bed. I don't know why I bothered to get up. She leaves, and I'm left there alone with the roses. I want to throw them out, but I'm not ready to. Mostly because I don't want to have to explain anything to Jamie yet. I need to come to terms with it myself first. Why doesn't he want me, I ask myself. He's perfect. We're really good together and not just in bed. We have fun. But fun isn't everything, I realize sadly. I'm a good cover for his food critic business. But what do I really have to offer him? I mean, I don't even have a job. Right, a job, I think. That's what I need. A reason to get up in the morning. A purpose. Not my dream job. I don't even know what that is, but something that brings in the coin. I cast a longing look at the dresser. He said the necklace was for our past, present, and future. We don't have that. We only have the past. I need a shower, in more ways than one. I turn the water on and then march back out to the kitchen. I bring the roses back to my room and put them on the dresser. Gratitude, I sneer, wagging my finger at them. This is it. I am done. Alfred is off limits for me. If he wants me to help him with his stupid cover for his stupid food podcast, fine. But he doesn't get to play hot and horny with me anymore. It's strictly business from now on. The water is nice and hot now. As it hits my body, the smell rises off me. His smell, our smell. Lord, I absolutely reek of the sex we had. No, I tell myself sternly. I am going to find a job, and then I'll find a guy who wants me for real. Not for fake, and not for fake plus sex. When I get out of the shower, I am on a mission. I should probably sit down at the computer, but I want to get out of the apartment, out of the building. Besides, I submitted tons of resumes before I left home for New York and didn't get so much as a thank you for submitting for any of them. Positive thoughts, I tell myself as I give myself the once-over in the mirror on the way out. I opted for a collared shirt and khakis. It's about as far away from sexy as I could get. Today, I am all about business. I decide to head to Midtown. I'm not sure what I'm going to do, but maybe someone will chat me up. I'll tell them I'm looking for work, and when I get out of the subway, I turn right for no particular reason. I have a half-baked idea to wander into an office building and start researching the companies, but I can't ignore the sign, figurative and literal, in the window of a coffee shop. Help wanted. Walk-ins welcome. The shop isn't busy, and the manager leads me over to a booth. 15 minutes later, I'm hired. The next day, I'm up at 5 to be there for the morning rush. All my new coworkers look bleary-eyed, but I'm thrilled. I decide to block Alfred. I may run into him in the building, but that's not something I can prevent. 2 weeks later, when I get my first paycheck, I tell Jamie I'm taking her out to celebrate. It's a real dumb job, I admit over drinks. I had asked her out for margaritas, but she said she was still off tequila. She's having a wine, and I'm having a daiquiri in solidarity with her tequila boycott. Everyone has to start somewhere, she says. So, is that why you aren't going out with Alfred anymore? Those early morning shifts? Not exactly, I say. Then I lower my voice. I blocked him. You did? Why? I thought the night at the Met was great. It was great, I say. Really great. But he doesn't like me like that, and I decided I need to cool it. She rolls her eyes at me. Okay, I slept with him, I say. God forgive me. She winces. It wasn't good? No, it was great. But peach roses mean gratitude. I got carried away. He just needs me for, you know. And he hasn't called you since? I don't know. I blocked him. I pull out my phone and look at it. Now I'm dying of curiosity. Before I know it, I'm unblocking him. There's one message. When should we do dinner again? See? I say, showing Jamie my phone. I'm still sort of lost, she says. I mean, when he says dinner, doesn't he mean dinner and... Probably, but I'm not doing that with him anymore. I stop myself. It's been 2 weeks. I've barely been thinking of Alfred. I dream about him all the time and wake up all hot and frustrated, but I don't think of him. Whenever he pops into my head, I shoo him away. There are plenty of people to talk to on my shift between my coworkers and the customers. It's actually been a lot of fun, and I've almost mastered the cappuccino machine. You know what? I say, poking at my phone decisively. I'm going to go out with him. I quickly text him and apologize profusely, saying he got archived by mistake. I'd love to do dinner. What are you doing? Jamie asks. I'm proving to myself that I can go out with him and not sleep with him, I say. It will just be for the podcast stuff. I can do this. Are you sure about this? Jamie says. It's only been a few weeks. 2 exactly, 14 days. But who's counting? I think I need to do this, I say firmly. I need to prove to myself that I can resist him. That's the other part I don't get. I mean, if you really think you need some space, this is the opposite of space. But maybe you are reading way too much into the colors of roses. Maybe he just likes peach. Maybe they were out of red. Maybe he was trying to be original. It was never supposed to be more than a business arrangement, I say. I'll make it clear to him this time. And even as I say it, I feel like a liar. The very second his name comes across my phone, I lose all self-control. Just the chance to see him tomorrow, and 2 weeks of very careful, very deliberate distance between us completely unravels. My phone buzzes. He's got a reservation for tomorrow night. I'm in, I text back. God help me.
Chapter 14. Alfred. Swallowing down the knot in my throat, I adjust my outfit one last time in the mirror. Beside me, there's a bouquet of freshly picked lilies that I plan to give Emily. I pass a hand through my hair, letting out a stream of air before making my way out. I know I shouldn't take things so seriously, but I can't help it. I put a lot of effort into these dates in the hopes that Emily will notice. So far, she responds with warm smiles and appreciative remarks. Am I not doing enough? My body moves on its own all the way to Emily's apartment, where I knock on the door and greet her with a nonchalant grin. If only she knew the maelstrom brewing in my heart whenever we walk away from these dates without doing anything that quells the fire in my loins. It's so good to see you again, Alfred, she says, eyes dropping to the flowers. Are those for me? Of course. I hope you like them. Emily accepts them graciously, her hands grazing across mine as I make the transfer. The small gesture makes my breath hitch in my throat. Her eyes twinkle as she places the bouquet somewhere inside her apartment before coming out to join me. You look amazing, I say quietly, leading the way to the elevator. Are you in the mood for some spicy food tonight? I haven't eaten spicy food in a pretty long time. I search for the diamond necklace that I gave her, but it's noticeably absent. She still looks beautiful, taking my breath away effortlessly. Yet a pang hits my heart when I realize that she doesn't have the necklace anymore. Calm down. Maybe she's just cleaning it. Or maybe she doesn't want to bring too much attention to herself. I don't know. I'd be lying if I said that it didn't affect me. Worry fills my heart immediately, making me incredibly subconscious about every little thing I do for her. I open doors for her, I pull her seats out for her, and I make sure she doesn't walk near the street whenever we're on the sidewalk. Still, it doesn't feel enough. Why is that? Why doesn't she return the affection? Why has she not spoken to me in 2 weeks and seems so completely okay with that? I was losing my mind. Oh, wow, Emily whispers, eyes widening at the steaming broth that the waiter places in front of her. Did I just make a mistake? Well, you did order the soup with the 3 chili peppers next to it on the menu. Slowly, she unravels the napkin with her utensils. What's the maximum amount of chili peppers your meal can have? 3. Crap. Emily sucks in a deep breath before continuing. Well, that's okay. I should be used to the heat by now. When I was younger, my friends and I would order spicy wings at some local restaurant. Whoever could eat the most would win $10 from each one of us. Did you ever win one of those rounds? Eh? Emily wrinkles her nose, dipping her spoon into the broth and stirring it around slightly. I don't think so. Snot would come out of my nose and I'd be a crying mess when everything was said and done. but they were some good wings. I ask more about her life in her hometown, which she happily discloses. She has so many stories of her silly adventures and her misguided attempts to establish independence as a teenager, only to get humbled when something would go wrong. "I really thought I was going to get away with that," Emily recounts, tapping her nose every so often with her napkin. The broth makes her sniffle loudly, but I should have known I wasn't going to get far when I didn't even know how to pump my own gas at that point. "And what happened when you got home?" "No one noticed. It was the dead of night after all, and I came back through my bedroom window as quietly as I went. I had so much adrenaline pumping through me. I didn't sleep at all that night. It taught me a good lesson, though." "Which was?" I'm hanging on to every one of her words. I've hardly even touched my food in favor of listening to Emily's stories. Enlighten me with some words of wisdom. Emily smiles with watery eyes, soldiering on as she swallows down another fiery gulp of broth. "Pay attention when your dad is showing you how to do some car stuff. It'll come in handy one day, I promise." What dawns on me, much to my horror, is that these meetings between us are similar to two friends just casually catching up with some dinner and drinks. There's nothing underlying her gaze with secret, passionate intentions. There's nothing to let me know that she wants more from me besides the free meal and good company. Does she only see me as a friend? I'm the one who's obsessing over every little detail, wondering if there's something more, and I'm getting nothing in return. I'm starting to think that I've misunderstood the whole situation. Why am I so stupid? Why did I ever think that there could be something between us when I made it clear in the beginning that I was only looking for a fake relationship? None of this is Emily's fault. She's done everything right. It's my fault for not being open with her. I'm too guarded with my feelings and too stupid to make them plain. I pay for the bill, leave a generous tip for the waiter, and sign off on the receipt. Across from me, Emily gathers her purse and stands from her seat. I'm slow to follow, somewhat wishing that I could stop by a liquor store on the way home and get the biggest bottle of tequila there. Sure, it would ruin tomorrow. Sure, it would make me want to fling myself out of the nearest window once the hangover kicks in, but I'm preferring that to the sinking feeling in my chest. The realization that Emily might not want a relationship with me after all, even though I'm dying to be with her. I'm buying her diamond jewelry, for crying out loud. What else is there? "Thank you again for the wonderful night, Alfred. That soup was... Whoa. My stomach might hate me tonight when I'm trying to go to bed. Try to sleep at an incline if you get heartburn. Pile some pillows on your bed and sleep on it. That's helped me in the past after a night of spicy food." "Good idea," she replies, watching the buildings pass us by as I drive us back to Skyside. The lights reflect brightly in her eyes, and I try not to stare at her for long. Instead, I keep her in my peripheral vision. "You know, you've been one of the best things to happen to me since I've come to this city." My grip tightens on the steering wheel inadvertently. My jaw clenches hard. "Do you mean that?" She snorts. "That's not something I would lie about, Alfred. I mean it sincerely. You've shown me a whole new world that I never knew about. Do you really think I knew anything about fine dining and fancy restaurants before I met you?" Emily laughs quietly to herself, settling into her seat. "You've taught me so much. I owe you one." "You don't," I reply quickly, turning onto the familiar street that leads us home. "You've done enough for me. I didn't think I was going to find someone so eager to be my fake girlfriend. But here we are." Then I remember our time in Tuscany, the yearning in my heart for her, and the fact that she's no longer wearing the necklace. My throat closes up on me, so I'm glad that the valet comes quickly and collects the keys for me as we exit the car. It saves me from having to linger too long with the situation. On the elevator ride up to her floor, I stand with my back against the cool wall and watch as she fidgets with her purse strap. She gnaws on her bottom lip, a pensive expression on her face. I wish I could know what's going on in her mind. Maybe it would answer some of my questions. "Thank you, Alfred," she says as the elevator doors open for her floor. Before she leaves, she stands on her toes and presses a peck against my cheek before hurrying away. "See you later." The doors close and the elevator lurches upward towards my place. If I were more audacious, I wouldn't have let those damn doors close. I would have reached out for her arm, pulled her back into the elevator door, and kissed her. But I don't do that out of respect for her feelings. She doesn't want that. She doesn't want a real relationship with me. She's a woman who likes her freedom, and she's claiming it for herself. Who am I to pin her down? However, there has to be a moment when I start protecting my heart. I'm hopelessly in love with Emily, but I can't keep doing this to myself. I want to see her every day. I want to keep her to myself. But the pain of knowing that she'll never be mine is way too much to handle. Returning to my apartment, I wander into the dark space aimlessly. I can't see much, but I know the layout of my place well enough to find where I keep the liquor stashed, as well as the tumbler glasses. I pour myself some alcohol and down it in one go. Then I do it again. I grip the edge of my kitchen island tightly, closing my eyes. The image of Emily awaits me, smiling and laughing and reminding me of something I will never have. I think I need to stop seeing her, I whisper in a shaky voice. I receive silence in response. I'll lose my mind otherwise.
Chapter 15. Emily. Have a nice day, sir. I adjust the green visor over my head, the hustle and bustle of the busy morning shift starting to get to me. Some people smile at me while I pass over their lattes and iced coffees. Some people grumble something under their breath because of the long wait. As for me, I stand tall and smile wide. I'm probably the first person some of these folks see before going about their day. The least I can do is make it somewhat pleasant, even though some people deserve a smack across the face for being so rude. Do you have any oat milk? Yes, ma'am. We've got oat, soy, almond, anything you'd like, I reply, tapping her order into the system. Would you like to try some of our breakfast muffins? No. She all but tosses her credit card at me while she rummages through her purse. How long's the wait? A couple of minutes at most. I swipe her card and hand it back. She doesn't bother leaving a tip, but that's to be expected. We'll call you when your order is ready, okay? Thanks, she deadpans, taking the receipt and retreating to the back. I click my tongue as I watch her go, reaching for a large cup and heading to the coffee machine. Good riddance. After getting this job, I've learned not to let the actions of others get to me that much. I keep it moving, because if I sit down and sulk about every little mean thing someone says to me, nothing will get done. I wonder what Alfred's doing right now. What I appreciate about my job is that it keeps my mind off of things. I focus on getting the orders correct, treating customers right, and maintaining a steady pace as I maneuver around the shop. It's been a week since Alfred and I went out for dinner. I've been keeping my distance, not wanting to intrude on his life and assume a place that doesn't belong to me. If he wants me, he knows where to find me. And his silence is pretty telling. But what I hate even more is knowing that when he gets bored and calls me again, I'll drop everything to see him, just like I always do. Just as I'm finishing up the order for the sour-faced woman typing furiously on her phone near the back, Justina taps my shoulder and urgently pulls me to the side. She wrings her hands, side-eyeing someone behind me. What's going on? You're looking pale, I say, brushing a hair strand away that clings to her cheek. Are you coming down with something? No, I'm all right. She shakes her head. There's some guy in a suit wanting to talk to you, Emily. What the hell did you do? I furrow my eyebrows together. She discreetly points him out. The man sets his hat down on one of the tables lining the windows. A folder sits in front of him. The moment he glances up in my direction, I turn away quickly. I don't know that guy, I whisper. Did he say what he wanted? Justina shakes her head. He just said he wanted to talk to you. He didn't want to say why. Okay then. Weird. What the hell could this guy want from me? Did I do something wrong? Cover for me. I shouldn't be long. Patting my shoulder as I go, Justina takes over for me behind the counter while I make my way over to the unknown man with a stony expression. I don't like the way he eyes me while I walk to the table. It's a look full of scorn and contempt. "Hello, sir. You wanted to talk to me?" I ask, wiping my clammy hands on my green apron. The man gestures to the seat across from him. "Sit." "May I ask why?" "If you want to get this over with, I'd recommend you sit down and listen," he snaps, not even looking up from his files. I swallow hard, feeling a strange current of fear course down my body. Who the hell does this guy think he is? Why does he think he can come into my coffee shop and speak to me like this? All these things I want to say, but I keep them locked behind my mouth. Instead, I press my lips into a thin line and lower myself into the seat across from him. I crack each one of my knuckles underneath the table, eyeing the folder with great interest. "I've learned a lot about you, Emily. You're an interesting gal." His piercing blue eyes scour my face, and I do my best to keep my emotions from emerging. On the inside, though, I'm shaking like a freaking leaf. How does he know me? And why do those photographs in his file have me in each one of them? What kind of sick joke is this? "I don't know you, sir. What's going on?" He sighs loudly, folding his hands over the table. "I've been hired as a private investigator to learn everything I can about you and your life. I know where you've lived. I know who your family is. I know when you came to New York City. And I know about your fake relationship with Alfred Smith, going to restaurants and posing as a couple just to do reviews. That rings a bell, doesn't it?" My hands tremble violently. I don't even attempt to respond to him, knowing that my voice will crack. I'll end up embarrassing myself further. Unfortunately, Alfred's grandfather is not too pleased about this little charade you two have going on. It's not a good look for his family, you see. He needs someone more suitable for him and his future. You understand, don't you? Bile rises in my throat, but I swallow it down. How do you know about Alfred and I? To what extent do you... The trip to Tuscany, the frequent outings to all of New York's finest restaurants. You two haven't done a good job to hide yourselves from the public, so it's only natural that people start to notice. On cue, he pulls out a few photos from the file and slides them over. Each one shows Alfred and me on one of our dates, laughing and joking. Neither of us had the knowledge that we were being watched. "I need you to understand that this little relationship," he says, wagging his finger around, "between you and Alfred needs to end. If I were you, I would take this seriously and cut ties with him altogether. You look like a smart girl. You wouldn't endanger yourself unnecessarily." The words get caught in my throat. Fear overwhelms me. "Sir, I don't understand why this is such a concern for his family. Am I really being threatened?" The man laughs aloud, smacking his palm against the table. He starts gathering all the photos and documents, sticking them back into the folder. Even though there's a smile on his face, it doesn't reach his eyes. "Don't worry about silly questions like that, Emily. Stay away from Alfred, or else. We know what he's doing with that little blog and his anonymous food critic persona, and we can burn his reputation and career to the ground." Does Alfred know about this? Does he know how dangerous his family can be? What the hell is going on here? "Sir, I need to return to my shift. Thank you for speaking with me," I say, hurrying to stand and pushing in the chair. Around me, the boisterous clamor of the coffee shop continues. I'll consider what you've told me." The man raises a brow but says nothing else. I'm sweating bullets by the time I return behind the counter, but I shoulder past my co-workers and keep my head down all the way to the break room. Finally, I allow a shaky and anguished breath to leave my chest. I close my eyes, covering my face with a hand. Nausea hits me suddenly. A small part of me wants to rip off this apron and visor and call it a day, but my thoughts are soon interrupted by Justina, who peeks her head in. "Is that man gone?" I whisper. She nods. "Good." It takes me a while to compose myself, but once I do, I return to work with a fleeting smile on my face. The nerves affect me. I mess up on an order or two and nearly trip over my own laces while transferring a customer's order. By the time my shift ends, I gather my things and hurry home. Glancing over my shoulder often, I wonder if that guy lingers in the shadows somewhere. Is he taking more photos of me? Is he keeping track of me right now? I really hope not. I can't handle some guy trailing me while I'm trying to live my life. Alfred could have anyone he wanted, anyone in the world. Why is his family obsessing over this fake fling that we have? Is his reputation that important to maintain? He's a food critic, for crying out loud. It made sense to me when he told me he needed to maintain his disguise, sort of like secret shopping. But this is all crazy. No, it's not his reputation that's the issue. They're the problem, I whisper, picking up the pace once I see Skyside standing tall and bright in the distance. They're crazy if this is what they resort to. But I start to get this weird feeling that maybe I don't know Alfred at all, even though I try to push it aside. Alfred's my friend. Yeah, that sounds right. He's my friend, and he deserves to know what his family gets up to while he has his back turned. He needs to understand that they're dangerous people. Does he have a good relationship with his grandfather? Does he know what a damn lunatic the old man is? Smiling at the valet and front desk workers that I see every day, I pass quickly with a newfound determination guiding my stride. I punch in Alfred's floor number and gnaw my fingernails off as I wait for the elevator to ascend, because I need to talk to Alfred and let him know what's going on. And I have a feeling there are some answers to my questions that I deserve to get. He wouldn't let anything happen to me. The elevator doors open. Alfred will have my back. I know he will.
Chapter 16. Alfred. Scribbling down my latest thoughts for my newest blog post, I glance up and marvel at what I just ate for dinner. An avocado with a side of liquor. I can't help but laugh at myself a little. Here I am, a distinguished food critic working on my latest piece, and this is what I have for dinner? Seriously? Heartbreak is one hell of a thing, I whisper to myself, crossing out a whole line and starting over. I knew I should have just ordered a pizza or something. Frantic knocks soon come at my door. That's strange. I'm not expecting anyone. Whoever it is must be a resident of the building, because they didn't buzz from downstairs. Putting away my notepad and dumping the last of my alcohol down the drain, I brush out the wrinkles from my clothing and head to the door. On the other side, Emily stands in her work clothes. She's wearing a dark shirt and pants, covered by a green apron with a happy face logo plastered on the front. There's a green visor over her eyes with the same logo. What's most concerning, however, is the look on her face. She's disheveled, she's sweaty, and she harbors a fear in her eyes that makes my heart start hammering. Emily, what's going on? Are you okay? I open the door a little wider for her. Come in. I'll get you some water. She sighs, allowing her purse to fall down her arm. Alfred, I really need to talk to you. Sit down first. Looks like you're about to pass out. I guide her to the kitchen island where my sad piece of avocado remains. It's already starting to brown. Did something happen to you on the way here? You know you can call me for a ride whenever you need one, right? I appreciate that, but you're not my chauffeur. I don't want to take advantage of you and your kindness. You've done so much for me already. As she speaks, I put some ice in a glass and pour her a fresh cup of water. I slide it her way and she catches it in her palm. Then she downs the liquid in one go. So what's going on? I ask as she wipes her mouth. I was working today and I was approached by some man who said he was a private investigator hired by your grandpa, she says, gazing at me. Her fists are clenched atop her knees. Do you know anything about this? I blink, confused by what I'm hearing. What? No, I don't know anything about a private investigator. And what do you mean he was sent by my grandfather? That's what he told me. and he said he had investigated my past. He was trying to scare me away from you. He knew about our relationship and our dates and... Emily breathes heavily and places a hand over her heaving chest. I come to her side immediately, placing a hand on her shoulder. He had pictures of me. A lot of them. I don't even know how he managed to get them. I'm so sorry you went through this, Emily. I don't even know what to say. I take the seat beside her, still keeping my hand on her arm. Her foot taps incessantly against the ground. I really didn't think my family would be capable of something like this. Seriously? You had no idea? I frown, not liking how incredulous she seems by that. No, of course not. I didn't think they'd care about something like this, I admit. Then my hand goes limp. If that private investigator was as thorough as Emily says he is, I believe his claim that he knows all about my blog. And if he knows, does he have something to do with the problems I've been having since I met Emily? What if that explains all the cryptic messages I've received, threatening to expose my identity? What if it's been my family behind both these things, investigating her and me? The guy knew about our relationship, for God's sake. What else does he know? Emily rips off her visor and places it on the kitchen island. Then she runs her hand across her face. Alfred, I care about you a lot. I never thought that our fake relationship would lead to something like this. I don't want to get into trouble. I don't want to get you into trouble with your family either. What? You're not going to get either one of us in trouble. I wouldn't let that happen. I'm not a little kid who can get corralled by my family anymore. I'm my own person. But... Emily trails off, shaking her head. He knew so much about me. I don't want to live the rest of my life in fear, Alfred. I don't want to check over my shoulders whenever I'm walking down the street. I don't deserve that. Obviously, you being out with me is a pretty big problem for your grandfather, she points out. I'll protect you. I promise. I wouldn't let anything happen to you. I lean forward, trying to catch her eyes. She refuses to look at me directly. As I try to put my hand under her chin, she flinches away. Emily, please look at me. I don't think we should keep seeing each other, she says. Crap. That's like a kick to the teeth. I mean, it wouldn't be that big of a deal, right? We're not a real couple. You don't have real feelings for me. Emily scratches the back of her neck, shrugging me off each time I try to touch her. This isn't a good thing for my mental health either. What? Why's that? I really like you, Alfred, she whispers sadly, picking at the loose threads on her pants. But this isn't real. This is fake. I know that nothing can actually happen between us, and it makes me sad. This might be a sign from the universe that I need to get away from you. Did I just hear her correctly? Did she just... Emily sniffles, wiping at her eyes. I mean, I get it. You just wanted someone to help keep your cover while you were working on your restaurant reviews. And that's fair. But if it's turning into this whole big thing with your grandfather hiring people to see who you are out with, we're obviously on a whole other level now. I don't want to make trouble for you, especially when that wasn't part of our original deal, you know? There's no reason to keep going with this if you aren't interested in me. You can just pretend with someone else. Wait. I reach for her wrist as she tries to stand. Slowly, she lowers herself back onto the seat. Emily, I didn't know how to tell you this without getting awkward, but I started falling for you a while ago. Finally, she meets my gaze. Her eyelashes clump together because of the tears coming in. What? How did you not notice? I ask gently, laughing out the words. I spent so much time trying to impress you. I dressed nicely. I brought you flowers. I did everything I could to let you know that I liked you for real. Alfred, how was I supposed to know that was for real? Emily exclaims, smiling through the tears. You were the one who told me it was going to be fake. So that's what I thought. I noticed the little things like that, yeah, but I just thought you were being nice to me. Nice, I repeat incredulously, chuckling to myself. I'm in love with you, and I have been for a while. Emily's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. She's so beautiful. But what about your family? I don't give a damn about what they think. At this moment, I can't hold back any longer. I can't suppress these intense feelings inside of me, the ones that bubble up to the surface each time I'm around Emily. Goosebumps run up my arm. My hand reaches her cheek, caressing her soft skin. My thumb circles into her cheek before gliding across her chin toward the back of her neck. That's when my fingers start threading into her hair. I love you, Emily. Alfred, she breathes, eyes fluttering closed. I love you too. With that, I bring her mouth to mine. It's gentle at first, soft and innocent. I take my time with her, exploring her movements and testing the waters of where she'll allow my hands to touch. Soon enough, Emily turns her body towards me, inviting me in. That's all I need to cup her face and bring her chest flush against mine. Her hands grip my shoulders tightly and she moans softly into the kiss. When she pulls away, my mouth trails down her chin and across her neck. Her chest heaves against me. Through her clothes, I can feel her chest pressing against mine. All I want to do is rip her clothes off and take her right here, but I want Emily to initiate that. I want to know that she wants me as much as I want her. Alfred. Yes? I whisper against her skin, continuing to pepper her with soft pecks that trail down the length of her neck. Do you want this? I do, but I'm scared, she admits, which makes me pull away to look at her. She wets her lips. I don't want to cause problems between you and your family. I feel like I'm going to get between you and them. That doesn't matter to me, though. I told you. I don't care what they think about us. I want you by my side. That's all I want. What if they retaliate against us? What if they try sabotaging your blog and your career? Those are realistic concerns, but right now, I'm thinking with my groin. Mostly with my heart. But the bulge in my pants has a mind of its own, too. Let's not think about that right now, please. We'll deal with that when we get to it. Promise? Yes, I say, frantically nodding. I'm breathless. The cling of my clothing against my body is too much for me to handle. I'm clawing at Emily's clothes, doing everything I can to get them off. She stands, and I follow her with my mouth. She has me wrapped around her finger, I know that, and I'm doing nothing to fight it.
Chapter 17. Emily. He loves me. The thought echoes in my head over and over. He loves me. I'm sorry, I say, starting to cry. No, he says, looking alarmed. Why? I don't know, we wasted so much time. Emily, he says. We have all the time in the world starting now. He strokes my hair. I let myself lean into him. Say it again, I say. What? That you love me? I love you. He tips my face up to his and stares into my eyes. I've seen that look before, but now that I know what it means, it feels different. I kiss him. That also feels different. The desire is there, but this time there is a tenderness. It's like a cord connecting us, my heart to his. We kiss and kiss for what seems like hours. I'm in no rush. He loves me, and I love him. It's perfect. He pulls his mouth away and looks at me. I'd like to make love to you now, he says quietly. I know what he means. Our previous encounters were fantastic. This is different. This is at a higher level. Right now, it's making love, not just tearing frantically at each other's clothing for a pleasure-filled round. I swallow hard. I'd like that. Please. He leads me by the hand to his bedroom. I follow, but this time, I can't look at him. We've done this before, and each time I've completely left my inhibitions behind. Now I'm a bit scared. I love him so much that it hurts. He takes my hand and runs it up to my shoulder. I hug him, tucking my head under his chin. I could stay here forever, safe in his arms, the rest of the world gone. I look up at him, and he smiles. He kisses me again, but this time he doesn't ask for entrance into my mouth. The kiss is chaste, pure. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced. He picks me up, and it feels like I'm weightless, floating on a cloud. He puts me down on the bed and lies down next to me. His face is hovering over mine. "I'm so lucky," he says, carefully stroking my face. He smells so good. We kiss again and slowly work up the passion. I'm breathing so hard. He's not touching me at all, only our lips are connected. It's thrilling. I'm the one to take it to the next level first. I undo one button on his shirt, just one. I stroke his newly exposed skin with one finger, then with my whole hand. He moans into my mouth like it's the most thrilling thing that has ever happened to him. These two are insatiable, and we can't get enough either. Unfortunately, the rest of this chapter is too hot for YouTube. Find all the details you want over at tylawalker.com and use code SAVE40 for a great deal on the chapter conclusion. Back to it.
This is it, baby. This is what you can get me that'll make me happy.
You know I'll get you whatever you want. All you need to do is ask me and I'll give it to you.
This ain't just it. This is everything I could ever want.
Now I'm curious. What does a strong, sassy woman like yourself want so badly?
Baby, you know what I want?
Can't wait to hear.
The Big Baddie Bundle from Tyla Walker. It has everything I need.
20 ebooks with over 1 million words of sassy romance and spice that'll keep you on your toes.
10 audiobooks containing over 60 hours of that seductive voice telling me naughty things all night long.
You don't need an audiobook for that, baby. Right here.
You may be fine and all, but no one tells it like the way Miss Tyla does. And I need her in my life.
The Big Baddie Bundle is everything you need. You can get it for 80% off.
Go to tylawalker.com to browse the bundles that earn you the best deals.
It's time you treat yourself. Because you deserve it.
Escape your life with Miss Tyla.
Chapter 18. Alfred. How about I make us some coffee and breakfast? I ask. I am hungry, Emily admits. Kind of starving, actually. I laugh. Well, we did get quite a bit of exercise overnight, I say. I'm gonna go whip up a batch of... What? She says, poking me in the ribs. Muffins, I say sheepishly. It's Gianna's recipe. But if that bothers you... Not at all, she says, throwing back the covers and getting up out of bed. She stretches her arms overhead and bends from side to side. Suddenly, I don't give a rat's ass about muffins or any other type of food. She heads into the bathroom, and I admire the view before getting up. By the time she gets to the kitchen, I've gotten most of the ingredients in the mixer, and the oven is preheating. She's chosen to wear my shirt from last night with the sleeves rolled up. Wow, she says, admiring my setup. I'm Gianna's test viewer, I explain. I can't cook too well. So we decided who better to try out her recipes and make sure they were idiot-proof? You're a good friend, she says, and I shrug. It really is mostly business, I say. I didn't expect it, but people in Italy watch my podcast. I don't know why. It's not like they can go to any of the restaurants. She comes over to me and stands on her tiptoes and kisses me on the cheek. I believe you, she says. But, I ask. I swear I distinctly heard a but. Coffee, she says, sniffing. Right there, I say, pointing. I give her an impromptu tour of the kitchen. I want her to feel at home here. I hope she'll never want to leave. I hand her a mug and she fixes her coffee. Now I have a very important question, I say seriously. Oh no. What? We seem very compatible in there. I point down the hall. But this next point, this could be a deal breaker. What? I don't answer. Just let the drama build. Alfred, what? I reach into a drawer and pull out a spatula. How do you like your eggs? She opens her mouth but shuts it when I point the spatula at her. Think carefully, I tell her. There's a lot riding on this. Over easy, she says. I hang my head in shame. What is it? She says in mock horror. You're not scrambled? I can't do it, I say. I break the yolks. Please don't leave me. She comes around the corner and hugs me. We'll get through it, she says. Together. I cop a feel. Well, a couple of them. She grinds up against me and then pulls away. I need to taste these famous muffins, she says. I groan. I forgot about them, and right now, I'm really wishing she had too. I need sustenance, Alfred, she says. There's definitely something implied in the way she's saying that. My girl has to eat, I agree. She helps, and we make fast work of scooping the muffin batter and sliding the tray into the oven. She sets the timer. How about some music? I say. What do you like to listen to? Are you kidding me? I have a specific morning playlist. She finds her phone. I go into my home office to get her a charger. She follows me. This is where it all happens, huh? She says. Yep, I say. What are those? She says, laughing. I go over to the shelf on the side and pick up one of my masks. I pop it on over my head. You could wear one too if you ever want to. Film with me, I say. I'm not talking about my podcast right now. She picks one up and puts it on. Nixon. Yikes. On second thought, I say, maybe I should stick to my restaurant reviews. Come on, Alfred, she says. This isn't sexy? She turns to the side and pulls my shirt up high on her hip. Nope, I say. Can't do it. She pulls the mask off. Woo. I kinda like Ape Alfred a little, she says. It is my most popular mask, I say. So, the loud buzz of the timer from the kitchen interrupts us. I yank off my alter ego and we go running back into the kitchen. The muffins are perfect. Now they just need to cool. We get started on the eggs. We flip them, and 3 out of 4 make it without breaking. That isn't bad, for my track record. We take our food to the living room and stretch out on the couch. Oh, this is fabulous, she says after taking her first bite. I can make lots of different ones now, I say. I even experimented with my own flavor, but, well, let's just say I stick to the recipes now. What was it? She asks. We are sitting up on opposite ends of my extra-long sofa. Our feet are side by side. I run my foot up and down her calf. I was trying to replicate my grandmother's bran muffins. I don't know why. I had to eat them as a kid. I hated them then. So it didn't work? It tasted like cardboard, I say, remembering. Actually, maybe I nailed the recipe. That's kind of what they tasted like. I don't know why I tried it. I guess I thought maybe I had matured into liking bran or something. She smiles, but there is something missing. The light has faded from her eyes. What is it? I say. You can tell? I swing my legs down and sit up. Grab her feet. I put them in my lap as I scoot closer to her. I can tell, I say. Something's bothering you. Spill it. She looks down at her lap. I can't bear to see her so sad. Tell me or I'll tickle you. No, Alfred, she shrieks. She yanks her feet out of my hands and leaps up. I'm up in a flash, too. I'm so much bigger than her I could grab her immediately, but I don't. Instead, I let her slip out of my grasp again and again. When she heads into the bedroom, I tackle her on the bed. I hold her wrist down and climb on top of her. She squirms underneath me. When she can't escape, she kisses me. But she's not going to distract me with that either. Something was bothering you. I know it was, I say. Tell me. Can't we just... She raises her hips up and grinds against me. I grin, but I have to be strong. This isn't a fling. Problems left unspoken will fester. I won't allow that to happen. I lean into her and she closes her eyes. I kiss them both very softly. Then I brush my lips against hers. When I pull away, her mouth is slightly parted. I know she wants more, but Not until she answers me. "Don't you want me?" she says. "Desperately," I say. "But I don't want you keeping things from me. You should have asked me about Gianna right away. I would have told you." "I know," she says. "Why didn't you?" "I was scared, I guess." "Uh-huh," I say. "So what are you scared of now?" I lay down next to her on my side and sweep her into my arms. I make her my little spoon and kiss her on the temple. "Tell me," I whisper in her ear. "It's your family, Alfred," she confesses. "I love you. I love you too. I know. I really do know that. I'm so happy. At the same time, I keep flashing back to that awful man. I mean, the things he said to me. They don't know you," I say. "Once they get to know you." "I don't think so," she says sadly. "They've already made up their minds. They'll change them. I'll change them. And if they don't?" "Listen," I say, turning her around to face me. "I guess I have to be honest. I can't predict the future. And my family. Ugh, there's so much I don't want to get into. My father and my grandfather. The business. They want to destroy you, Alfred," Emily says quietly. "They can't. Maybe that's what they're so mad about. They had a plan for me and I went my own way." "But if they identify you, it won't matter," I say. "How can you say that?" "Because it won't. I'll figure out something else I can do. I'll pivot. I'll make it part of my act." She doesn't answer me. I sit up and sit cross-legged on the bed and pull her up. She reluctantly gets into the same position. We face each other, and I grab both her hands. "Please, just let me worry about my family," I say. "They're my problem, not yours." "But what we have here, it's real, isn't it?" I say. She nods. Tell me you feel it too," I urge. "I do," she says, smiling again. When she smiles at me like that, I don't just think I can do anything. I know I can. Whatever happens with my family, it doesn't matter. As long as we're together, I'll be okay. Better than okay. A lot better. "I'll worry about them," I say. "I want you and I, when we are together, to focus on us." She doesn't seem convinced. "Just give us a shot, okay?" I'm pleading now, but I don't care. Don't give up on us because of them. I'll never be able to forgive them if they drive you away from me. "I don't want that," she says immediately. "So, trust me?" I ask, crossing my fingers in my mind. She thinks it over for another couple of seconds, then throws her arms around my neck. "Okay."
Chapter 19. Emily. "Do you have to go?" Alfred asks. "I really should," I say. "I don't want to." I don't. His apartment is our safe space. I've gotten dressed and undressed twice already today. Then Alfred said, I really should take a shower. With him. I couldn't refuse that. It's been a hell of a 24 hours, but I still don't want to leave. Why do I have to? Why can't we just cocoon up here? Can't we make it so we never have to leave? He could get all his meals via DoorDash. Heck, he could review them while he is eating. I could learn how to work the camera, but he'd need a mask with a mouth. "I'll walk you home," he says. Now that's just silly, I say, but he insists. He holds my hand, both in the elevator and as he walks me down the hall. I hesitate at my door. Why does it have to be so hard? "Hey," he says, "you're worrying again, aren't you?" "Yes," I admit. "I'm going to work on this," he says. "I know my family. I'll come up with something. It's going to be fine. And if it's not, we still have each other." I don't ask him to promise. I know he means it. I give him a quick kiss on the cheek. I don't trust myself to do anything else. Then I go into the apartment and shut the door behind me. I think I miss him already. I lean back against the door, willing myself to relax. I'm weak. I don't want to be away from him so soon. I change my mind. I spin around and grab the doorknob. I'm just going back to his apartment where we can pretend and... Hello? I turn back around to see Jamie looking at me. She's leaning against the wall and her arms are folded. She is very obviously unhappy with me. Where have you been? She demands. Were you worried sick, Mom? I ask. I just wanted one text to know that you were alive and not abducted. Of course I wasn't abducted, I say, taking out my phone. I was with Alfred. You think he abducted me? Last I knew you were at work, and you said the next time you saw him, it would be for closure. She wags her finger at me. How much closure did you get? 5, I say. No, wait, 6. I forgot the shower. Jamie groans and clamps her hands over her ears. I don't want those details, she says. I thought you were back to this strictly being a business arrangement. Listen, I say, kicking off my shoes. I'll tell you everything. I just need to sit down. Oh, she needs to sit down, Jamie says. I'm surprised you can sit down. 6 times? She mutters. I can hear you. I hope so. I fling myself down on the sofa and stare up at the ceiling. Life is wonderful, I think. So wonderful. I love Alfred, and he loves me, and we are so very compatible in every way. And the awesome sex is like gravy. No, whipped cream. Chocolate whipped cream. He said he could make other breakfast stuff. Pancakes and waffles. Maybe we should get some chocolate whipped cream and... Jamie says. I look over at her. She'll be happy for me once I explain. I kind of don't want to, though. I want to keep it all to myself, like a delicious secret. Well, she says. You should be happy, I say. You were right all along. About Alfred. About the roses. He said they were coral roses. And while peach roses mean gratitude, coral roses mean desire. What the hell are you talking about? You know, I say, sitting up and looking at her. The morning after your, overindulgence in tequila? Oh God, don't talk about that, Jamie says and sits down. So you think you really have a future with this guy? Yes. Oh my God. A thought strikes me, and I get up and dash out of the room. I run into my bedroom, open the dresser drawer, and start feeling around. What are you doing now? Jamie says from the doorway. Oh no, where is it? I wail. I start picking up my panties one by one and shaking them carefully over the drawer. As the number of discarded panties grows, I get more frantic and start flinging them. You are never dull. I'll say that, Jamie says. She comes and sits down on the bed. Will you stop judging? I'm not judging. I'm confused as hell. What are you doing? Found it, I say, holding it up triumphantly. I examine it closely. It's not tangled. I hang it around my neck and gaze at it in the mirror. Past, present, and future, I think, fingering each stone individually. What's that? Jamie says, coming over. He gave it to me, I say. Nice. So this is the real deal? It is, I say, sighing. I sit down on my bed, lie down, and throw my arms out wide. You got it bad, Jamie says, lying down next to me. I turn to my side and face her. She does the same. We're like 2 high schoolers whispering about which boy is cute in math class. Except Alfred isn't a boy, he's a man. And he's not just cute, he's amazing. It's perfect. Except for the fact that his family hates you and tried to run you off. Remember? The little voice of doubt rises up and rears its ugly head. I hate that voice. Why can't it just leave me alone and let me be happy for once? Because that's my job, it says. To ruin everything? I think back at it angrily. No, dumbass. To make sure your feet are still grounded in reality while your head and, other parts are up in the clouds. In my head, my voice looks like a little talking marshmallow. She's cute, but she can be brutally harsh. The reason I don't banish her completely is because she's usually right. Plus, I don't think I could even if I tried. I look at Jamie. There is this one little problem, I confess. Ha, I knew it. Spill it. Is he lousy in bed? Did it take him 6 times to get it right? Oh God, no, not at all. Then what? I sit back up and put my feet on the floor, firmly in reality. It's his family. Sheesh, that's it? Jamie says. That can't be that bad. You know the old saying? Which one? You're marrying him, not his mother. Well, we're not getting married, but it's bad, Jamie. How bad? I have to take a deep breath before I confess. The heat rushes to my face. It's like I'm back in the coffee shop with the private investigator and his file. What do you call it? A dossier, I think. I still can't believe it. They have a dossier on me, and they made everything about me seem so awful. Yes, I moved to New York with no job offers. It was an opportunity. I'm 26 years old. Was I supposed to be a CEO by now? I left home because everyone I knew was getting married. Wanting to have a little adventure in my life is not a crime. My 20s are half over. It's about time I had some fun. I can't even begin to explain this, I tell Jamie. Well, try. A guy came to see me at work. A guy? Is Alfred a secret agent or something? No, I say. He hides his identity for his food critic podcast, that's all. Honestly, that's weird enough for me, Jamie says. Well, remember, he asked me to go with him to restaurants to hide his cover. Yeah. I think it's his family that is trying to expose him and ruin his business. The man who came to see me at work was a private investigator that his family hired. No way, Jamie says. She exhales, emitting a long whistle. Who does that? Who the hell does that? And they don't like me. How can they not like you? You haven't even met anyone in his family yet, have you? No, but he had a file on me. Basically accused me of being a what? A gold-digging hussy, that's what. I'm suddenly too mad to sit down anymore. I get up and start pacing the room. Hey, calm down. Did you tell Alfred? Yes. Well, what did he say? I look down at the necklace and touch the diamonds one by one. Past, present, future. I want this. I want him. I love him and he loves me. Why isn't that enough? He said he'd handle it, I tell Jamie. Sounds good, so let him handle it. It's not that simple. Sure it is. Well, not for you. I look at her. She's sitting on the edge of my bed, legs crossed, bouncing her foot up and down. What do you mean? I ask carefully. You worry. It's what you do. Now, granted, this is kind of a big deal, a private investigator. But Alfred said he'd handle it, so maybe just let him? I don't know if I can. I know, Jamie says. She gets up and comes over to me and plants a kiss on my forehead. But just try. She leaves. I lie back down on my bed. I don't want to worry about Alfred's family. I'm in love, really in love, for the first time in my life. Any other time I thought I was in love, I was wrong. Those times were kid stuff. Puppy love, infatuation. When you finally get the real thing, you know. And I want to enjoy it. But nope, I say out loud firmly. I get up and go to the mirror. Jamie's right. I worry. I fret. I make up scenarios in my head that might never happen to worry about. I could teach a college course on worrying, graduate level. Alfred said he'd handle it. I'm going to let him. Maybe things will work out just fine. Sure. Oh, shut up. I interrupt the voice, irritated. For once, it does.
Chapter 20. Alfred. Alfred, hi. My grandfather's secretary, he refuses to refer to her as an assistant, smiles warmly at me. I return the smile, but I'm really not interested in socializing. On the way over here, my blood went from simmering to a boil. You can go in, she says. He's not on the phone. Thanks, I say. I wouldn't care if he was. I'm in the mood for a showdown, an epic one. I storm into his office and he's not there. The door to his private bathroom is shut. Well, that's just great, I think. I'm all riled up with no one to rage at. I sit down and stand back up again. I wander over to what Grandpa calls Pride Wall. There are pictures dating all the way back to the beginning, the first franchise of Big Belly Burgers, which he ran himself. His favorite picture is one of him flipping burgers. I can't deny it, he worked hard. Alfred, I turn around. He's standing there staring at me. Did we have an appointment? He asks. Do you want me to go out and make an appointment with Betsy? I ask. Don't be ridiculous. You're welcome anytime, especially if... If what? I ask suspiciously. You've finally come to your senses, haven't you? He says. I have a newfound clarity, I admit. Great. Have a seat. He sits behind his desk. It's a giant slab of granite. He likes to brag that it took 10 men to carry it in. He motions for me to have a seat. I decline. I'm here to talk about why you had my girlfriend investigated, and then sent one of your thugs to try to scare her. Spencer isn't a thug, he says. He's a highly respected investigator. When you send an investigator to someone's work and show them a file of information you've compiled on them, it's a little intimidating. He shrugs. Stay calm, I tell myself. Don't let him get to you. If it makes you feel any better, I didn't tell him to investigate who you were dating. It just came up when we were trying to get intel on your restaurant internet show thing. It's a podcast, Grandpa, which is a waste of time and energy. You belong here. You're, what, 30 years old now? 31. See, even worse. Your dad was managing the whole eastern seaboard by the time he was 30 and scouting new locations for me all over the country. I know. I remember it all too well. My dad would be gone for weeks at a time. When he came home, he always claimed to be happy, but even as a kid I knew. He wasn't happy. He was exhausted. I sit down and fold my hands on top of my end of mount desk. I'm just going to try to explain it to him. Again. Maybe this will be the time he understands. Grandpa, I appreciate all you have done. I know how big of an accomplishment it is that you built this conglomerate from one franchise. And then the investing, the trust. It's amazing. You know what I think your problem is, he says. We gave you too much. If you had grown up poor, like me, you would have more fire in your belly. But I didn't, I say. I really don't need another lecture on the Great Depression. I once wrote an essay on it for history class. I got an A+ on it, and I didn't even need to do any research. My grandpa's stories are ingrained in my brain. I couldn't erase them if I tried. You belong here. I'll hate it here like what? Like my father did, I think. Does. I'm happy. The podcast makes me happy. And Emily makes me really happy. Oh, please, where's that file? He starts rummaging through a pile on his desk and pulls out a file. He puts it down in front of me. Why don't you look at it? I don't. Look at it. So I look. I don't know what he expects me to find so horrible. It looks like a normal upbringing to me. It's very thorough. Looks like Mr. Spencer was just adding to the file to pad his bill. It's a heaping load of nothing. What exactly do you find so offensive here? I ask. She's obviously after you for your money. My money. She's not. She had no idea who I was or that I'm heir to the Smith Empire. You're right. You are the heir. When are you going to start acting like it? If and when you get married, it should be someone appropriate. God, he's such a snob. You'd think someone from such humble beginnings might have some appreciation for people who aren't filthy rich. They're the ones who work in his restaurants generating all his revenue. Your place is here, he says. My place is with Emily, I think. I've never been more sure of anything in my life. She's everything I've always wanted. I know that we were meant to be together. She sees the good in everything. Right now, the contrast between her and my family is like black and white. They're always looking for something to be disgruntled about. It's almost like if they show any happiness for all they have, and they have an immense amount, it will be taken away. With Emily, I can have security, a different kind. The security that she will always be there, loving me no matter what. I don't want to live my life pursuing more, trying desperately to get enough, to achieve enough. There will never be enough to be enough. I'm sorry, Grandpa, I say. We have to agree to disagree on this. I love you. I appreciate all you have given me. But it's my life, and I want Emily in it. You're a fool, he says. His phone rings and he picks it up. Then he waves me out of his office. I don't care if I'm a fool, I think as I walk out. I know what I want. I want Emily forever. I want to marry her. The realization comes over me, and suddenly my mind is racing. I mutter goodbye to Betsy and head down the hall. My father's office is there. It is considerably less impressive than Grandpa's, with no private bathroom. The door is open and he's not there. I wander in and sit down just so I can think. I'm going to ask Emily to marry me, and I want to make it spectacular. I quickly decide to take her back to the Georgian restaurant where we had one of our best dates. What better place to ask her to spend the rest of her life with me than where it really all began? But that's not enough. I need to make it really special. I search on my phone and find a horse-drawn carriage ride in Central Park. That appeals to me. The two of us tucked into the carriage, looking up at the moon and the lights of the city. Alfred? My father is standing in the doorway. What are you doing here? I came to see Grandpa. I wanted to tell him I'm not going to be joining the firm, and I wanted him to know I didn't appreciate him having Emily investigated. My father gets a pained look on his face. He closes his door and sits down at his desk. I tried to discourage him from doing that, he said, but once he gets an idea in his head. Did you see the report? I did. He sighs. I looked at it. He insisted. I just didn't see the big deal. He sent the PI to her job to try to run her off. I didn't know that, but it doesn't surprise me. You gotta understand, he built this business from nothing, and he's afraid. He doesn't want anyone to take it from him. Emily isn't going to take it from him. He takes off his glasses and rubs his eyes. I trust your judgment, Alfred. If you vouch for her, that's good enough for me. I don't know what to say to that. Luckily, he continues, you have a good head on your shoulders, you always did. And what? I've been watching your podcasts. You really have something there. I don't know what it is exactly, but I enjoy them. Your mother and I have tried a few of the restaurants you recommended. They were wonderful. He looks right at me. He's got a strange look on his face. I think what I'm seeing is pride. I just want you to be happy, he says quietly. Even if my father cuts you off, I've got plenty of my own money socked away. You do what you have to do. What I have to do, Dad, I say suddenly, impulsively. I was not planning on telling him this, but now I just have to. I want to. Is ask Emily to marry me. That's a big step. Are you sure? I've never been more positive of anything. He smiles. Then he gets up and walks over to the credenza. He pushed on the side of the framed print hanging over it, and it pops open. There's a safe behind there. I never knew that. He digs around in it and takes out a small box. Here, he says, handing it to me. I open it. It's a large ring that seems familiar. It was my mother's, he says. When she was dying, she gave it to me, made me promise to offer it to you when you found the right girl. Sounds like Emily is the right girl. He tells me how my grandfather gave it to her when he made his first $1,000,000. Thanks, Dad, I say. Just knowing I have him in my corner makes everything better. Good luck, he says. Any advice? He thinks about it. I'm not great at this, but maybe some roses too. Women like roses, right? I thank him and we exchange an awkward hug. I spend the rest of the afternoon planning every detail of the proposal. I may have gone overboard, especially with the roses, but I don't care. She's worth it.
Chapter 21. Emily. Where is he taking you tonight? Jamie asks. She holds up another pair of earrings. I hold them up to my ears. They are big and dangly. I don't want anything that competes with the necklace Alfred gave me. I haven't taken it off since I put it back on. He didn't say, I tell her. Just said, dressed to the nines. Well, you've done that, Jamie said. I'm wearing the dress Alfred gave me for the Met dinner. Now that was a spectacular night, I think. It's going to be hard to top that one. The doorbell rings. I'll let him in, Jamie says, leaping up off my bed and heading out of the room. I take another look in the mirror and twirl happily. I visited Dr. Google therapist Google and have decided compartmentalizing is the key. Whatever Alfred's family thinks of me, I'm not going to let it ruin my night. I visualized locking all my cares away and locked that particular issue into a nesting set of trunks. Then I sent that way back into a cave and put a rock slide in front of it. Alfred is chatting in the kitchen with Jamie. In his hand are a dozen roses. Red this time. Everyone knows red means love. We embrace briefly. Jamie is standing right there. It's going to take us a while to get to dinner, Alfred says. I hope you don't mind. As long as I'm with you, I don't mind anything. The Uber takes us to the other side of Central Park. We get out and Alfred starts poking frantically at his phone. He said he'd be here, he says. Who? I'm interrupted by a clopping noise like hoofbeats. We turn around. Mr. Smith? The driver is a merry-looking man with a jaunty cap on his head. He smiles and I'm reminded of Santa. Or maybe it's just that the Christmas decorations have started popping up around the city. I have a feeling that Christmas in New York is going to be absolutely magical. Alfred helps me into the carriage. We snuggle under a velvety soft blanket. The driver, his name is Chris, seriously, climbs up in front of us and whistles. The carriage starts with a lurch, but then we are rolling smoothly along. I always wanted to do this, Alfred says. Now that I'm in love, it seemed like the perfect time. I feel like a princess, I say. He really is a prince. I don't even have a wicked stepmother to worry about, just a slightly overprotective roommate and cousin. Alfred seems so happy I wonder if he got things straightened out with his family. I'm not thinking about that tonight. I remind myself. It's absolutely beautiful riding along in the dark, the lights from the buildings twinkling off in the distance. Alfred confesses he wanted the carriage to pick us up at our building, but they don't do that anymore. I assure him it is okay. No need to risk the horse's safety. It's plenty romantic now that we are here. We kiss and giggle the whole way. Love is the best, I announce suddenly. It's like a buzz without the calories, or a hangover. Alfred laughs. Life was so boring before you, he says. You have a way, thank you. For what? For being you. I think that's pretty silly, but then he is kissing me again, so who cares? Silly works? On the west side of the park, we have to get out of the carriage. The Uber driver is waiting for us. This must have cost him a fortune, I think, but it was worth every penny. I'm going to remember this night for the rest of my life, and we haven't even gotten to dinner yet. You have to stop spoiling me so much, I tell Alfred as we drive away from the park. Nope, it's my new favorite hobby. Well, second favorite. What's the first? I ask. What do you think? He says, whispering in my ear and running his hand under my skirt. Why don't we skip dinner then? I say. Excuse me, Mr. Uber? No, Alfred says. I look at him. surprised. He actually seems upset. "Sorry," he says. "It's just, the new winter menu came out. I promised my viewers I'd be doing a podcast on it soon." "Okay," I say, "but you owe me." I slide my hand between his legs to let him know I mean business. "And I don't like it when my debts aren't paid," I whisper wickedly in his ear. The car stops in front of the restaurant. "Oh, goody," I say, recognizing it. It's the place we went on our first date. Was it a date? I decide it was. We ended up here, wildly in love, and at least right now, pretty wildly in lust. We didn't know it was a date at the time, but it certainly was. "I wanted to go back to the place where it all began," Alfred says seriously. He gets out of the car and holds his hand out for me. I take it. "I think I fell in love with you that first night," I tell him. "You were so sincere and intense, and I can't help it. I kiss him. He kisses me back. Okay, I know the food here is amazing, but I really just want to go back to his apartment. Maybe we could get takeout." "We have a reservation," he says when he stops kissing me. "Okay, but I'm adding to your debt," I say. The restaurant is decorated with lights and sparkly gold branches. I love Christmas in New York. We are seated under a large banner that says, "Congratulations." Alfred is so busy staring at it, he forgets to pull my chair out. I sit down and tug his wrist. "They probably had a shower here before and forgot to take it down," I say. "It would be a wonderful place for a shower. I wonder if it was baby or bridal." "Do you feel like something sparkling?" Alfred asks me. "Definitely. Do you mean champagne?" "I don't think they have champagne," he says, studying the wine list. I look at it too. "Oh, look at that one," I say. Notes of jasmine, apple, pear, nectarine, and honeydew. "Is that what you want?" "I think so. It sounds extra sparkly." "Nothing sparkles as much as you do," Alfred says and kisses me. We linger over the not champagne. I think I remember that champagne only comes from France, and this bottle is from Georgian grapes, for an hour before we even put in our order for appetizers. We have the sampler platter and some of that wonderful cheese-stuffed bread. After that, we order another bottle of white, full-bodied this time. Alfred shakes his head when the waiter comes over. "I want this evening to last as long as possible," he says. When we finish our entrees, I'm stuffed. "I don't think I could eat another bite," I tell Alfred. "Maybe not for a week." "What about dessert?" he says. "Why don't we come back in a few days, late, and just have dessert?" "I was really looking forward to dessert," he says. He looks so disappointed I can't help but acquiesce. The waiter brings over the dessert tray. "This is my favorite part," I tell Alfred. After he tells us all of them, we'll both say what we want at the same time, okay? "Absolutely," he says. "Compliments of the house," the waiter says, sliding the tray down in front of us. "Wait, what?" I say. "We have," he continues, ignoring me, "the Napoleon, a cream-filled pastry." "Yum," I say, looking at Alfred. He doesn't seem impressed. I probably shouldn't show any reaction. That way, when I decide at the end, it will be a surprise. Georgian honey cake. That doesn't need any explanation. Pelamushi and korkuti are both puddings. There is one bowl left. I squint at it. It's a little glass bowl, and there is something in the bottom of it, but it doesn't look edible. I'm so confused I missed the waiter telling me what it is. I'm not sure it matters. He shot off a bunch of syllables I didn't understand and didn't offer an explanation. Alfred reaches out and picks up the bowl. Then he stands up. Then he gets down on one knee. "Oh my God," I say as my brain finally makes sense of it all. He plucks the jewelry box out of the bowl, which he puts on the table. Then he pops open the box and holds it out to me. It's my grandmother's ring, he says. That must mean something good. I wait with bated breath. He takes a deep breath before continuing. Emily, I never loved anyone or anything as much as I love you. Quite frankly, I didn't know it was possible. You overwhelm me constantly, but now I'm addicted to it and to you. Marry me, please. Marry me and make me the happiest man on earth. Oh, I say. I start crying. How did I get this lucky? How did I get to have someone as wonderful as Alfred fall in love with me? I have to grab the napkin and dab at my eyes. Then I realize I haven't answered him yet. He's looking at me, waiting patiently. Yes, I cry out. I jump out of my chair and sit down on his knee. Then I throw my arms around him and start kissing him. He puts his hand on his back to steady me. I plant kisses all over his face. He grabs my chin and kisses me. I realize everyone in the restaurant is cheering. My vision is blurry from my tears, but I can see everyone smiling and the staff clapping. Congratulations, Mr. Smith, our waiter says. I look up at the banner over our heads. There was no shower, was there? I whisper to Alfred. No, he says. This was all for you, my fiancé. I can tell that just saying the word makes him happy, but nowhere near as happy as I am hearing it.
Chapter 22. Alfred. She said yes. I say it in my head over and over again. We ask for the dessert to go. Emily says it will make a fabulous breakfast. But I still want you to make your famous eggs, okay? She snuggles up next to me as best as we can in 2 separate chairs. They bring us the box and the check. I leave a huge tip. I have a crazy impulse to try to make everyone in the restaurant as happy as me. The car is waiting outside. I called for it when Emily excused herself before dessert. I knew whatever her answer was, I'd want to get out of there fast. The idea of waiting outside with her in the cold if she said no was very unappealing, but she didn't say no. In the car, I pick up her hand and look at the ring. If you don't like it, I'll get you something else, I say. You can pick out whatever you want. We can go to Tiffany's or Cartier. Oh, I'd love to go there, she says, but just to look. This is my engagement ring. Your grandmother's ring, you said? It wasn't her engagement ring, I admit. They didn't have much money when they first got married. My grandfather got it for her later in life. That's even more romantic, she says, sighing. I wrap my arm tightly around her. God, I want to kiss her so much. But if I do, I won't be able to stop. It's late and, thankfully, the traffic is light. The night doorman greets us at the building. We got engaged, George, Emily says. He smiles warmly and congratulates us. I look at Em's face. She's positively glowing. I didn't think she could be any more beautiful, but there it is. She's so excited to be my wife, and that makes me feel better about myself than I have in a long time. She just loves me, I think, as we wait for the elevator. Emphasis on just. I'm holding her hand and I can feel it trembling. This is a new experience for me. My family has always had a massive list of expectations. It felt like a giant stone I had to carry around on my shoulders. Then there were the women who only wanted to date me because of my family's money. Suddenly I feel very choked up. Hey, I say, tugging on Emily's arm. What? She says, turning to me. Her big brown eyes stare right through me. She loved me so much that she was willing to walk away from me to save me. I don't know what I did to deserve her, but I'm extremely determined to spend the rest of my life proving she made the right decision. The elevator door opens. Come on, silly, she says and runs into the car, pulling me behind her. She pushes the button and steps away from me, then leans up against the wall. The look in her eyes now, there's no question about it. This is a woman who knows what she wants, and she knows who she wants to give it to. I pull her close and kiss her. Then I back her up against the wall again. I touch her chest and grind up against her until the soft ding signals that the door is about to open. When I lead her down the hall to my apartment, she's breathing heavily. I, however, am cooler. I wanted every aspect of this night to be perfect, and I've saved the best for last. I open the door and lead her inside. I move the coffee table. The rug is soft and luxurious, but not good enough. Not for her, my fiancée. Not for the woman who agreed to be my wife. It's piled with an admittedly ridiculous number of rose petals. I watch her face as she takes in the scene I've created. I let go of her hand and walk around the room, lighting the candles I've placed on every flat surface. Then I turn all the lights off and go back to her. "These are blush roses," I say quietly, taking both her hands in mine. "They mean thank you, and I wanted to thank you, not just for saying yes and agreeing to marry me, but for coming into my life." "This is too much, Alfred," she says. Her eyes are filling up with tears. The light from all the candles reflects in them. One lone tear escapes out of the outer corner of her eye and runs down her cheek. I brush it away with my thumb, then I tenderly kiss the trace it left on her face. Her hands slide up and grab my shoulders, the whole length of her body pressing up against me. "I love you so much," she says into my mouth. "God, you have no idea," I say back. "Watch me," she says, stepping away. She undresses with excruciating slowness. It's the most amazing thing I've ever seen. Then she lies down on the floor, and I know I made the right choice. Her dark skin against the light pink color is amazing. It's just her and the 2 pieces of jewelry I gave her. The necklace signifies our past, present, and future. And the ring, which means our future starts now. She looks like an angel. My angel. I take my clothes off and lie down next to her. I don't touch her. Not yet. "Close your eyes," I whisper. "Okay," she says. I pick one petal up. Before I get started, I look up and down her body. She shivers, and I'd swear she can feel me looking at her. Careful not to touch her with anything but the flower, I start right under her chin and drag it under her neck. She moans and her hands clench up and release again. "Lie very still," I tell her. Huh?" she whimpers. I slide the petal down her chest. I'm only using the very edge of it to touch her. Now she's positively shaking. I make a slow circle, moving in closer and closer. She moans, and out of the corner of my eye, I see her legs start to part. I want her too, more badly than I've ever wanted anything in my life, but I'm determined to do this right, perfectly. I want her to remember this night forever. Sorry, this part of the story is a little too intense for YouTube, but don't worry, the full, uncensored version awaits you at tylawalker.com. Use code SAVE40 to save big on the complete, heart-racing adventure. Back to the action.
Chapter 23. Emily. Jamie raises her brow and smiles as she sees me, sweeping happily around our home, humming a soft tune to myself as I go. Resting a hand on her hip, she sighs. "What's the occasion? And whatever it is, do it more often if it means you'll do a thorough cleaning of the house. Enjoy it while you can, cousin. This might be the happiest I'll ever be." Giddiness overwhelms me, and I want to yell it from the rooftops, but I'm holding back. I first want to let my mom and close friends from home know about what happened. All those weddings I've been to, and now it's finally my turn. "Mom!" I exclaim, laying on my stomach on top of my bed. The bedroom door is closed and my hands smell like cleaning products, but I don't care. I flash the engagement ring to the camera of my phone, showing it off. "Look!" "Emily!" she squeals. "What? How did this happen? You just moved to New York, honey? How the hell did you get engaged?" "I met the best man in the world, Ma. His name is Alfred." "What does he do? What does he look like? Does he treat you right? How long have you known him?" As my mom does, she bombards me with questions that I answer to the best of my ability. I don't talk much about how we met or the things we've done leading up to this surprise proposal, but thankfully, she seems satisfied for now. "You have to bring him down here one day, honey. He has to meet the rest of the family." We're working on that, Ma. Don't worry. I know you'll love him. He's great. I trust you, Emily. I trust your judgment. Lord, just look at the stone he's put on your finger. After I speak to my mother, I speak to each one of my friends about the engagement. One by one, they scream and squeal happily. They're over the moon about the future wedding, the celebrations, the food and alcohol that I'll happily provide them with. Don't you think this is a little fast? Ramona asks. She got married 2 years ago and her husband's a charmer. Her bridal ring flashes in the light as she speaks to me. You haven't been in New York for that long. When you know, you know, I reply with a shrug. I love Alfred, and I know that he's going to treat me right. Ramona smiles. Well, that's the important thing. If he does anything to hurt you, let me know. Us girls will take matters into our own hands, I promise. The last person that I need to break the news to waits for me in the living room with a hot mug of cocoa and a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. Jamie scoots over and pats the spot next to her, supplying me with some of her blanket and a pillow to recline on. So what's going on? Alfred proposed, I say bluntly, plopping down on the couch. I've been telling everyone back home about it. They're all excited. Jamie stiffens next to me. Her mug stops midway to her lips. He asked you, and you said yes? Of course I did, Jamie. Don't give me that look, please. I'm really happy about the whole thing. It took me by surprise for sure, but it's everything I ever wanted. I mean, I don't want to spoil your big day. That's the last thing I want to do to you right now, Emily. But have you really thought this through? I frown. What do you mean? I've thought about it. I know I'm making the right decision. Jamie sighs, rubbing one of her eyes. What about his family secrecy and his anonymity? Has he addressed any of these issues yet? Swallowing hard, I recall his words to me. The ghost of his touch grazes my skin, reminding me not to worry and that he'll deal with his family, particularly his scheming grandfather. He's working on it, I say. Jamie's less than pleased with that answer, but I reach for her wrist before she stands up. Hold on. I don't want you to think that I'm not worried about that stuff because I am. I didn't dive headfirst into this whole thing without considering his family and the drama around that. That's good, at least. But, Jamie, I swear to you that I've never felt love like this before. Never. Not even in high school when I was lovesick and boy crazy, and all I wanted was to get married to a pretty boy who would change my life. Seems like you finally found your pretty boy, she says gently. Then she places her hand over mine. I just don't want you to get hurt. That's all. I know, I reassure. I don't want to get hurt either. I wouldn't have agreed to this if I thought Alfred wouldn't protect me against his family. I have faith that he'll do the right thing and tell off his grandfather for sending a private investigator after me. God, that was just crazy, Jamie whispers, shaking her head. Who does that old man think he is? Right? I thought the same thing. When I told Alfred, he agreed that this was out of hand and that he would do everything that he could to deal with this. And I trust him. He hasn't given me a reason to doubt him yet. Seriously? Not even the fake relationship scheming? When she notices the expression on my face, she raises a hand up in her defense. Hey, I'm just saying, that would raise a few red flags for me. The universe was really looking out for me when I met him, I reply dreamily, leaning on the back of the couch and remembering the moment I caught eyes with Alfred for the first time. I needed a change of pace, and I needed an attractive man to make me happy. Then boom, look what happened to me. How does your mom feel about the whole thing? At first, she thought it was a little quick. Then she started asking me all these questions about Alfred. You know how moms are. Promise me one thing, Jamie says, readjusting her position so that her whole body faces me. Promise me that you're going to take things slow and really get to know Alfred more now that you're engaged with him. You're kind of doing this whole relationship thing backward, but who cares? It happened. Whatever. I smile. Yeah, you got me there. He makes you happy and you're in love with him. That makes me less worried in the meantime. But you really have to iron out any of your concerns before the wedding actually happens. You get where I'm coming from, right? I nod. With how things are going between Alfred and me, the only thing I feel right now is optimism. I'm already thinking about our future, about our marriage, the full 9 yards. I'm even imagining our future children running around. I'd want them to look like him. That would be the best thing in the world. Jamie waves her hand over my face. Damn, I've lost you already. Sorry, I laugh, covering my mouth. I'm daydreaming again. She furrows her brows together briefly, eyes trailing my face. You're really in love with this guy, huh? A sheepish smile plays across my lips as I nod. This wasn't my intention, I promise. I didn't think I was going to fall in love with the guy who wanted me to be his fake girlfriend, but life has a funny way of playing out sometimes. I should have known that you were going to fall for him the moment he started coming to our door with flowers and gifts for you. That's when I knew he was starting to get serious about this whole thing. My hand grazes across my cheek thoughtfully. I was trying to deny it at first. I really didn't think he was going to catch feelings for me. That didn't even cross my mind. I thought I was going to be the sucker who was left in love and heartbroken when this all had to end. A man who's willing to put in the extra mile for you is a keeper. I don't know too much about Alfred and his demeanor, but I can tell that he's been serious about you for a long time. Not many men are willing to do that. Some just want to play around with your emotions and then leave you behind like nothing happened. Ouch, I whisper, frowning. That sounded personal. It doesn't matter. Jamie shakes her head and rises from the couch. You've got some wedding planning to do. Indeed, so many thoughts swirl around in my mind, starting with Alfred standing up to his family. How's the wedding going to look when that happens? Are his scorned family members going to show up at all? Oh well, it's their loss if they don't. On my phone, I'm scrolling through pretty wedding pictures and dresses for inspiration. As I pick out my favorites and save the images I like the most, the reality of the situation soon dawns upon me. I'm getting married. To Alfred. To the guy who asked me if I wanted to be his fake girlfriend, which led to this whole thing happening in the first place. Are things too good to be true? I don't know. Maybe. Right now, the main thing on my mind is how Alfred will look in his tuxedo on our big day, as well as the things we'll do when we're both tipsy on champagne. A shiver courses down my spine. I keep scrolling and dreaming. Later that day, I doodle in my diary how I want my dress to look, all the details that I want in the fabric. My imagination runs wild, driven by my utmost desire for Alfred.
Chapter 24. Alfred. Lowering myself into the hot tub of the Skyside gym, I let out a sigh as the tension releases from my muscles. Across from me, Emily settles into the steaming water. She's wearing a light one-piece that complements her dark complexion nicely. I can't keep my eyes off her, and because of that, I notice the expression on her face. She has furrowed brows, accompanied by a slight frown on her face. What's going on? How's your day been going so far? I ask, stretching my arms on either side of me to stabilize myself against the edge of the tub. Something's on your mind, I can tell. After pressing her lips into a thin line, she nods slightly. Her eyes flash upwards, meeting mine. I've been thinking a lot about our upcoming wedding. It's been the main thing on my mind. Yeah? And is that a good thing or bad thing? She shrugs. I've never realized how intense wedding planning can be. I've been to a lot of weddings recently, and it's never dawned on me how much work the bride and groom have to do to plan things. We can always hire someone to do that for us, I remind her, rolling my neck and sighing softly once I hear that satisfying little crack. I can hire some of the most top-rated wedding coordinators around. You don't have to worry about anything. Really? I still want my input to be heard, though. Whatever you want, we can make it work. I want you to feel special on our wedding day. Emily smiles briefly, but the way it fades away makes me curious. I thought she would be bursting at the seams with happiness at the fact that we're getting married. And at first, she was. I know she was, but now there's a reservation to her emotions that spurs my worries. You're still thinking about my family, huh? I reach out for her, beckoning her over to my side with a curl of my fingers, but Emily stays put. I told you that I was going to handle it. I know that, but I'm still scared, she says softly, rolling back her shoulders. If they're going as far as hiring a private investigator to follow me around, then what else are they capable of? They want to tear us apart, Alfred. I'm not worried about them. You shouldn't either. But don't you wonder if it's becoming more trouble than it's worth? Emily perks a brow. I don't want to be a thorn in your side because of this whole drama. I love you. I want to support you and be by your side throughout whatever, but they're making things really hard. Fear ripples through my body. Is this making you regret the engagement? No. Emily shakes her head firmly. A small sigh of relief falls from my lips. I'm happy about everything, but I wish the circumstances were a little different. I wish they were more supportive and less toxic, but it is what it is. Come here. I reach out to her again. When she hesitates, I soften. Please. Emily parts her lips slightly as if to say something, but nothing comes out. Instead, she pushes off her side of the tub and wades over to mine. I open my arms for her, pulling her down to sit by my side. Wrapping an arm around her shoulder, I bring her close and relish in the feel of her skin against mine. I don't want you to feel bad about this whole thing. You don't deserve that, I say, trailing my fingers down her arm and linking my fingers with hers. Then, I bring her hand up to my mouth and kiss her knuckles gently. You mean so much to me, Emily, and I mean everything I said to you before. Emily leans her head against my shoulder, running her left hand through the warm water and creating ripples. I never thought my wedding would be surrounded by so much drama. That's not what I wanted. My love and commitment towards you outweigh everything else. It matters more to me than my family's objections. Hell, it matters more to me than my own career. Stop it, she whispers, shaking her head. Don't say that. I wouldn't want to derail your career. That would make me feel like crap. If my world was flipped upside down, and I had to choose between you and my career, I would gladly choose you 10 out of 10 times. Something I do on the side. Yes, it's my passion, but you're my life and my future. I could never give you up. Lifting up her head, she meets my eyes. Your career is the reason why we came together in the first place. Yeah, it served its purpose, I reply, brushing my fingers underneath her chin. It's not like we'd have to worry about money if I had to stop. Because of my family's trust fund, we could survive for years without worrying about jobs. That's so crazy to me, she whispers, followed by a breathy laugh. There's a softness to her features under the dim lights, one that leaves me mesmerized. I've always had to work for everything in my life. I'm not used to any of this. It's nice to an extent, but I liked being able to build something for myself without having to depend on my family's wealth and status. My grip on Emily tightens. Now that I have her in my life, I don't want to lose her. That would be the worst thing to happen to me. My family can be controlling sometimes. I can tell, she quips, but I want to shield you from that. They're intense. They think that they can stand over the rest of the world and act out whenever they want to. There's no sense of compassion for others who aren't as privileged as we are. I scratch at my neck, sighing. I mean, we lucked out by getting into fast food franchises back in the day. Some people in my family need to be brought back down to earth sometimes and reminded that we're human like everyone else. After gnawing on her bottom lip, even picking at some of the skin with her teeth, Emily finally speaks. It makes me worry that they'll try to do something foul to try and destroy the relationship we've built so far. I don't want that to happen, but the impact it'll have on me might be rough. You've given me the courage to stand up to them, Emily. In the past, I would allow them to walk all over me, talk down on me, and influence my decisions because I had nothing to fight for. I didn't want to confront them because it would bring too many unnecessary problems. But with you in my life, you've given me that purpose. God, you've got a way to send goosebumps down my arms, Alfred, she whispers, snuggling into my side. Thank you for that. You've given me a lot of courage, too. Yeah? Duh. Do you really think I was accepting random dates with men in the past? I knew there was something special and different about you when I saw you. I don't know. I thought you were sincere and nice, and I wanted to get to know you. Thank God for that. My mom always told me to be careful around guys, but I trusted you. I knew that you wouldn't do me any harm. It's great to be proven right. And look at us now, I say, bringing her left hand up to my view so I can see the ring I gave her again. We're about to get married. It would be nice to settle the problems we have with your family, though, she says softly, gently pulling her hand out of mine. The last thing I want at our wedding is tension and bad vibes. That can ruin the whole mood, and people notice. Trust me. How would you feel if you got a chance to meet with my family before the wedding? I ask, rubbing circles into her skin. That sounds scary, I know, but I would be by your side and I would stick up for you if they tried anything crazy. Holy crap, she whispers. I mean, yeah, it's scary, but it's the right thing to do. Whatever makes you comfortable. What would we do? Where would we go? Maybe we can visit one of the restaurants we've been to before. My family loves fancy outings, so they'd probably love to go to one of those Michelin-starred restaurants where they can enjoy $100 wine bottles and $100 meals. Or maybe we can have some dinner at my family's home. I shrug. It'll take the edge off. As long as you don't lose your head, I'm fine with it. I scoff. What do you mean? I don't want you throwing a fit if they say something out of line. I'm serious. I get it. They should act more appropriately, but if you start burning bridges with your family over me, they're going to end up blaming me. Emily gestures to herself. If you're going to respond to them, respond with class. Wow, I love seeing you take the high road. It's our only option, Alfred. It's not smart to be petty and difficult with them right now. That'll only make things worse and ruin your relationship with your family. You're right, babe. I take her hand and kiss it again. Thank you for this, by the way. For what? For giving me the chance to show you how much I love you. My words are light, but firm. A surge of determination fills me, eager to prove myself and my love for Emily. You won't regret it, I promise. With that, Emily leans over and kisses me tenderly as her hand cups my cheek. As long as I have Emily by my side, all of this is worth it.
Chapter 25. Emily, the date is set. Alfred let me know that he's been in contact with his family, and he set up the family dinner between all of us. Since then, he and I have visited this other restaurant, Ethiopian cuisine. I can certainly see why he enjoys the food so much. It consists of a lot of vegan options. It's a place where they don't even show you the prices on the menu. You order, you enjoy yourself, and you get a receipt for $1,000 afterward. What's even more amazing is that the people who would eat at this restaurant will just give away their credit cards without looking at the receipts, never breaking a sweat about the money they are shelling out. That's exactly how I think Alfred's family operates, tossing money towards the activities they enjoy without worrying about how it'll affect their bank accounts. It's unfathomable to me. Instead of letting me dwell on the upcoming family outing, Alfred decides to surprise me with a trip to the amusement park. On the drive there, he rests his hand on my knee while he uses the other to guide the steering wheel. Excited? Yes, I haven't been to an amusement park in forever, I reply, staring like a giddy kid outside the window until we can see the park in the distance. Roller coasters whiz through the air, carrying screaming passengers. There's a Ferris wheel in the distance, slowly turning against the bright blue sky. A growing sense of serenity fills my body, making me forget about the stress of the wedding and Alfred's family. That's all background noise to me right now. I all but drag Alfred towards the game booths, where I school him at the dart-throwing one. He nearly hits the worker behind the booth with his attempt, while I nail 3 out of the 4 balloons and win a teddy bear. Where did you learn to do all that? Alfred asks, smiling as we make our way through the park. You were like a pro. Back in college, my friends and I would go to sports bars a lot. They had darts and a pool table. We'd play all night, so I got pretty good at those games. Passing along my bear to him, I lead us towards the teacup ride. Alfred sits across from me as I spin around in the teacups, laughing and enjoying ourselves in the sun. I toss my head back, taking in the fact that this is my life. It's not a dream anymore. It's a reality. I have such a great man by my side, one who loves me thoroughly, one who is willing to stand against the world if it means keeping me in his life. I've never experienced this before. In the past, I've dealt with boys who didn't care about my feelings and how they played with my heart. Romance was a fickle thing to them, something that came and went with every new girl they had on their arm. For a time, I thought that was normal. I thought that finding a man who would actually put in an effort was a rare occurrence, something that would only happen in fairy tales and romance books. With Alfred, it's all real. He follows me through the park as I lead him from ride to ride. We laugh hysterically on the roller coaster as it whirls us through the air. Alfred hangs onto dear life to the teddy bear that I won, making sure it doesn't fly out of his arms while the coaster throws us around. Then we get soaked on the log flume that brings us down a water slide. Alfred shields his face with the teddy bear. My poor stuffed animal takes the brunt of the splashes. When my stomach starts growling, Alfred nudges me with his arm. Are you hungry? I could go for a little snack right now. Okay, that means you're starving, he replies easily, guiding me to one of the hot dog stands. Cotton candy vendors and ice cream shops linger close by. Come on, how many hot dogs do you want? Do you want a pretzel? What about a soda? I give him my order, and he hurries off to buy me everything I want while I wait with my drenched teddy bear. He comes back with a plethora of items. Hot dogs, pretzels, sodas, and a bag of popcorn. God, you know me so well, I say, eyeing the hot dog coated with ketchup and mustard with great delight. I'm having such a fun time. I'm glad. I don't really go to amusement parks. The last time I went, I was like 15 years old. Why? There's so much fun. There's so much to do. Yeah, well, the last time I went to one, I went on a roller coaster that honestly made me fear for my life. I really thought I was going to die on that one. I hit my head so many times on the ride that I swore up and down that I had a concussion. I laugh as he pats his mouth with a napkin in the neat way he always does. Even when eating a hot dog, he does so in such an elegant way. Then the next day, I woke up with a bloody nose. At that point, I knew that I was dead, so I just waited the whole day for death to come claim me. But it never came. I might have had a bit of brain damage that day, but I'm still alive and well, so that's good at least. Oh my God, you're so dramatic, I reply with a laugh, covering my mouth. I've never gone on a roller coaster that intense, though. If you did, you'd understand. Plus, I was 15. I didn't know any better. I looked up things all night, and each website let me know that I was probably close to death, so I accepted it. You have to take me to the amusement park that nearly killed you. I'd love to see what all the hype is about. You're going to regret your words, babe. He wags a finger at me. Don't let your ego get too big. That roller coaster was no joke. None of the ones here compare to that one. Well, I don't want to go on a roller coaster today. Consider yourself lucky, I reply, folding my hands together. There are only a few more bites left on my hot dog. I'm stuffed, I'm content, and I want to have a calm date. I don't want to wake up with a bloody nose tomorrow. Fair enough. But what do you mean you're stuffed? Alfred motions toward the rest of the food on the table. I bought us so much food. You know that I'm a slow eater. I pick at the pretzel and take a few pieces of popcorn. We're going to be here a while. That's all right. I'm not in a rush, and there's nothing wrong with being a slow eater. I think that's the healthier thing to do. Really? Yeah. It's not good to stuff food down your throat. You could choke. There might be some digestive repercussions to that too. I read some science article about it a long time ago, but it might have been clickbait. Alfred leans his chin on his hands, watching as I sip on my soda. We can always take this home too. Slowly but surely, Alfred and I eat the rest of the food while we comment on some of the people we see passing by. There's a couple walking their dog through the park. They're stopped often because everyone thinks their husky is the cutest thing in the world. I think the same way, to be honest. Luckily enough, they come by our table, and I'm able to get a few pets in before they're on their way. We should get a dog one day, Alfred says, probably noticing the way my eyes light up when I see a small dog wandering around. Or a cat. Or both. I'd love both. I grew up with a cat, but puppies are the cutest. We walk with our arms linked toward the Ferris wheel. We've spent the whole day here, and the sun is starting to set on the horizon. I had a black cat. He was fluffy and adorable, but he hated getting touched. So he was grumpy? Absolutely. He would lounge around and bask in the sun, but if you dared to put your hand on his body, he could hiss and try to bite you. His name was Sunny. I miss him a lot. He died? Yeah, but he lived to be 14 years old, so he had a long and happy life at least. Once we reach the Ferris wheel, we spend a lot of time going up and down. I snuggle into his arm while I watch the skyline. He runs his hand down my back, comforting me in the best ways and reminding me that everything is all right. I'm thinking of getting us a wedding venue that'll have a good view. Kind of like this. Somewhere high? I ask, gazing at him. Wouldn't that cost like $1 gajillion? $1 gajillion have never stopped me from getting what I wanted. I laugh, quickly reminded that this is why I fell for him in the first place. He's sincere, he's funny, and I can't imagine a life without him by my side. I want us to experience it all together. A family, traveling, visiting so many restaurants and discussing them in great detail later, when we're laying in bed together. He doesn't have to say it aloud, but he reassures me that he loves me for who I am, and I love him, regardless of the fortune that backs his family name. As the Ferris wheel brings us to the peak for the final time, I kiss him soundly. Our love can conquer whatever comes our way. I know this to be a fact. Chapter 26. Emily. What do you want to see? Alfred asks me. The Egyptian wing? I think that alone is like 30 or 40 rooms. Do you have a favorite? I ask. He shrugs. When I was a kid, I liked the suits of armor. And the giant gate. Giant gate? Yeah, it's a giant gate, I say, laughing. Okay, I need to see that, and then maybe some more paintings. It's a rainy Wednesday, my day off. Since I'm not working at the coffee shop, and Alfred works when he wants, we decided to go back to the Met. In an effort to seem more cultured this visit, I did a bit of research ahead of time. This place is huge. It's in the top 5 of the biggest museums in the world. When Alfred suggested it, I figured that maybe if I could learn some rich people stuff, maybe his family would be more accepting of me. I follow him through the museum. He's looking at the map on his phone. I'm lost before we make it through the first 5 rooms. Then, there it is. Wow, that is a giant gate, I say. I feel very small. It's unbelievable that something that big is inside. The world is so vast and full of so many amazing things. I hug Alfred's arm. I can't believe I get to share the rest of my life with him. There is so much for us to do, to see, to learn about. Where are the suits of armor? I ask. This way, he says, grinning. I can see why a little boy would be fascinated by them. In fact, right in front of us, a little black boy is standing there, holding what looks like his father and grandfather's hands. Will that be Alfred someday? I ask myself. With our son or daughter? Girls can like armor too, of course. It's really cool. But I can't see my future parents-in-law in my vision. We wander for what seems like hours. Finally, in one of the painting galleries, we spot a bench. Without saying a word, we head to it and sit down. We've seen several people painting as we wandered around, but there is only us in here. The artists spread out a drop cloth and set up an easel. Then they just go and recreate the painting. It's amazing. A security guard walks through and nods at us. I guess we don't look like art thieves. He continues out of the room. The silence is heavy all around us, and his footsteps grow fainter. Did your dad used to bring you here? I ask Alfred, thinking of the happy family in the medieval section. He looks startled at the question. No, we had class trips here a lot, he says. Sometimes my mom would bring me. My dad traveled a lot. My grandfather wanted him out in the field, scoping out new territories. What do they do exactly? I blurt out. I mean, they are going to be my family, and I feel like I know nothing about them. Oh, Alfred says. Yeah, well. Can't you just tell me? I ask. An alarming thought forms in my head. It's not something illegal, is it? Oh, God, no, he says. Nothing like that. My grandfather started with one franchise. Fast food, then he had another, and now? How many? I ask. I don't know, he says. And I should. They hate that I don't take any interest in the business. When I was a kid. Yes? I want to know. He's going to be my husband. I want to know everything about him. You want to know something funny, he says. We never ate fast food. My dad would be on the road for weeks at a time. Then he'd come home, and that week he'd take us out to dinner every night. But somewhere nice, fancy, or just good. Is that why you became a food critic? I ask. Yes and no, he says. Explain. What do you like about that painting? He says. I turn away from the painting I've been staring at. Sheep in a field. I don't know if it's a great painting or just an average one. But looking at it, I can almost feel how it would feel to be in that field. I can feel a breeze stirring up and hear it rustling through the long grass. I shrug. Sheep are cute, I say. I would love to talk about the painting with him, but I'm not going to let him avoid my question. Why did you become a food critic? I ask again. That just kind of happened, he says. Podcasts were all the rage, I thought. Why not? I just wanted to do something. But your father wanted you to be in the family business? He shakes his head. That's all my grandfather's doing. You see, he also got some great financial advice. He started investing in computer stocks. He looks down at his shoes. I put my head on his shoulder and reach out for his hand. He takes mine in both of his. I think I may have misled you, he says. I don't make a lot of money from the podcasts, the truth is, I don't have to. I get a very generous allowance from my family's trust. My grandfather is the head of Big Belly Burgers. I pause, looking at him in shock as I try to process the words. His family owns Big Belly Burgers, the chain with a franchise in basically every town in America, the place you can find in nearly any mall. God good, no wonder he's so rich. But then I also start picturing the sort of man who has that kind of money and power. The kind of man who uses that money and power to have his grandson's girlfriend investigated. And he thinks because of that he can boss you around? I guess, he says. I look back at my sheep painting. Sheep don't have in-laws. Being a sheep seems very uncomplicated. I would hate it if you had to be away from me for weeks at a time, I say. Was it hard for you when you were a kid, with your dad traveling so much? I think it was, Alfred says. Maybe that's why I wanted to make my own way. So if I had kids one day, I could just, be there. Exactly. Being there is the most important thing, I say. M, he says, I want you to know you will always come first, no matter what my dad or grandfather says or does. I promise. I believe you, I say. Look, I don't need fancy things or elaborate trips. I mean, you have a membership here. We could come here every day for a year and still not see anything. He laughs, and then I laugh. Then we are laughing and hugging. The air seems lighter. I hear the sound of footsteps, and we quiet down. I imagine the sound of our laughter carrying through room after room. Is that possible? Sounds are waves, disturbances in the air. Could someone on the other side of this vast museum not hear us, but feel the sound of our laughter? Not so much as to notice it, but enough to raise their own spirits just a teensy little bit. The security guard walks through and gives us a little smile. I sit back and hold out my pinky. What? Alfred says. I want to make a pinky promise, I say. He links his pinky with mine and then brings my hand up to his mouth and kisses it. What are we promising? He asks. Just that we will always put ourselves first. I pinky promise, he says solemnly. Good. We get up and walk, swinging our pinky-linked hands towards my sheep painting. We read the description. Turns out it was one of a commissioned set that took the artist 7 years. 7 years, I say. No wonder it looks so good. I point to the date. 1878. Over 100 years ago. It's amazing, Alfred says, nodding. And there are so many pieces here that date back even farther. We walk around the room. There are more pieces by the artist, Millet. Calling the cows home? Alfred says. The man is in silhouette, but you can see the little horn he's holding up to his mouth. I say. What? You don't need to call the cows home. They just come. What do you mean? I explain as we head into the next room. My dad had a friend who lived on a farm. The cows had to walk through a patch of woods to get to a pasture. They knew when to come home because they knew that was when they would get fed or milked. They'd get mad when the clocks changed, I say. They'd make them wait an extra 15 minutes to get fed every day until they were on the right time. The mooing was incredible. You're incredible, Alfred says, and he stops right in the middle of the room and kisses me. That room has another cow picture, and for some reason, that cracks us up. By the time we leave the museum, we are starving. Alfred suggests we stop at the supermarket and get some hamburgers to grill on the terrace. This reference to cows cracks us up again. We've never been food shopping together. There are other couples, some older than us, some with kids. We wander the aisles and decide to buy a package of cookies as well. We have a half-hearted argument about which cookies are the best and end up buying 2 packages. Back in Alfred's apartment, we get busy making dinner together. I watch him carefully shape the hamburger patties. I put down the knife I was using to chop up ingredients for a salad. I go over to him and hug him from behind, wrapping my arms around his waist. "What is it?" he says, turning around. "It's just you," I say. "I want you to hold my hand in a museum and take me to the supermarket, and then we make dinner together." "Okay," he says, obviously confused. I go back to the salad. We are going to be okay. Better than okay. We are going to be great. I don't need Alfred's family's money to be happy. I don't need a mansion or yacht or a fabulous trip to Tuscany, though I'm glad we got to do that once. All I need is him.
Chapter 27. Alfred. "This is it," I say as we pull up to my childhood home. I get out of the car and walk around to open Emily's door for her. She doesn't get out. She's just staring up at the house. I look back over my shoulder. I can't blame her for not wanting to get out of the car. The house doesn't just stand there, it looms over you. "A movie company wanted to use it for a movie once," I tell Emily. "What kind of movie?" A haunted house movie. My parents said no, though," I add quickly. "They thought it would be rather disruptive." She gets out of the car. "You really grew up here?" she says. "It was a great place to grow up," I say. "My friends and I could play hide and seek for hours. It even has some trick doors and a secret hallway." At that, her face brightens a little bit. I start towards the front door, but she doesn't move. Instead of grabbing her hand, I hold out my pinky. She smiles weakly, but it's a start. Then she hooks her pinky around mine, and we walk towards the front door. The housekeeper, Rosa, greets us warmly. I realize I haven't been out here for a while. She looks older. "How are you?" I ask, accepting her hug. "This is my fiancée, Emily." Emily also gets a hug. Rosa and her husband, Otto, live in an apartment over one of the barns that's been renovated into a large garage. Rosa tells me Otto isn't getting around as well anymore, so my father has some landscaping companies coming in to do the work. "Mr. Smith is very good to us," she tells Emily. "He put one of those chairs that go up and down the stairway to our house, so if Otto's knees are bothering him, he can use that." She takes our coats and puts them in the closet. It kind of turns my stomach when Rosa waits on me like that. She was usually the one who told me to do my homework or clean up my room. She never let me get away with anything, a fact that I now appreciate. "They are in the bar," she says, and starts down the hall. "I know the way," I say. "You don't have to show me." She flashes me a smile and scurries off in the other direction. "There's a caterer tonight. I saw the van outside. But the kitchen is Rosa's domain, and she doesn't like to leave it in the hands of another chef, or in this case, probably a chef and their 2 or 3 assistants." I lead Emily down the hall. She takes in everything in the large hallway. My grandfather even commissioned a giant oil painting of the family when I was a baby. Now, Emily pauses underneath it, blinking in what I assume is disbelief. "Thanks for coming tonight," I say. "I just want them to like me," she says. I squeeze her hand. "I'm sure now that the shock has worn off, they're going to be happy for us," I say with more confidence than I'm actually feeling. The bar is actually a huge room with a pool table and vintage 80s-era arcade games. I was very popular in middle school. At one end is an actual bar imported from Ireland sometime in the 1800s when the house was being built. My parents and my grandfather are sitting in a cluster of chairs in front of the fireplace. I can see that they've already been through one bottle of wine and have opened another. My father stands up when we approach them. My mother hesitates, then rises as well. My grandfather keeps his old, stubborn ass firmly planted in his chair. "Mom, Dad, Grandpa, this is Emily," I say. I can't help it. I'm bursting with happiness. By the time I get to her name, I'm practically singing. My dad smiles and holds out his hand. Emily shakes it, looking at me for encouragement. I smile and nod. "It's nice to meet you," she says shyly. She seems terrified. I remind myself that these are the people who tried to intimidate her, who literally sent a hired goon to do so. She doesn't feel comfortable being herself, which is a real shame. If she could just act naturally, I'm sure my parents would fall in love with her about as fast as I did. "Nice to meet you," my mother says to Emily. Then she turns to me. "I told you dinner was at 7, didn't I?" There is a large mantel clock and it says 1:15. In my family, dinner time means arriving an hour earlier for cocktails or, in this case, wine. "Sorry, there was a ton of traffic getting out of the city," I lie. "I should have left earlier." I see the look that goes across Emily's face, and I make a mental note to explain later. My grandfather stands up. I smile at him. I knew he would come around. "I'm ready to eat," he says, and walks off toward the dining room. My stomach drops. How can he be so rude? How is this ever going to work? I will give up my family for Emily, there's no question about that. But what I really want is for her to be accepted. "It's okay," Emily whispers to me and squeezes my hand. We go into the dining room. It looks like it's set for a state dinner. My mother didn't need to break out the finest china for this, or make Rosa do it. I hope the catering staff includes cleaning up. "We don't usually eat in here," I tell Emily. The kitchen has a large circular room off it that is lined with windows. That is where most of our family meals take place. It is warm and friendly. This table can seat 30. I don't know whether to be relieved or dismayed that all the place settings are clustered down at one end. My grandfather is at the head of the table. My parents sit on one side and Emily and I are on the other. Rosa opens the door to the kitchen and a woman from the catering team comes in carrying a soup tureen. "This is a vichyssoise with avocado," my mother says, kind of a modern take on an old favorite. "The chef has paired it with a Riesling," the server explains as she ladles soup into my grandfather's bowl. "Rosa, I'd like to pair this with a beer, please. One of our finest domestic lagers, if you don't mind." My grandfather is grinning. I can't look him in the eye. I look at my father instead. His face is stoic, but I think I can see some hurt in his eyes. My mother takes a small sip of wine before tasting the soup. "Alfred took me to a tasting menu night at the Met," Emily says. "It was fabulous." "Of course he took you," my grandfather says. "Not like you could afford tickets to that on your coffee shop salary." "Here we go," my dad mutters. My mother puts down her soup spoon and picks up her wine glass. "I can't even remember where you're from," he says to Emily. She starts to answer him, but he keeps going. "But I'm sure they don't often have tasting menus paired with wines that cost hundreds of dollars a bottle, do they?" He's ridiculous. And he's mocking both my father's and my love for fine dining, while at the same time he's criticizing Emily for not having the opportunity to experience it growing up. I want to tell him to pick a lane, but he'd probably have no idea what that meant. "Now listen here," I say angrily, but kind of aimlessly. I don't know what to say. Emily grabs my hand under the table. Then she loosens her grip and taps my pinky with hers. We link them, and I feel instantly calmer. "If you've got something you want to say, Alfie, let it out. I do not care for the nickname, never have, but I just tighten my pinky around Emily's and she responds in kind. I know this is a lot, I say calmly, but I love Emily and I'm going to marry her. I leave out the no matter what. When you know, you know, and I knew pretty much the first time we went out together. She's the one for me. We just are worried that you two are rushing things a little bit," my mother says. She puts down her wine glass, which is now empty. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Rosa start toward her, but my mother waves her hand over the top of the glass, indicating she is done. "I'm happy, Mom," I say. "Isn't that enough?" She gets a thoughtful look on her face. "I hope it is, Alfred," she says. "I really do." She turns to Emily. "How was the tasting dinner at the Met? I haven't been in several years." "It was wonderful," Emily says. The rest of the dinner is civil, if a bit tense. Emily tells everyone about the last trip we made to the Met and the galleries we visited. She doesn't tell her story about not needing to call the cows home, and that makes me a little sad. We decide to leave after dessert, claiming a long drive back to the city. We get in the car, and as soon as the doors are shut, I immediately start apologizing. You don't have to apologize, Emily insists. You didn't raise your parents or your grandfather. The way they talked to you, you stood up for me. That's the most important thing. It is? Yes, I really appreciate it, Alfred, a lot. The lights from the front porch are reflecting in her eyes. She doesn't look sad. She looks okay. Not great, but I'll take it. I kiss her tenderly. She buries her face in my neck, and I hold her somewhat awkwardly from the other seat. Want to go home now? I whisper. Definitely, she says.
Chapter 28. Emily. Oh, Emily, you look so beautiful. As I get my nails done for the wedding, I'm surrounded by all my bridesmaids and close female family members, which include my mom and Jamie and some of Jamie's sisters that have flown in for the occasion. Jamie hands me another mimosa. I keep my head held high and as stiff as possible, not wanting to ruin the elaborate updo that took a little too long to secure into place with bobby pins. It's a test to see if I can maintain it appropriately for a few hours. So far, it's doing all right. The wonders of hairspray and pins never fail to amaze me. How are you feeling? Jamie asks. Her nails are already ready to go, fashioning a design that matches mine. Weddings are the best. You can drink at any hour of the day, and no one will care because you're the bride. I accept the mimosa and take a quick sip before placing it on the table beside me. Jamie organized for the nail technician to come straight to our condo so that I didn't have to worry about driving from place to place on the day before my wedding. She says it's not good to stress out the bride too much, and as the bride in question, I wholeheartedly agree. Looking at myself in the mirror, the excitement flurries in my chest with each passing second. I've never felt this beautiful before. I've dolled myself up for weddings, parties, and formal events in the past, but never to this extent. And I've never been the center of attention of any of those either. It's starting to hit me, I say gently, drowning out the excited clamor that encapsulates us as Jamie takes the seat beside me. It's becoming more real. It's always been real. Well, yeah, but for a while it was this distant event, you know? I didn't worry too much about it because the wedding was a few weeks away and Alfred hired all these people to make sure it went perfectly. And now tomorrow's the big day and I shake my head in disbelief. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the whole thing. She narrows her eyes at me. Feeling any cold feet? God, no, I reply quickly, shaking my head with a frown. I love Alfred, and he's done everything possible to make this match what I envisioned in my mind. He loves me a lot, I can tell. Jamie smiles sweetly. That's good. Sometimes people's true colors come out when you least expect it, especially during stressful moments. Yeah, it's been a lot of pressure on the two of us, but he's taken it well. He's as excited as I am. Just then, my phone lights up with a notification. I can't reach it since my left hand is currently being held by the technician, so Jamie does it for me and holds it to my face. It's Alfred. He's asking if he can stop by later because he has something he wants to give me. Tell him yes, I say to Jamie, who effortlessly unlocks my phone and types out the response. Hopefully he doesn't come while you're trying on the dress, she replies, sending me a look. Otherwise, I'll have to tackle your groom out of here. It's protocol. I grin. What if you just politely tell him to wait outside? No need for the violence and scandal. Sometimes you have to spice things up a bit. Jamie shrugs. Then she lifts up her mimosa for the rest of the ladies in the room. Cheers to Emily and her beautiful marriage to Alfred Smith. May they spend many lovely years together, happy and healthy. Cheers. All the women in the room raise their flutes and sip on the orange drinks. I do the same, careful not to ruin the freshly applied polish. Once my nails are done and the polish is dry, Jamie comes out of my bedroom with the wedding gown in full display. There are gasps and excited applause as she guides me behind the partition set up in the living room. Jamie and my mother help me with the dress. It's complicated and too long to figure out by myself, but they adjust the sleeves and button up the back until the dress fits snugly around me. Does it feel comfortable? My mother asks. Any last-minute adjustments needed? I can call someone up if you need anything changed, Jamie offers. It'll cost a pretty penny this late in the game, but I'm sure Alfred won't mind the extra charge to his card, right? She winks, followed by my mom's cheery laugh. No, it's perfect. I love it. It feels comfortable. As I emerge from behind the partition, the rest of my wedding party agrees. So many compliments come my way, and it makes my head spin. The worries in my heart settle quickly as they comment on how beautiful the train is and how elegant the veil looks as it cascades down my shoulders. Emily, I'm about to start crying, my mom says, her voice cracking. Jamie wraps an arm around her. Auntie, she looks beautiful. She's in good hands. Alfred is a great guy, and he makes her happy. With my pre-wedding to-do list finished, Jamie and my mom help me out of the gown, and the wedding party leaves our condo. Jamie heads out with her sisters, wanting to catch up with them after so much time apart. I hug them, I kiss them, and by the time they're all gone, I plop down across the sofa and let out a sigh as I stare up at the ceiling. Exhaustion hits me, but the excitement lingers on my weary limbs. Tomorrow, I whisper, eyes fluttering closed. Tomorrow, Alfred and I are going to be... Knocks come at my door, and I'm convinced it's one of the bridesmaids who came back for a lost phone or lost purse. As soon as I answer it, however, I'm met with an embrace and a soft kiss against my lips. Certainly not one of my bridesmaids, that's for sure. Sorry, Alfred whispers, cupping my face as his eyes trail my features. I got too excited to see my bride. I forgot that you were coming by. Everyone left right now, so I was finally able to sit down and take a breather. Can I join you? Alfred slings off the little bag he has and unzips it to reveal a container of homemade cookies. I promise I'll make it worthwhile. What's this? Remember when you once told me about your grandmother's favorite cookie recipe and how it's been a while since you've enjoyed some? Alfred hands the container to me, still warm. Well, I decided to try my hand at making them. I doubt they'll be as good as your grandmother's because no one can ever beat a grandmother at baking, but I did my best. Alfred, I breathe out, bottom lip quivering as I bring the container to my chest. This is amazing. Thank you so much. Come with me. We can eat these on the terrace together. They were for you? I can't eat all of these by myself, I reply, all but dragging him out to the condo's terrace so that we can sit and eat and enjoy the views of the city. I pry open the container's top and bite into a cookie, warm, chocolatey, and baked to perfection. You're the best, Alfred. I mean it. Really? Alfred smiles wide, nabbing a cookie for himself. I thought I messed up the timing, and I forgot what temperature I was supposed to preheat the oven to, so I winged those two. They're perfect. You've made my grandmother proud with these. I finish my first cookie and grab another one. I'm so happy you're here with me, Alfred. I was feeling scared and nervous and antsy, but you made me forget all about that. I get you, he says, reaching out for my hand. A wedding is a huge deal, and I know it might be even more stressful for you because of my family, but I have faith that everything will turn out well. The wedding organizer has specific instructions to quietly kick out anyone who wants to make a nuisance. That's a relief. You know, I've been thinking a lot about our relationship, he says, tracing circles into my skin. About the first time we met on that elevator. From the moment I saw you, I knew you were special. I don't usually do what I did with you. It's rare for me to reach out to someone like that, especially if they're a complete stranger. I snort. I probably look like a mess too. No, not at all. You looked adorable. I liked you a lot. I thought you were incredibly handsome, and it just reaffirmed my belief that moving to the big city was a good idea. I relax into my seat. I knew that I'd be able to find a handsome man sooner or later. Did you ever anticipate that a handsome man would ask you to go on a fake date with him? He asked playfully. And start a fake relationship with him too? Never. That was just too good to be true. That's why I jumped at the chance of doing it with you, because I knew it would never happen again. Tomorrow will be the best day of our lives. I promise. He brings my hand up to his mouth and kisses it gently. I have to finish up some errands, okay? I love you. Enjoy those cookies. They were made with a lot of love. Thank you for stopping by, I say, watching him depart from the terrace and head for the door. Dizzy with anticipation, I sigh. I love you.
Chapter 29. Alfred. The organ plays a delicate tune. The wedding coordinator, Lauren, did an amazing job organizing the whole thing, down to the finest details. As I stand at the altar in the middle of this lavish cathedral, gazing at the beautiful artistry that adorns the walls, I can't help but feel grateful. Emily chose me. She loves me. She was willing to give me the chance to show her how much I love and cherish her in the face of my family. To my left, I see some of them now. They stare down at the wedding schedule of events, some with frowns and some with lackluster expressions. I wish things could be a little different. As much as I want them to beam with joy at the fact that Emily and I are getting married in such a beautiful ceremony, I can't change things now. They've accepted this begrudgingly, which is more than enough for me. They're not going to ruin this beautiful moment for Emily and I. I'm willing to drag them all out by the collars if they make the attempt, but so far it looks like they're going to keep to themselves. An excited gasp catches my attention somewhere on the right. A woman points to the entrance of the cathedral. Light pours in as the double oak doors swing open to reveal the bride. Around me, everyone rises to their feet. She's here! This is it. This is our moment. And my God, Emily looks so beautiful. With a bouquet of flowers in her hands, Emily walks into the cathedral with rays of light illuminating her body. The pale veil covers her face, but I can still see the small smile on her lips as she makes her way down. Friends and family take videos and photos as she walks, with some people even crying silently as they do so. Honestly, I can't blame them. Seeing my beautiful wife makes me choke up a little bit too. Holding my arm out for her to take, she reaches me, and I take the moment to appreciate how far we've come. From strangers in an elevator to bride and groom at the altar, it's amazing to think where my life might have gone if I didn't take that coffee trip on the day we met. Would I have ever met Emily? Would I have ever asked her to be my fake girlfriend? I guess we'll never know. The priest guides us through the ceremony, and I can't help but sneak glances at Emily every now and then. She seems so focused, so concentrated on the ceremony going right. Meanwhile, I'm just enjoying my time by her side. Then we are asked to face each other as we recite our vows. With her hands in mine, I let it all out. Emily, I know that our relationship didn't start in a normal way. I wanted a quick solution to the problems I was facing, so I asked you on a fake date to pretend we were a happy couple. It surprised me when you actually agreed, and it was even more surprising when I realized you were the best fake date a guy could ask for. That gets a few chuckles from her side of the cathedral. My family doesn't look too pleased, but that's what makes this all so satisfactory. But what really amazed me was how genuine and sincere you were, despite the circumstances. I knew that you were only looking for a fun time in this big city, so I wanted to give you that. I didn't anticipate ever falling for you in the way I did, but it was inevitable. You're a beautiful woman and you have a kind soul. You didn't give me any other choice but to fall in love with you. Emily smiles, but I can tell that she's getting overcome with emotion. Her hands tighten around mine and she wets her bottom lip. I can't see her eyes that well because of the veil, but they're somewhat glossy as she stares at me. I promise for the rest of our lives that I will cherish you and remind you of how special you are to me. You own my heart, and you're the best thing to ever happen to me. I'm happy that I get to call you my wife when this is all over. Then, it's her turn. She takes in a deep breath, and I give her a reassuring hand squeeze to let her know that it's all okay. When I came to New York, she begins, I wasn't expecting much. I needed a change of pace, and my cousin Jamie was gracious enough to let me live with her. I didn't expect to meet the man of my dreams on the first day in this big city, but it happened. She pauses for a moment, but then continues. I was happy that you wanted to spend time with me, even though it was under the guise of a fake date. I did what I could with the situation, and I didn't want to fall in love, but it was difficult once I learned how funny, charming, and empathetic you are. For a long time, I tried to fight against my own emotions, but it didn't work. I fell, and I fell hard. To hear her say these sweet words about me makes me swoon. She's the only one who could ever make me feel this way. Just Emily. I can't wait to spend the rest of my life with you. I'm already imagining the fun memories we'll make, and the great times we'll have together. You're an amazing person, and you deserve the world. Hopefully, I will be able to give that to you as we grow old together. The ceremony continues beautifully. Love and acceptance overwhelm the cathedral, and once the priest announces that we're man and wife, I kiss Emily with all the passion I have inside my body. Applause and cheers erupt around us, but the only thing I can focus on is Emily and her beauty. Time flies in a blur. One moment we're at the cathedral, taking photos with the wedding photographer and accepting the many congratulations coming our way. The next, we're on the way to the reception where a fine dining hall awaits us, stocked with enough food and drink to feed everyone 3 times over. Emily and I are the last to arrive at the reception hall, where we are greeted with an influx of applause and cheers as the DJ announces us as the newly wedded Meister and Mrs. Smith. Then we're immediately swept up in the first dance. Emily's nervous. I can feel the tension in her body, but I hold on to her and make her look at me. Don't worry about anyone else. Just pretend they aren't there, I whisper. You did so well at the cathedral, and you look so beautiful. Really? I was trying hard not to pass out, she admits with a breathy laugh. I can't believe we just did that. Isn't it amazing? You're my wife now. After this, I'm taking you on the best honeymoon trip ever. I've kept it a secret from you, but I think you have the right to know. She raises a brow. What do you have planned? A trip throughout Europe, starting in France and ending in Sweden. I've got a lot planned for us over the next month, so I hope you're ready. Alfred, what? Are you serious? Entirely serious, babe. I love you. And while we're in Europe, I want to take you to as many restaurants as we can. Having authentic Italian or Spanish or French cuisine is a game changer, I promise. God, what did I do to deserve you? She whispers. I reply with a kiss. Once the first dance is over and I'm still dizzy with excitement, I approach the DJ and take the microphone from him. The waiters at this point are pouring champagne into everyone's flutes, so I give them the chance to finish before starting my toast. For one, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. It's been an incredible experience, and I'm so glad everyone was able to enjoy it with us. Emily and I are grateful for each and every one of you. Yes, and that includes my family. I don't think they've smiled once since they've sat down, but that's okay. They're fully within their rights to keep to themselves, so as long as they let me live my life happily with my wife by my side. I would like to dedicate this toast to my wife, I say, raising my flute, for loving me, believing in me, and supporting me as we enter this new period of our lives. Cheers. With that, everyone raises their glass and sips the champagne. I catch Emily's eyes as I do the same. She's radiating happiness and beauty, something that I am so grateful to witness. The reception lasts well into the night, but Emily and I decide to leave before most of the guests do. Truth be told, I'm eager to consummate our marriage. As beautiful as she looks right now, she'll look even better in my bed without any clothes on. Are you ready? I ask, helping her into the limousine and making sure her dress doesn't get caught in the door. I've got reservations for us at one of the most expensive hotels in the city. You can take me anywhere and I'd still be happy, she replies, as long as I'm with you. The driver speeds away once I give him the go-ahead, and I can't take my hands off of Emily once he does. She's my wife. From now on, my life revolves entirely around her. I plan to make the most of that. Not every man is lucky enough to marry someone like this, so I plan on enjoying this thoroughly.
Chapter 30. Emily. Bologna or ham? Bologna, please, I say, reaching out for a neatly packed sandwich that Alfred brought along for our picnic. Sandwiches aren't the only thing he brought. Fruits, a vegetable tray, and a bottle of wine that looks like it costs hundreds of dollars. Our honeymoon included a lot of wine, so I've become better at identifying when wine is good and when it isn't. Not only that, but I've expanded my palate in ways I never thought were possible. Did I ever think I was going to enjoy escargot and goat cheese? No, but I did. That proves anything is possible in this life. Still, I'm a simple girl at heart. Sandwiches and fruit are great foods. A little candy bar from the dollar store can get the job done, too. I hold out my cup as Alfred pours me some wine. He's wearing a V-neck and jeans, which does nothing to stop my eyes from wandering. He's my husband. He's the man I get in bed with every night, and I still desire him as if it's the first time again. Thank you, honey, I say, taking a sip. This one is pretty good. I like the tannin content or whatever it's called. You should start your own food blog and podcast, he quips, enjoying some wine himself. It'll be a hit. You have a nice voice. I don't know if I'm dedicated enough to run a blog, though. It's a lot of work, isn't it? You have to constantly think of new content to keep people engaged. I shake my head, unwrapping my bologna sandwich. My stomach aches for it. Plus, I think I'd end up ripping your work off. So what? It's not like I would press charges. Yeah, but I would like to create something that wouldn't earn me criticism because of who my husband is, I reply earnestly. I hum softly after taking a bite out of my sandwich. Thank you for this, babe. Well, I get you. I want you to pursue your passions and to do things that make you happy. What about a travel blog instead? I suggest, smiling wide. I love traveling. I love exploring places in the world that I've never visited before. It was my dream when I was a little girl, and it's still what I love to do. Sounds fun. He grabs a ham sandwich for himself, as well as a small can of soda from the picnic basket. I think you'd be well suited for a job like that. I wouldn't even consider it a job, really. It's too much fun. Every place you took me for our honeymoon was so amazing, and I wrote some of my thoughts down on my phone. Maybe I'll keep it as a hobby or something that I do on the down low. It doesn't have to be a big thing right now. Alfred chuckles. That's the same type of mentality I had when I started my food blog. It was something I loved and was passionate about, so I just wanted to do it for fun. I had no idea it was going to blow up the way it did, but that's how things go sometimes. I don't see myself blowing up as a big travel influencer or whatever. I shake my head, bringing my knees to my chest. There's a slight breeze wafting through, kissing my skin and cooling me down. I just want to do my thing and hope for the best. If you decide to do it, then you have my full support. He bumps his wine cup against mine and sips. I know what it's like to have a bunch of people doubting you and wondering if you'll ever amount for anything. I don't want you to go through the same thing. Did your family do things like that to you? Yeah, all the time, which is weird because mostly everyone was dependent on my grandfather's trust fund. Hardly anyone in my family amounted to anything besides being a nosy socialite who talks down on others for a living, so I shouldn't be too surprised by how judgmental they are. I have a career, and a bunch of rich old biddies who just cruise the yacht club all day act like being a famous food critic is the same as writing for a middle school newspaper, you know? Have you spoken to most of them since the wedding? Not really, and I'm happy that they haven't reached out. Knowing them, they would try to convince me that I made the wrong choice and that I'm going to regret this in a few months' time. Months? I repeat incredulously, followed by a scoff. Come on, I'm sure we'll last a bit longer than a few months. Some of my family members are going on their 4th marriages, so they think marriage isn't a big deal. I think they see it more as a business deal than a lifelong partnership. Alfred rolls his eyes. Honestly, they don't know what they're talking about, so I take what they say with a huge grain of salt. I grin slightly. I didn't want to be a wedge that separated you from your family, but it seems like you wanted to distance yourself from them all along. I'm not missing anything by not having them around. They aren't happy people, and they like dragging other people down with them. I don't want us to be around that sort of toxic crap, and when we have kids one day, I don't want them to be subjected to that. That catches me off guard slightly. The mention of kids. I've thought about having kids with Alfred, but it seems like a dream more than a possible reality. When would you like to have kids? I ask curiously, wiping my mouth with a napkin. Soon? I wouldn't mind. Alfred shrugs. Wouldn't it be fun? Having a bunch of kids running around us all the time? Parenting isn't easy. We'd have to put in a lot of work, I remind him, but the more I think about it, the happier I get. But I agree. It would be a lot of fun. I'd want them to look like you. What? You're the cutie in this relationship. Absolutely not. I shake my head firmly. You are. Regardless of who they look like, our kids are going to be cute. We can agree on that, right? Absolutely. I'd want them to see the world. We can get them passports and bring them to all the countries we've visited so far. France, Spain, Portugal, England. It would be nice if they could also have a pretty adventurous relationship with food. I'd want them to try things and not be afraid. If they don't like it, so be it. If they do, then that's great. Reaching out for Alfred's hand, I nod. That sounds amazing, but you never told me when you wanted to have kids. As soon as you're ready. You're the one who will be going through the sickness, the aches, and the fatigue. I want you to feel comfortable with the decision before going through with it. With the way you're talking to me right now, babe, you want me to have your babies as soon as possible. His eyes widen, and his cheeks start turning a faint shade of pink. Just as I'm about to lean over and start kissing him, my phone rings. I would have ignored it, but because it's Jamie's name flashing on the screen, I decide to answer. Hi, cousin, I greet happily. It's so good to hear from you. Emily, how's married life? Is Alfred treating you well? Jamie blends something in the background, probably one of those smoothies that she loves to make. He better. I've already warned him of what will happen if he doesn't. He treats me like a princess. Don't worry about that. Our honeymoon was great. He brought me throughout Europe, and we had so much fun. A lot of great food, a lot of great wine, that sort of thing. Damn, you're making me jealous. What was your favorite country? Probably Italy. You can't go wrong with pasta, pizza, and gelato. Oh my God. Authentic Italian food sounds to die for. The wine was amazing too. Can you believe it? If I never left home, I would have never gotten to experience any of this. If you never took me in, I wouldn't have met Alfred at Skyside, and we wouldn't be having this conversation right now. Does that mean I can come with you on the next trip to Europe? Jamie quips. All I want is some gelato and wine. I won't ask for anything else. That sounds like a great time, cousin. Let's get planning. Heh. I actually have something to tell you. It's fairly new and exciting, so I don't know what to make of it yet, but it seems promising. I raise a brow, hearing the playful yet nervous tone of her voice. Something's going on with her. I can tell. I can already imagine the way she's fidgeting on the other side of the line. What's going on, Jamie? Alfred sends me a look and I shrug. I met someone during one of my dance classes here in Skyside. That piques my curiosity instantly. Someone, as in a cute someone, handsome someone, someone who will sweep you off your feet? Oh God, Emily. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. I just met the guy. But yes, he seems nice and handsome, and he's got a daughter that's just the cutest thing in the world. My eyes narrow as I think about this prospect. Men with kids can be hit or miss. It depends on how involved the ex is. That's the thing. I'm still trying to figure that out, but I'm willing to go for it. I don't know. What do you think? Honestly, I glance at Alfred and give his hand a tight squeeze. Jamie helped me so much when I came to this big city. She deserves something good in her life. Take the chance. You won't regret it.